Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí. Te quiero descubrir y yo no quiero compartir. Tus ojos brillan fuera de tu control. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí hoy. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. El sol está saliendo, es domingo otra vez. Te digo que esta noche no será la última vez. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Cuando te vi la última vez me puse tan nerviosa y no lo puedo articular. Pero esta noche ya me estoy sintiendo más curiosa y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Me estás volviendo loca con tus manos en mi ropa y no lo puedo articular. Bailamos solos y tengo tus labios en mi boca y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, 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 ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is our show. You either can get down and lay down in sometime wherever we go. We rock and re-roll. The people that way down and play around, we poppin', just look at our glow. Baby, we all in the game. Lately we all on the chain. Crazy, we soft on the plane. When they start calling our name. Straight from the bottom we started with. Now we're becoming the parliament. We came in, we saw it, we conquered it. Now we welcome you to our conglomerate.
Welcome back to Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga Season 10. We are still in the playoffs and things are getting more and more spicy and exciting as we are approaching the game you all have been looking for. This is going to be Anonymo going against Tenacity. Team number 2 going against team number 1. My name is Solari. I'm joined here today by Kasper, sorry, your new nickname. It will get some time for me to get used to it, but we will get there. But Kasper, tell me, going into this game today, how excited are we?
Super excited, especially after I haven't casted Ultraliga for a while now, so coming back into such a banger game is it's a very good feeling, Soli, and I cannot wait because I feel like yesterday I was like prepping for this game and I was looking at the statistics and looking at how Orbit Anonymo plays and how Tenacity plays, and I feel like we could have a close one. Maybe it won't be a 3-2, but I feel like if it's gonna be a 3-1, I feel like it's gonna be very interesting to see how both of these teams plays.
Speaking of 3-1s and 3-2s, can we actually jump straight into the predictions? Because there is some interesting thing happening there today, and I really want to pay attention to it before we go into the games. Because if you look at how everybody's predicting the day to look like, first of all, of course, everybody's voting for 0 Tenacity. Orbit and Anonymo have 0 sympathizers today. And second of all, I'm the only one who predicted this to be a 5-game series. Everybody else thinks it's going to be a quick stomp, and you, Kasper, are one of those people. Explain to me why.
I mean, you know me, Soli, I like to do some reverse psychology, so let's say if it's 3-0, I get my points in predictions, but if it's not 3-0, I get a banger series, so I win either way. Like if it's a 3-0, I win in predictions, if it's 3-1 or 3-2, I win in casting this game, so, you know, I cannot lose in this scenario.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Fine, I have to take it. I am not going to back off though. I am going to keep voting 3-2 for every single series that we have in the playoffs, because the playoffs are already so damn good. They have so much more action compared to what we had last year. We already had a series where we had 4 games. It was a 3-1 series, the first one, and now, speaking of that, let's move into the game that we have today. The games, rather, because I hope it's going to be a lot of them. And speaking of a lot of things, I wanted to look at champion pools. Because if we speak about a lot of things, there are a lot of champions that some of these players pick. And I wanted to look at the top laners, especially, and okay, at the mid lane too. Because even though we have a new mid laner for the side of 0 Tenacity, Zico, there are still some things happening there.
I mean, yeah, he is a new mid laner, but still, we know who he is, right? Like, if you're, if you ever watched LFL, Spanish league, or like, let's say overall leagues in terms of regional leagues, obviously, like, you know who this guy is, you know how he plays, you know him even from social media because he's quite known in social media, right? So he's gonna be going up against Royston, which is not an easy task, at least looking at the champion pool from Royston. This guy can literally play whatever he wants to.
And same goes for these two top laners. They actually have one champion in common, and it is Jax, if you look close at the pools of both of these guys. But other than that, they play completely different champions and play styles, and I'm especially surprised by how Kala has been performing this split. I don't say surprised in a bad sense, obviously. I'm very happy to see the man feeling so confident on his lane for the second season in a row already. But his champion pool in this split has been going absolutely over the roof. He is playing anything that the team needs, and if you look at those champions, those are very different ones. Of course, there are quite many tanks there, but also there are some very dominant laners like Renekton and Rumble, for example.
Yeah, and I feel like last season especially, I was one of the critics of Color, saying that he was underperforming at the beginning of the split, but looking at this now, he's playing a very good season. And I feel like it's specifically a good timing for Zero Tenacity as well, because not only they are looking very solid, they have a relatively new mid laner, and not only that, they most likely, like, we look at them as one of the contenders for EU Masters, right? Like Polish contenders, like from the Polish league. So especially with that, I feel like they are looking very strong, and I cannot wait what they prepared to cook for us today, because obviously this is the literally repeat from the final that we casted last time. Like, this is literally Zero Tenacity versus Orbit Anonymo all over again. Last time it was 3-1 for Zero Tenacity after, I would say, one-sided games. Like, it still was one-sided, most of them, but now I hope we are gonna see some more action on Summoner Streets, and I cannot wait.
I cannot wait to, man, but finally we are in the draft. Hello, Kitty, by the way, nice to see you again. But we have the draft before us, and that is going to be very important to watch what bans are going to look like. Zero Tenacity are on the blue side this time, Orbit Anonymo are on the red side. They are starting with banning out Maokai. They could go on with banning things like Rel, for example. Poppy from both Kala and Rizaki also makes sense to be completely removed, but Zero Tenacity, they're heavily focusing Prime. That is already Fiora, that is Aatrox. Okay, now at least that is Sejuani, something not directed versus the enemy's top laner.
But that still leaves Rel open, so if they want to pick Rel and they, let's say, want to go Rel jungle with a possible flex for support, there is this possibility for Zero Tenacity, at least for now. Now Rel is gonna be banned, so there is not gonna be this possibility anymore, but we have another flex. Kai'Sa is gonna be picked up by Zero Tenacity on the first.
I love the speed with which they just locked in Kai'Sa immediately. The moment there was Rel as the last ban from Orbit Anonymo, there was no hesitation from the side of Zero Tenacity. And it's not a surprise to anyone, Kai'Sa is a very heavily contested first pick right now, especially on the blue side, but Orbit Anonymo are opening up with some very strong tools as well. They're taking Xayah for Nuramin, but then there is Rumble, who can be flexed pretty much anywhere these days, but he is most prominent on the top lane, so it looks like this is a pick for Prime, and I love it because Rumble is a very dominant thing on the top lane. But this Jace on Zero Tenacity's side, we don't know where he goes as well. This is another flex pick. Is it going to Zico, who has already showed us excellent Jace? Most probably. But could it still go into Kala's hands, who has played him already? There is a possibility.
I feel like most likely 90% of the time it is going for Shiko. The reason
I'm
we
having
hear
sirens outside of my house,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's 5 o'clock, and in Polish we have a anniversary of the of the war. So yeah, that's
right,
why
okay.
We're going to hear them for one more minute. That's why we both hear them, because we are both in Warsaw right now, right? So
okay, yeah, this makes sense.
I feel like, wait, what is going on? And yeah, it was the same feeling.
Yeah, okay, it's good. It's nothing bad happening, so it's fine. Let's focus on the draft then. We have more bans coming in. There is going to be still a lot of focus on the top lane from the side of Orbit Anonymo, but Zero Tenacity right now are doing an interesting thing. They are facing Royston, who still hasn't picked absolutely anything. And while it's impossible to ban against Royston, because we saw his champion pool just a couple of minutes ago, this man has every single champion in the league that he knows how to operate on the mid lane, you can still try to remove some of the best champions in the current meta. Tristana, for example, is an excellent pick from the side of Zero Tenacity. You want to avoid Tristana on the mid lane, and you want to avoid the double AD carry scenario for the enemy, because it's too much to deal with.
Especially if you're playing Jace on the mid lane, because I feel like we had this small discussion on whether Jace is going to be played on top lane or mid lane. I feel like it's going to be mid lane for Shiko. Like, you have to be real right now. Jace is being mostly played on mid lane, if you look at LPL at least. If you look at other leagues as well. So I feel like it could be very interesting to see how this Jace does. Kassadin as the answer would be absolutely crazy, but I would love to see it. But most likely it's not going to happen. Victor is going to be the wiser answer, definitely.
I don't like it. I mean, it is Royson. He plays Victor exceptionally well, and I have no doubts in the man. It's just Victor is not this spicy pick that I kind of expected from Orbit and Anonymo for some reason. They are not the ones usually to go for the spiciest picks, unless they are 0-2 in the finals in the previous season that we saw from them. But okay, it's fine. It makes sense. And Zero Tenacity finally answering our question as to where exactly Jace is going to go. That is Jace for Zico. This is Kai'Sa for Ice. And this is Jux for Kala on the top lane.
I feel like so far the draft for both of the teams are going really good. I feel like Zero Tenacity got what they wanted. They got Jax for Color, Jace in the mid lane as well. The answer is going to be Trundle for Savero. So this Trundle is actually interesting because, like, obviously what Trundle wants is tanks on the enemy team, right? He wants to take off the resist, he wants to take off the armor, he wants to literally rush them down, and he is gonna be playing against, I would say, a tanky comp. You have Nautilus on the enemy team that is most likely gonna be going for a economic build, trying to build the fastest item that he can. Jax that is most likely gonna be tanky as well. So this Trundle is gonna be interesting because it shows that Saviro most likely he won't be farming a lot. He will be running towards lanes, he will be running towards bot lane, mid lane, top lane, trying to create the advantage for his team.
Yeah, that's what Trundle should be doing, because otherwise later on in the team fight he is going to face Nautilus, which, by the way, this is already the second pick for Ryuzaki of Nautilus in the jungle in the split, but we already saw how well the man feels on this pick and how prominent he can be for the team, because in the team fights the man is going to be absolutely invaluable. And even without that, when he goes to the lanes, the beauty of Nautilus jungle is that he doesn't require any leash whatsoever from his laners. He brings his own leash, he brings his own tools. He's like, yeah, just follow me, okay guys, I will do everything for you, just deal the damage, thank you very much. But Trundle is something that I will have actually my eyes on in this game, because he has so damn much damage in the laning stage. You need to use him around the lanes, but where exactly is he going to go? Because what does he have? He has Victor on the mid lane, it is Royson. He doesn't really want to go for the kills. He can, of course, but he prefers just to farm safely on his lane. He's standing against Jace, so he just needs to stand back and farm until his first component comes in. There is bot lane, where there is Xayah. Xayah is very vulnerable pre-6, so you might want to wait with this one for a little while longer. But then if you look at the top lane, I feel like this is where the spice is going to come in the early game for Orbit and Anonymo, because there is Rumble, and it is Prime's Rumble. Rumble also has a lot of damage in the early stages of the game. He can bully the lane. It's not very easy against Jux, but he definitely can, especially if you add somebody who can come to his lane and control the terrain, and that is what Trundle excels at.
I feel like you described everything I wanted to describe perfectly, so I'm just gonna add quick +1 to that. But I feel like we must look specifically at the bot lane in this game, not only because of the champions, but also because of the players. Like you have Ice versus Nerami, which is probably the most exciting duo on the bot lane that we are gonna have in Ultraliga. And if Orbit Anonymo wants to win this game, they need to get Nerami ahead. They need to have him ahead, because this old strategy that Royson will just scale up to the 35-minute or 40 minutes is just not going to work out. Like Victor, he can definitely scale up, but he's not going to be this late game monster that is going to carry you the game instantly. Because Zero Tenacity, they just have too much tools that they possibly can use versus them. Like even if Victor positions himself well, they have Jax, they have Rakan. Like the possible engage with Nautilus as well. It's just so easy to get rid of this Victor, and it's just one hook from Nautilus, and this Victor is dead. So I feel like, unless he invests into Zhonya, but if he does, then he obviously won't be doing that much damage. So I feel like Zero Tenacity, they build themselves a very good team comp for map 1, and if I were to pick who is going to pick map 1, I would bet on them. But I still feel like if we if we look at how Orbit Anonymo usually play playoffs games, like historically, obviously, they usually come prepared. So I wouldn't be surprised if, even if map 1 didn't work, like on map 2, they're just going to go completely crazy team comp and just pick something completely out of the blue. So I'm still waiting.
Yeah, to be honest, same here, because they are going with extremely safe picks right now. There is a lot of comfort across the board for them. They are going with a composition that is very stable and reliable one. You know what everybody is going to do in this one. You have the front lane, you have the back lane, so everything is pretty straightforward and by the book. For Zero Tenacity, I love their composition a lot because this is the comp that wants to be team fighting heavily later in the game. The moment the Herald is up there, they can rotate the forces and have a lot of power around it. The moment the second, third, fourth dragons come up, they want to be constantly team fighting around the objective, around the river, because they have so much control. And as you said, they have so much engage as well that it's going to be super hard for Orbit Anonymo to answer it unless they position very clearly, because they rely on their backlane to be safely in the backlane. Their backlane has no escape tools. There is Xayah, okay, she has her ultimate, she probably is going to run cleanse as well, but other than that, if you take it out of her, she is very powerless if somebody jumps on top of her. Victor pretty much the same, he doesn't have anything apart from his own flash to escape. So with Ricard and Jax, you're posing a very high threat from the enemy if they come around you or if they engage into you when you're not prepared. So team fights are going to be absolutely explosive, but before team fights, we're going to have an early game. And I really wonder if Orbit Anonymo want to spin this game around, because usually they're not the ones to play too much around their early game, they prefer to scale up, but with picking Trundle for the jungle, they're screaming, hey, we want to have the early game going, and I wonder if this is the part of their preparation plan for the playoffs.
Yeah, Trundle for the jungle is definitely playing for the early game, but Nautilus is as well. Like, it's not going to be like Nautilus is going to be power farming till level 6, level 9. This guy is going to be definitely playing in the first 3 levels, trying to create something for his team. So if we look at the runes, I don't feel like there is anything that is super surprising to us. You obviously have Prime on the Comet, so he's going to be looking for the domination on the lane, and I feel like also we spoke about the bot lane, but top lane is going to be super interesting as well, because whoever comes out with the edge over his enemy, I feel like should be able to carry the team throughout the mid lane as well. The equalizer from Rumble could be a very effective tool versus Zero Tenacity comp.
Whoever comes on top on the lane, I have to agree with you, quite possibly could carry the whole game for their team on their shoulders. Because even if you look at Kala, Jax, if he's ahead, he snowballs really potently and heavily into the game. But even if he's behind, you can use him a lot, because we have seen Kala a lot in those games where he was behind, because unfortunately, enemy teams tend to focus him quite heavily. And that's why we can see him a lot on the champions that not only can carry the game if needed, but also they can stay on the sidelines and be very, very good there, as well as the split pushers. And Jax is absolutely one of those champions. So Kali is going to be useful either way, but of course if Zero Tenacity want to look into team fights, they want to accelerate him as much as possible, or at least make sure that Prime is not accelerated, because this is Rumble, and Rumble these days is at its prime form. Rumble is so dominant, Rumble has so much damage, and he goes into the mid game very well. He doesn't scale well into late, but in mid game he absolutely shines.
Oh, definitely. And we can already see some of the interesting things from, I wouldn't say the current patch, but just trying to play the best meta game, but I will speak about it in a second, because we have level 2 on the bot lane, Ice and Kabi trying to show their domination, and well, it definitely works out great trading for them.
Oh, it's domination across the whole map. Zikr is also going very aggressively onto Royson, but doesn't overcommit, and that's a good call, because Severo is just around the corner, actually, and his own jungle is a little bit too fast, and that wouldn't have been the best situation, but that's what Jax wants to be doing. Not Jax, sorry, Jax wants to be doing the same, as you can see on your screens right now. He wants to be having those short trades with the enemy, but Jace wants to have the same.
Exactly. And coming back to my point for a short second, we can see Royson, he didn't start Doran's Ring because he wants to have his Lost Chapter as quickly as possible. And that is very very important, because when Royson gets to the Lost Chapter, this Victor is going to be really, really happy with the mid lane state.
Oh, look at that. Z10 are making an attempt to go into blue buff. They're rotating their bot lane as well. But Severi is around as well. And he also has his bot lane. And Anonymo were successful in driving away Z10 from their own jungle. Because it is still Trundle. You don't want to fight with Trundle unless you bring in even more forces. And Ryuzaki is back. Ryuzaki is relentless. He really wants that blue buff.
Well, and he had a lot of damage, so Savaro got a little bit lower on HP, but look at that, Chipsy caught off guard. But, well, who is caught off guard? Oh my, Chipsy literally went for it, but that is gonna be the first blood for Ice, and well, that could not only be the first blood if they go forward, but they won't. So that's a short win for Z10.
I'm not sure if he wanted to hit that solo sword, because that was an immediate flash from him the moment he realized that he screwed up a little bit in there. That was very quick reaction, but it wasn't quick enough to save him. First blood, indeed, and that is not first blood for anybody. This is the first blood for Kai'Sa, and Ice, of course, is playing the AP Kai'Sa, and by the way, Neriman is in a very tough spot right now because he is alone with no mana, but Ice is somebody we of course have to look at in every single game because he has a massive carry potential and he carries pretty much the majority of the games. But in this game he finally has Kai'Sa in his hands because Kai'Sa is usually banned out, but today he's playing her to the fullest. He's running Hail of Blades, so it's going to be an AP Kai'Sa, and AP Kai'Sa is very happy with the early game kills because she is extremely item reliant. She needs to get to the 3 item power spike, and the more gold you get in the early, the faster you get. It's the simple math.
And I'm curious to see how Anonymo are gonna react to the threat of Ice. Are they gonna try to lock him down or maybe not? And we have the replay of the situation. I feel like I have to agree with you. Like the solar bait from Chipsy was just a bit too much. A bit too much.
Oh, no, because he didn't expect Kabi to jump over the wall, I assume. He thought he would stay on this part of the jungle. But yeah, it still was too much, absolutely.
But if he has a flash, you need to expect that this is most likely what he's gonna do, right? Unless this was the play that he wanted to burn the flash for flash, which I assume it was not. So, yeah, coming back to the game, it looks like at least the mid lane advantage is gonna be happening for Zero Tenacity. We can see that obviously Jace is gonna be feeling pretty confident about his lane state right now, currently versus Royson. But when this level 6 shows up, which is gonna be like after 2 waves, I believe, it's gonna change up a little, because then obviously the level 6 power spike is gonna be way bigger for Victor than for Jace.
Oh yes, definitely. And it is right here. Level 6 is available for Rosen. He is sitting on that Lost Chapter. Both of the mid laners had 1 recall. Both of them used it to the fullest with the Lost Chapter that we mentioned already a couple of times for Rosen. And Zico is sitting on the tier. He's stacking it up. So he's feeling rather confident still, but Rosen definitely is having much more kill threat right now than before, which means you can and should, as Anonymo, translate this kill pressure to somewhere else on the map. There is a dragon available. The Herald is going to be up in 1:40. Both of these objectives are going to be pretty yummy because even the first Drake is a good one. It's a mountain Drake, so I really wonder if Anonymo want to take a first step towards those.
I mean, they would love to, but Savaro is on the ward pretty much 24/7, so they know exactly what he's doing and what he's up to. So if Zero Tenacity decides to do something on the bottom lane, it will most likely be with the assist of Ryuzaki, but suddenly they are a bit surprised with the position. I don't know, but it looks very well for them. They just burned the flash from Ice, which is a huge win if we look into it, and that's a good play from Anonymo, especially from Savaro.
Yeah, it is kind of surprising that Zero Tenacity did not expect Savaro to show up on the bot lane, because they just saw him a little bit earlier on the mid lane on the ward, and he was on the bottom side, so they could assume that he would go onto them, but they didn't. They were not assuming anything, and they got in.
And it was very, very weird, but we are coming back into some action. Kabi is slow on health, and he's gonna fall as the first one. Neromin, he's doing a lot of damage, but Chipsy, no flash, no ignite. If he gets hooked, he might fall, but Ryuzaki, he won't find him. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Color just living the best life of the top lane and trying to farm up the best possible way. And it's not working out so far for him. He's 17 CS behind, which is like, I would treat this as 15 more, because obviously he's like gonna farm up this wave. So it's not the end of the world, but Rumble so far is working out wonders for Anonymo.
And it is hard to ever see Rumbles not working wonders on the top lane because they are so dominant, especially on those very early levels. When Kala finally recalls and comes back with a Shin most probably, that is going to be a slightly different story because then if Kala manages to jump onto Prime in a good time, this is going to be a fight that could look completely different. But we have the replay of what was happening on the bot lane because Xavier didn't just come to the bot lane and cause little shenanigans there. They also decided to completely re-engage onto the enemies, and even the fact that Ryuzaki was just around the corner didn't give Zero Tenacity enough time to survive, at least for some of them. Kabi went down, so this is a 1-1 exchange for the teams. Anonymo got a kill on the Nermin, which is pretty good for Xayah as well. Things are looking pretty equal. Even the gold is almost equal between the teams now. Would be different because Xavier is on the Herald at this very moment.
Yeah, I feel like Orbit and Anonymo want to try to extend their lead as much as they possibly can, but we need to remember, Zero Tenacity, they are all about trying to secure themselves into the early mid-game, and snowball it into the late game. And we can already see it because they went for the first Drake, they got the first Drake. The second Drake is gonna be the Hextech Drake in 4 minutes, so let's imagine a scenario where they actually pick it up. Then they are gonna have 2 Drakes, we will know what the soul is gonna be, and then the threat of team fighting versus a poke comp, because it is a poke comp, definitely. Don't make it, don't look at this wrong way. Like with Kai'Sa and the Jace, like when Kai'Sa hits her Void Seeker and the Jace is trying to hit as well, it is gonna be a poke comp. And speaking of poke, it won't be needed here because here we will have definitely a lot of team fighting skills, and Nermin, he will poke his ultimate out early and he will get the kill. Nice ultimate from Chipsy, but will he be able to follow it up? It looks like he will at least try. Ryuzaki stunned up, no flash available for him, means he will just fall, and Orbit and Anonymo, they are just extending the lead even further.
We praised a lot the amount of control and the amount of engage on the side of Zero Tenacity, but we didn't give the credit to Anonymo because they have a lot of their own tools as well. With Xavier still being in his absolute prime form as the Trundle in the early game, they have a lot of damage and a lot of terrain control. Chipsy provides a lot of control. Nermin can throw in his own control as well. Nermin is dealing surprising amounts of damage, to be honest, considering this is Xayah who just completed Kraken Slayer. She didn't have Kraken Slayer in the previous fight, and yet she was able to claim the kills. Here it is not looking too good for Zero Tenacity, but some very nice jumps around from Anonymo. Very good Pila coming in from Xavier with the Glacial Augment from Chipsy to slow everybody down to make sure that Zero Tenacity are going to be effectively stuck in one place, especially Zika who goes down, and then they just follow up with another kill. So this small skirmish in the jungle looked very clean for Anonymo.
And they would love to try to follow it up with some Herald play. Savro was close to the top lane, but so are Koror and Ryuzaki. If they catch him off guard without the ultimate, Savro is not gonna be that tanky, so it would have been risky, but nothing else is gonna happen. Savro just falls back. He knows, most likely he anticipates that he's on the ward, so they know where he is. He's gonna use the Herald to recall one more time. Recalling, Divine Thunder available, which is definitely worth mentioning, because right now with Subjugate and with this Divine Thunderer, this Trundle is definitely the force that you must admire him. Like, you cannot disrespect him, because if he goes into the team fight, he is gonna be tough to stop.
To be honest, we already have 3 mythic items completed from the side of Anonymo. Not 2, because Kraken Slay is not a mythic item anymore. I sometimes forget about that for a second. But yes, we have Royson sitting on the mythic, so that's an important milestone for victory, definitely. And Xayah, who deals a lot of damage. Well, if you look on the other side of the map, nobody from Zero Tenacity has been able to complete an item yet, except for Ice, but this is just a Static Sheath. Static Sheath has seen quite some changes recently. It scales better right now in the late game. It deals a little bit less damage to the minions, but it's still not an item you pick up for fighting. It is an item you pick up for clearing the waves.
And with the Static Sheath, clearing the waves just became very easy for Ice. He's gonna be literally going mid lane, one-hitting the wave, then going bot lane and doing something, and Prime is 1v2ing on the top lane. He is feeling very confident.
Yeah, he has to... Oh!
Okay, he's caught off guard, but he's very tanky, and he will be able to, to run away from that situation. We need to remember that Orbit and Anonymo, they've been in these situations before. We've seen them having an advantage over some teams and then just throwing it away. not looking that far, even a few months ago when they were playing versus Unicorns of Love on EMEA Masters, right? They had a huge advantage. Obviously, there was a Neramin disconnect situation, but still, they were losing some advantages as well when they were ahead in gold, and it didn't look that good. And in Ultraliga, we had similar situations as well, so they need to remember, okay, we are ahead, we feel that we are ahead, but we need to keep this up. We cannot give them a finger because they will take the whole hand, so we need to be careful.
Funny enough, if you look at pure stats for these teams in the summer split, both of them have 100% win rate when they're ahead at 15 minutes. Both of them, 100%. Right now, Orbit and Anonymo are leading. It's still not 15th minute, and a lot can change in a minute and a half, but they are leading quite nicely right now with more than 2,000 goal difference between the teams. Everybody across all the lanes leading very nicely, especially in the jungle. So it looks like Orbit and Anonymo are on their way to secure this game for themselves, but Zero Tenacity this time are running with a slightly different composition. For sure, this is the team that wants to be dominating from early on, never leaving the reins of the game to the enemy. But this time, they have drafted for team fighting. And I can't wait to see a full-on team fight between the teams, because it will be explosive. And I think this is where Zero Tenacity can absolutely shine with what they've drafted.
Yes, so far, they haven't had many opportunities to do that. But Zero Tenacity can shine, but also Orbit and Anonymo, I would say their comp was built for team fighting. You have Leona, you have Rumble, obviously, so
yeah.
I feel like they're gonna be very happy with trying to force the team fights. So far, Savero, he's level up, but he doesn't know about Kabi and Shiko being close. He needs to be careful. Second Herald is slowly approaching the Summoner's Rift, and for now we see that Neramin and Chipsy, they're gonna be taking the full advantage of the situation, trying to get the first tower on the bottom, and they will be succeeding in that. So that's gonna be the first tower for Orbit and Anonymo as well.
Securing even more gold for them as a team, but this means that Neramin right now is really far from the Herald, and even if he recalls right now, he's not going to make it on time. However, Ice was there to try to stop him, so it's pretty much equal. The Herald has already been started, but it's right now running after Ryazaki. Both teams are here having a lot of forces, and look at that, Neramin is closing up as well. Are we going to see a fight? Because both of the teams definitely want this Herald, especially Orbit and Anonymo, because they want to keep pushing forward.
Well, Orbit and Anonymo, they need to be careful. They just lost the ultimate on Royson, so it's definitely a lot of damage that just got lost, and I feel like they know that we can try to fight for the second Herald, but it's gonna be more risky without the ultimate from Royson. So let's just give it up. Let's create the advantage somewhere else. Let's just wait for the power spike. Let's just wait for the second item on Zaya, and also some components for Royson, and then obviously on the third Drake, in 3 minutes, we should be able to have the lead.
They could take the second turret though, because Neramin is here, and he is having a lot of attack speed, but he cannot! They barely cannot finish this turret, and it's still standing, and they couldn't make the exchange for the Herald to be a much better one for themselves. They still are the ones leading, of course, because of this turret on the bot lane. Neramin is the one leading in gold across the whole map, but if only it was a turret on top of everything. Yeah.
They should take it now, because obviously Royson rotated and there is not enough manpower to defend the mid lane tower. It's only Ice, so the mid lane tower will fall. Orbit and Anonymo will be able to take it, which is obviously good for the additional gold on Royson, on Neramin, on your carries overall. Savero close to top lane, but he will not be able to catch Color off guard. So far, the situation on top lane, I feel like is good for both of the top laners. Especially, I'm looking at how Color played that out. He got to the point where he wanted to be, but he's still not this huge threat on the side lanes. Like, Zero Tenacity are not gonna be utilizing him that well on the side lanes yet, but when he gets some kills in the team fight, when he's able to get to the second item, when he's able to get to the third item, and especially if Prime falls off, then it's gonna be tougher for them to stop this Jax, because who's gonna do it? Obviously Royson would love to, because he just wants to farm, he just wants to try to play on the side lanes, but when Jax hits this 3-item power spike, it's very tough not only to stop him on the side lanes, but to stop him in the team fights as well.
I love that you're mentioning it, because we haven't been paying attention for top lane for quite some time, yet this is the only lane so far where both of the outer turrets are still standing. Especially it's important for Zero Tenacity, because it's the only lane where they still are keeping this outer turret prio. Is it something that Zero Tenacity could try to play around? Is something that I'm wondering right now. Because everywhere else, on both other lanes, they have already lost the control, which is especially crucial right now with the Drake coming up. 1-1 is the score of the Drakes between the teams, and in less than a minute, the first Ocean Drake of the game is going to spawn. Who is going to take control of it? And are we going to maybe finally see the top lane is rotating there? Most probably not Kaleb, because he's still not having his teleport back, but Prime is going to have it very soon. It should be, I believe, back on time by the time both the teams will rotate to the Drake.
Like I said, I feel like definitely Orbit and Anonymo want to fight on this Drake. They want to try to secure the Drake for themselves, and they are in the very strong point right now. Victor just completed his Void Staff, and Navori Quickblade also completed for Neramin. So I feel like if Zero Tenacity just pressed up, they are like, yeah, we probably do not want to fight this yet. And looking at the map, it looks like they actually pressed up. And they will be like, yeah, let's try to secure the vision on the top side. Maybe let's get something else. Maybe we'll be able to do something else. They won't be able, most likely at least, to take the tower because of the Rumble threat being there. But overall, I feel like if they just put the vision, try to catch someone off guard with Nautilus and Rakan later on, it could definitely work well for them.
It is not often that they play from behind. They don't have a lot of practice of that in Ultraliga, but in this game they are approaching it much more carefully and cautiously than usually, which makes total sense for them. And I love the fact that they decided not to fight for this Drake and instead secured some vision around the Baron, because it's spawning right now, actually. No, not right now, in a couple of seconds, sorry, 20-something seconds, and it's going to spawn. And they want to secure the vision because right now Obit and Anonymo are hitting major power spikes. The 2-item power spike on Xayah is much stronger than the 2-item Kai'Sa, because the Navori plus the Kraken Slayer is pretty much everything that Xayah needs to go unleashed. Well, for Kai'Sa, we'll be waiting to see what the mythic is going to be for her. Ooh, that's a nice Ryuzaki.
Yeah, but there was no follow-up. Obviously, Herald is gonna hit on the bottom lane, but he's not gonna take the towers. So this Herald was a bit of a waste, I would say. Like, yeah, it hit the bot lane tower, but you would probably be able to take it anyway. And right now, Orbit and Anonymo, they look calm, collected to me. Like, they are not trying to put the pressure. It's Solari, we are 20 minutes into the game and we only have 4 kills. Like, this is a very slow and steady game, but I feel like it is very rewarding for Orbit and Anonymo. They do have their late game possibilities. They do have the late game scenarios where they can win. And especially, it is going to be so tough to catch this Xayah off guard, and I feel like the current win, like, obviously the possible scenario for them to win is going to be not getting caught like that. Oh,
no way.
There's a flash, there's a possibility. Royce on his claw. Oh, never mind. Like, it's just not enough. Like, it's not nearly enough, and Chipsy got caught off guard. Jax got a kill, which is important to notice. He's gonna be going for a cool breaker, most likely. So, we all know what that means.
Yes, a lot of split push. And a lot of damage if somebody decides to come and stop him. And it's going to be really hard to stop him from the moment when he actually collects it. Chipsy is getting caught for the second time in this game already. This time he was, I believe, trying to ward around the burn pit, which is definitely something to do. But there was at least very limited defensive vision coming from Orbit and Anonymo, so for Chipsy it was a riskier run to take. He took it in the end, and he had to pay for it with his own life. Not a very fortunate situation for Orbit and Anonymo, even though they are still maintaining the gold here. But if you look at the top lane, the gold is showing you that Jax is the one leading right now. Jax is the one having more gold, a little bit more, but still more than Prime has.
And looking at the bot lane, Neramin is gonna be dominating over Ice, at least for now.
Yeah.
But coming back to the top lane, Color needs to be careful. He does not want to stay under the tower because obviously it's gonna fall either way. Looking at the items for a quick second, we see that Ice is slowly approaching the third item, which is gonna be
it's going to
huge.
be Ludens. He's going to go full poke Kai'Sa. I love it so much.
Yeah, he definitely needs it, and Cool Breaker is also built up, and it's very important because I feel like there's a misconception about this item a little bit. Yes, it is for the split push, obviously, but it gives you a very valuable statistics either way. So it's not like you build it and you're gonna be completely useless in the team fights. Not at all. You're gonna be very useful in the team fights because the stats that you gain from it at the price that you're getting them, I would say it's very gold efficient. So Zero Tenacity are in the point right now where they just completed the second item, they just completed the Lost Chapter for Kai'Sa. This is the moment where you can try to create something. Maybe catch someone off guard, maybe poke Nerami like that, and then you can try to fight.
They're doing exactly that. Oh my god, the damage onto Nerami!
I mean, he will be able to heal himself a little bit up, but it's still not perfect. He's going around the map trying to find some spots where he can heal himself up, but I feel like Orbit and Anonymo, they're out of position. They had to give this up. And if you are giving river control versus the poke comp, there's no way you're gonna be able to approach the objective. So Zero Tenacity, I would risk the statement that they just guaranteed themselves 5 more minutes.
And Drake, most probably, because it's spawning up right now. They're still sieging the mid lane. They're rotating everybody here. Kale is around the corner as well. They have a lot of power, but they are re-entering the Reef right now, so everything can change.
Oh, nice equalizer, and they would try to look for the entry, but Orbit Anonymo, they really want to fight for it, but Color, he's in the perfect spot, but he just been spotted. What are Orbit Anonymo do now? Gypsy will be caught off guard, but they're actually close. They are sandwiched. Like, Color is just he's gonna close them down. Oh my, it's gonna be that disaster, Solari. Prime with no ultimate, they're just trying to run away. Color, Counter-Strike available, he will use it. He's very tanky, and they are trying to run away. Nerami, he will be able to run away for a second, but Color will be able to get the double kill. And overall, Zero Tenacity, they just obliterated them. And maybe Orbit Anonymo got the Drake, but the rest belongs to Zero Tenacity.
It quite literally belongs to Zero Tenacity, because if you look at the gold, finally it is even between the teams, so Zero Tenacity got a lot of gold out of this fight. The positioning of Kale was insanely good here, and Chips unfortunately died again before anybody could join him or help him disengage or just do anything. He bought a little bit of time for Orbit and Norma, but as you can see here, it was not enough time, and in the end, unfortunately, his death was for nothing, because Kale jumps in and nobody can stop Kale from approaching the back lane of Orbit and Norma, and when he is there, it is really hard to get rid of him because he is going to kill everything that moves there.
The TP from Prime is in, but this equalizer, it must be perfect. The flash from Chips to Shiko is out, and they will be able to get him, but they will not be able to steal this Nash, but they want to teamfight right now. Savero is there, and they will be able to catch Color off guard, but I feel like Color will be the only person that they will catch off guard. So it's a double kill for Nash. I feel like this is the trade that Zero Tenacity are gonna take every single day of the week.
Oh yes, and they're also threatening the turret on the mid lane, and they have Nermin with them, so they're going to cut through it very quickly, but that's maybe not the best position to be. Can they still get it?
Well, Nermin, he is just dead. They got the tower, but they lost their AD carry, which means they cannot fight right now. They need to run away. They need to give the advantage towards Zero Tenacity once again. And even though Victor is slowly approaching the Rabadon's death cap point, it still feels like Zero Tenacity, they just have a full control of this game. They know where it's going, and they are very happy with it.
Oh yeah, especially right now with the Baron buff on the majority of them, they're very happy. Maybe they're happy right now fighting with Prime.
Well, it's not only Prime, it's Ryuzaki on the other side, and Kabi and Ice. He's throwing the Void Seekers, but it might not be enough. Ryuzaki, he's very tanky, but he finally has to fall. Another kill for Royson is the third one of this game. He is in the very strong point right now. This Victor is slowly getting out of hand.
And he's gonna get the turret as well, so it's going to be the exchange of the turrets, at least some sort of an exchange of the turrets on the mid lane. He doesn't have the Baron buff, so he's not going to push any further. But still, 3 members of Zero Tenacity have the Baron buff for them for another minute and a half, which means they can unleash themselves on the side lanes quite a lot. They're still in a turret standing there on every single lane, but for Zero Tenacity right now, it is important not even to push further, but not to lose control over the pride that they have on the map right now, because Anonymo, even though they had to pay dearly with the price of Nermin's life, they got the turret on the mid lane, the inner one. So the mid lane right now is very much open for them. And they claim another kill after that. I have to tell you, Kasper, I am loving this game because it is a constant roller coaster. Somebody gets something, but then there is a price to pay, but then there is something in return. There is all the time something happening.
Yeah, we had a slow early game, but now this game is definitely giving a lot to us. And look at Jax. Jax is an absolute monster right now. 3 items completed. Who is gonna kill him? That's the question. We look at Royce and we're like, yeah, he should be able to kill him, right? But it's not gonna be that easy. He's so tanky. Mercury threats build up, so Prime and Royce are gonna be like, yeah, I would love to one-shot this guy, but with the Mercury threats, it's not gonna be that easy. Gypsy is gonna be like, yeah, I will try to lock him down. Again, Mercury threats, not that easy. So it all falls down to whether Color is gonna be able to play the teamfight correctly. Because I feel like during the teamfight, if he's able to jump on Neramin, it's gonna be very, very tough for Orbit Anonymo to play the game.
Because Neramin doesn't have anybody to peel for him, and even though he has the ultimate, it is really hard to counter Jax jumping on you because of how quickly he does it and because of the stun that he is throwing onto you immediately. Neramin might just not even have any time to react. He's having bloodthirst, so if he's not stunned, he is definitely firing back and fighting back and getting some health back. But other than that, he is in a tough spot and he needs to make sure that his team is surrounding him with the wards all the time. Because look at Kale, the man is still on the hunt. He's doing the right thing, but Anonymo are not happy with it.
Yeah, they definitely are not. They would love to fight for this Drake, but it's so tough. Look, Ice is just hitting Void Seeker after Void Seeker. It's literally impossible to approach the fight, but they'll try either way. They're like, yeah, let's risk it all. Let's try to go for this team fight. If we lose, we lose. But we at least gave it a shot. But Ice is literally picking them apart. Nice equalizer to at least throw some damage back, but will they be able to get the soul? They will! But how much will it matter? The Flash Force Seeker is there. Chips is low on health. He will be able to fall. He will be the first one to fall. No, he won't. He is still alive. And somehow Orbit Anonymo, they are able to get the kill on the mid laner. Is the trait of the mid laners, at least for now. So I would say Orbit Anonymo, they are very happy with this trait.
Yes, they are very happy. They got the soul. They got a kill. Do they? Oh, Chips, are you sure?
Yeah, I think he is sure. Savara is flashing forward. He's full health. There's no one that can stop him. A double kill for Orbit Anonymo. They took the tier 2 on the mid lane previously. Now they are looking for the inhibitor.
Kale is trying to answer on the bot lane. There is going to be Prime at least to go and stop him, but Orbit and Anonymo are pushing in. They still have 13 seconds before Zico is going to be up. Kabi and Ryuzaki are not up for anywhere soon because this is 30th minute in the game, baby. The death timers are very deadly. You die, your team is without you for almost a minute right now. Speaking of the timers, this is a great time for Orbit and Anonymo to push in so much because the Baron is up, but maybe we're not even going to see the Baron. Do they want to finish the game here? No, come on, you can't. You're not there up. You have to retreat right now. Oh, Neramin! Oh, Neramin, baby!
Neramin! He's barely surviving, but somehow he's still alive! Static Shift! Be able to finish him off! No! But Prime, he is still trying to fight. It's Royson and Prime, two hyper beasts of this game, trying to keep this game alive for Orbit Anonymo, but somehow Orbit Anonymo, they are still, I would say they are in the lead. They got the soul, right? It should matter. It should be like, yeah, you got the soul, now it's gonna be easier. But the teamfights are so explosive that I feel like this Ocean Soul, it means something, but it doesn't mean that much.
It doesn't mean a one game. Definitely, I have to agree with you. What might mean a one game is going to be this Baron, because whoever gets it can push so much, especially with Anonymo. They could finish the game with it, but can they approach the pit? Last time, it kind of worked for them. They didn't get the Baron, but at least they got some kills in return, and in turn, it was a good exchange overall. But now, this is not going to be enough to pay the price for them. They need to get the Baron itself. They have the vision in the pit. They know when your Tenacity will start the Baron if they decide to start it, but they have very limited vision around it. Just this little wall that we're looking at right now in the bush here, they're even next to the mid lane. Anything else is not available. And because they opened up the inhibitor, right now Kaisa is a very happy girl because she has the static shift, so her wave clear is very quick. And there are so many big minions going her way, so she can get additional gold. Zico are very happy with this inhibitor that's down.
4 items on this Kaisa. Ice is once again showing us why he is this Korean prodigy, trying to win the Ultraliga. And he is doing a good work right now, but they still need to do some more work. Orbit Anonymo. Same could be said about them. The poke is huge and it's tougher and tougher. This Oceans are obviously gonna maybe soften the wounds a little bit, but still not perfect. They need to give up the Nash control. And right now, Zero Tenacity, they can just start the Nash. They can try to threaten the start of the Nash. Look at that! One Void Seeker and Prime just lost 1/4 of his health.
Yeah, that's why they're
my
grouping up. They're
goodness,
trying to protect Prime. But
Oh.
look at Severo! That's the front lane of the team, and he's almost gone.
Yeah, Savero is just like, yeah, guys, you know, I want out from here. Just let me
Yeah.
out. I know we have Ocean Soul, but I don't want to go for this Nash. And, well, it is the reality. They will give up the Nash just like that. Great job from Zero Tenacity. Just trying to play it for, like, this is the difference between a good Ultraliga team and a decent Ultraliga team. A decent Ultraliga team will draft like that, but they won't play for the poke. They will go all in some teamfights. Zero Tenacity are perma-poking them. They are literally making a little hell out of their life, because it's not possible for them to play this game when they are just poking them all the time trying to poke them. And I feel like this game may as well just finish up on the Nash. On Elder, obviously, because Nash was just taken. So, whoever takes this Elder will most likely win the game.
Totally. That's the thing. When we see Anonymo all-inning into Zero Tenacity, when they have enough health to go in, when they catch Zero Tenacity off guard, they win those fights. They come out of them with the kills. But other than that, they cannot really initiate onto Zero Tenacity because they're losing so much health in the process from the insane poke coming their way from Zero Tenacity. This Kai'Sa is feeling so confident on all these items, and no front lane of Anonymo is safe from her because she also has the Void Staff right now. She is really strong against them too.
I feel like right now, the best case scenario for Orbit Anonymo is hoping that she will miss the Void Seeker, and after she misses a Void Seeker, you have this small window of opportunity where you can try to find something. But other than that, if she hits it like that on Neromin, oh my...
Oh,
like, again, how are you supposed to play? The game is literally impossible.
Yeah, if you catch those, it's impossible to play, and it is really hard to not catch those. But yes, Neromin is out with 2 Ws from Kai'Sa. And there is still Zico. We kind of don't talk about Zico too much right now because Kai'Sa, of course, is overpowering anybody with her poke and with her damage. But Zico is still doing a lot of poke.
The W missed. Now this is this window of opportunity that I was talking about. Orbit Anonymo, they need to go, but they're just not able to find anything. Elder is up, but it's just not possible for them. And on the side lanes, Color is literally just running over Prime. He's
oh my god!
Him. And that could be the end of the game if they play it correctly. Because now, Orbit Anonymo, they are in pick your poison spot, where literally you either give up the Elder, which is basically the game over, or you literally give the game over. So, right now, Zero Tenacity, they played their macro game to perfection.
And Zero Tenacity have cornered Orbit Anonymo, because there is no way for Orbit Anonymo to win right now, except for some sort of a miracle. Other than that, they are not taking the game, especially right now with the Elder taken for Zero Tenacity. They still have a couple of seconds of Baron buff left, but other than that, they are ready for team fight, and their poke is going to be absolutely massive. And Neromin could easily die with just 3 Ws from Kai'Sa. And Orbit Anonymo, the problem for them is that they didn't use their early game tools, because they definitely used them, okay? Don't get me wrong, they did use them, and they were in the lead, but it looks right now that the lead was not enough. They should have been able to close this game somewhere very quick as possible, to never let Zero Tenacity get to their items, because with all the scaling for Victor, for Xayah, they are never catching up with what Zero Tenacity are throwing at them.
Well, what they need right now is trying to survive the threat of the Elder, but it's basically impossible. Zero Tenacity, they are just gonna literally run them over, brute force their way into the enemy's base. Look at Chipsy. He was supposed to be the tank, that's why you pick Leona. Like, you pick Leona to be able to be this tank engage, just go into the enemy. Chipsy is basically dead. Oh, he is dead! Wow, that was just perfect from Zero Tenacity, but now the real team fight should take place. But Zero Tenacity, they know they can just poke them for days. And Samuro, he's almost dead. Like,
That's another tank for you, by the way. Nerman is using a heal to keep him alive.
My goodness. This game is a beautiful display of how you should be able to play the poke comp, and they are doing a really good job of that.
Yeah. Oh my god,
Samuro?
good Saviru.
Yeah, caught off guard. Dead instantly, Color. Low on health, but they will not be able to finish him off. It's a 3v5 to end this game. Ryuzaki will miss the hook, but they will just look for the end. They are just trying to find some poke, and most likely they will be able to do it. Chipsy with the engage, but the stopwatch is perfect. The second stopwatch from Ryuzaki is also good. The first kill goes the way of Ice. And it looks like Orbit Anonymo will be able to survive for a little bit longer. But they lost to inhibs. Their base is in shambles. It looks so rough for them to be able to survive this.
Zero Tenacity got a lot out of the Drake. It is gone right now, but they got 2 inhibitors. They opened up completely the base of the enemy, and right now that is the perfect time for them to recall, get more items with all the gold they gained, because 36 seconds and the Baron is going to be up on the map. Look at that, there is a Guardian Angel on Zico. He is really hard to kill right now. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items plus the boots on color. Same goes for Ice. This is the full build Zero Tenacity team, and they're ready to claim the Baron. And with claiming the Baron, with all the wave clear that they have, this is the game over for Orbit Norma, unless they manage to do something about this Baron buff. But this is already 39 minutes in the game. The game is so long. Do we think there is another chance for Orbit Norma to do something? Not if they catch the W's on Nerman like that.
They need to look for something. They are gonna start off the Nash instantly, basically, and they are just getting the damage from Nash, but they will be able to most guarantee themselves this Nash, so that's a win. But they need to look for the fight right now. They need to engage instantly, and they will try to do so. Zico basically almost goes into the Guardian Angel Prime. Nice stopwatch from him, but he's burning alive right now. The first kill goes their way. Meramin, he's doing the damage, and it looks like Zero Tenacity, they are in some trouble. It's a 4v4 right now. Mid lane dead for a top laner, but it's still Nash for Orbit Anonymo. The Void Seeker will hit one more time. Ice, he just forced the flash one more time. He's out of the teamfight, so Orbit Anonymo, they understand we need to look for the teamfight. Chipsy, maybe he will die, maybe he won't, but Neramin, oh my goodness, the damage is there. Ice, no flash available, only cleanse, and it won't be enough. But look at Color, look at Color, he's going for the end, but he understands he cannot, because they stole the Nash. So they will be in base in 3 seconds, but we are not stopping, not at all, Solari. We are only going further. The TP from Royson is there, and it's a 2v3 right now. Chipsy is going once again deep in the teamfight, trying to look for the opportunities, but he will not be able to find it. Saviro, we need some great pillar from you, man. We need something to be able to get Orbit Anonymo through the finish line. It looks like they will just not care. They are going mid lane. It looks like they want to go for the inhib, but Zico is up. And they need to be careful about him. The damage from him, we need to remember this Jace is doing a lot of damage.
GG all mid, but not all, because Prime needs to stay on the base, because Kalle is there. It's a base race! Kasper, it's a base race!
Well, they are going for it, but Meramin! Oh my god! Meramin is almost dead, but they are going for it! Orbit Anonymo! Somehow, some miraculous way, will be able to pick up. It took the base race, but they were able to get the win. 1-0 Orbit Anonymo.
I can't believe it. I was pretty damn sure that it was over for them, and I wanted Orbit Anonymo to win in this game because, I don't know, there was something about their peak and about them being so ahead in the early game. But it looked like everything was over for them. It looked like they were not supposed to take this game. And it was such a long one, such an excruciating one. But the guys had the audacity to jump into the Baron pit when they're behind, when their base is completely open, when the enemy are full build. They jump in, they take the Baron extremely quickly. And after that, they turn the fight around. Because for Zero Tenacity. The pro comp works when everybody is in their place, and they were shattered and scattered around the river. They went down and we got into the base race. There was a lot happening in this game and a lot to break down, but before we do that, we need a little break. So how about we go into one and come back right after it?
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Out of breath, time running to the bank. When you winning, they gon' have something to say. Was broke, now I got expensive taste. When I was way down, I always kept the faith. Out of breath, time running to the bank. When you winning, they gon' have something to say. Was broke, now I got expensive taste. When I was way down, I always kept the faith. Yeah, I always kept the faith. Look my problems in the face. Thank the Lord I saw the day, cause I ain't knowed another day. I've been cutting to the chase, but don't cut corners that ain't safe. There's a will and there's a way. You stay strong, you won't break. But hey, hold up, tell me what's your motive. Tell me what's your motive. You gon' grind when it goes unnoticed. When it goes unnoticed, where's your faith? Even at your lowest, you gon' keep on going. You gon' keep on going, you gon' keep on going. Hey, yeah, living every day with a purpose. Even though we made mistakes and ain't perfect. Yeah, living our best life cause we deserve it. Yeah, we deserve it. Out of breath, time running to the bank. When you winning, they gon' have something to say. Was broke, now I got expensive taste. When I was way down, I always kept the faith. Out of breath, time running to the bank. When you winning, they gon' have something to say. Was broke, now I got expensive taste. When I was way down, I always kept the faith. Kept the faith. Running to the bank. When you winning, they gon' have something to say. Was broke, now I got expensive taste. When I was way down, I always kept the faith. Yeah. Money, 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 money. Okay. I get what? I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green, I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees. I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green, I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees. Yeah, I get bread, I get bank, I get money, I get big C notes, that's them big head hundreds. Grinding every day, I got this drip dead on me. Watch me pull up in that whip, I thought a trick said something. They don't got them funds, they don't got that bag. They can't have no fun, they ain't got them rags. They ain't got the ones, they don't got no stacks. They be all up in my comments, oh I make them so mad. I get dough, I get cheese, receives. I get moolah, I get green, I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees. I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green, I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees. I get Benjamins, I get real bucks. Pay my critics none, they some real ducks. I get capital, they looking real stuck. They getting chump change, they out of real luck. Please don't step out your element. All of that talking you doing is irrelevant. Look like the type that brag on the settlement. Why I'm just killing time making their precedent. Really don't care what the faker is telling me. As long as he peeping the pedigree, boy I get riches and this is the evidence. Money so tall like you're standing to elephants. I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green, I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees. I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green, I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees.
Welcome back to Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga Season 10, the playoffs, the grand playoffs. We are having this series of a lifetime, ladies and gentlemen. Z10 versus Anonymo Esports, team number 1 versus team number 2. Or are they? Because Anonymo just got, after an excruciating game, a victory against Z10 and Kasper. We gotta talk about how they did it.
Well, you said team number 1 versus team number 2. Team number 2 just proved to be able to beat team number 1, and if that trend continues, we might be in for the very good game. I feel like Orbit Anonymo, they drafted well, but I still feel like Zero Tenacity picked a better. I would say they picked a better draft overall, but the brutal engage from Orbit Anonymo were just too tough to handle for Zero Tenacity, where they were keeping the range between themselves, where Shiko and Ice were able to find the poke. It was working very good, but without that, it was just not so good, not played well enough. And overall, I feel like Zero Tenacity, they will be regretting how this map went, but they can just jump straight into the second map and don't think about this that much.
Hopefully for them, honestly, but we will see about that. We'll have to wait until the second game is going to run for us. But before we do that, how about we take a little tour back in time? Because our production has prepared something special for you. We have the heat maps for both teams showing the spread of the kills before 15th minute for the majority of their games. And we start with Orbit and Anonymo, and I think this heat graph pretty much tells you how the team wants to be playing their early game. Because look at that, the majority of the kills are around the bot lane.
I mean, yeah, they want to play around the bot lane. They want to find success on the bot lane, and if they do, it works perfect for them. They are usually able to create the leads, and like you said, when Orbit and Anonymo are ahead 15 minutes into the game, they usually win, and it was the same case here.
Not usually. It is again 100% case for them, 100% statistic. But yeah, with Orbit and Anonymo, this is how the heat map looks for them. Again, this is pre-15th minute in the game where the kills and assists take place. But how about we look at Zero Tenacity? Because the picture there is slightly different from what we see at Orbit and Anonymo. That is not even slightly, I have to say. That is very different because yes, still a lot of kills on the bot lane, but mid lane and top lane are also getting a lot of attention.
Yes, I would say they are fighting. They are finding advantages all over the table somehow. So it's basically just creating advantages left, right, and center for them. And you can see that gold to 15 is 2400, which is absolutely it is huge. And I believe 2400 is the exact amount that they were behind to 15 minutes in this game.
Yeah, something like that. No. It was around 2k something. I don't even remember, and I cannot ever do the math of the goal difference between the teams, but it was like 2-ish plus something. So yeah, it is rather interesting. This is the team that prefers to be ahead, that is always ahead in all the games that they win, and so far in the regular split they won 17 games and lost only 1, as you can see here. So this is an unfortunate situation that Zero Tenacity were playing from. They still managed to fight their way back, and I would love to see how the gold graph looked for this game, because they were ahead for quite some time, but then they lost it all again.
Unfortunately for them, but that's the beauty of best of fives, right? You may lose the first game, but when you're able to get your grip again, get the advantage in the second game, it usually works well for you. And this is gonna be a very important game, especially that This is the most tough position that Zero Tenacity has been put in quite some time. The main reason is that I feel like out of every single game that they played so far, they usually were winning. Even though they are 17-1, this game versus Maturalni Forsaken that they lost was the only game that they lost, they still were winning in this game. So at least at the beginning, this was the first game that we saw the advantage from the other team, and they were able to create it and they were able to utilize it very well. So I feel like if this trend continues and Orbit Anonymo get ahead in the early game, we could have 2-0. And we all know how hard it is to come back from 2-0, especially in the Polish leagues. It just doesn't happen. So have fun with that.
However, there is another scenario. There are quite many situations in the best of fives when a team gets one victory in the first game, but then they're not able to get any single one afterwards. This is what happened to Illuminar actually in the first game in the playoffs in this season. This is what happens to quite many teams across everywhere, all the regions, and this is what could happen to Orbit and Anonymo in this game, because the first game was really long. It was a really tough one for them, and they miraculously won it. Do they have the endurance to go through 2 more games and win them as well? Because Zero Tenacity are going to be relentless. They are going to be a tough fight, just like they were in this game.
And this game was full of mistakes from one side to another. The first mistake came in from Chipsy, but here he was able to fix it, I would say, quickly. Catch Kabi off guard, and when you catch Kabi and he already uses his W, it's very tough to run back if you're a Rakan. And Orbit Anonymo, I would love to see the highlights from the later stages of the game, because I feel like they show the difference in the team comp. What Zero Tenacity wanted to do is they wanted to poke them until they were low HP, as we saw. And when they were low HP, they were just literally picking them apart. Like, it was just one after another after another. Orbit Anonymo, on the other hand, with Trundle and Leona, they just wanted to engage. Engage hard, engage with your brutal force, just go straight up, kill the first target, and when you kill the first target, just make sure that you're gonna be going one after another. Just don't leave them on low HP, go one after another. So kill the first one, kill the second one, and the third one. And especially, not this team fight, but the next Nash is going to show you how well they were able to utilize it. Like how well they were able to play around it.
Because when Obernormal jump on top of Zero Tenacity, when they deny them the privilege of distance, Zero Tenacity find it really hard to fight back because their whole composition just wants to poke. Except for Kala and Ryuzaki, they want to be fighting up close. Zico can fight up close if really needed, but you can see how quickly he goes down here because of Rosen. Everybody else, especially Ice wants to be as far as possible every single time. Even when in the last team fight he jumps onto Nermin, this is simply because he thinks he can still claim a kill onto Nermin and maybe even get out alive, but he was going to be denied everything. But I have to go back to Kala for a second, to be honest, because man did so much in this game. He was constantly on the sidelines. There was so much pressure for Orbit and they couldn't start the fights because they couldn't have 5 people strong at the later stages of the game pretty much ever. Kala was always there, split pushing, threatening their base, even when they had once threatening his base too.
And even here they were able to just get this win. Color, I mean, he was trying to do his best, just going for a wild ride on the top lane, and this game overall went down to the wire, and the better team was able to win. So huge congrats to Orbit Anonymo, but the job is not done yet. They need to be able to win the second one, and as we can see, Zero Tenacity are gonna be the team that is gonna pick the red side. So we are gonna have a little bit of a change because the first game they were on the blue side and Orbit Anonymo were on the red side.
Funny enough, Zero Tenacity usually play on the blue side. They have much more games on the blue side than on the red side, but also their only loss in the regular season was on the blue side. So I wonder how it's going to affect them playing on the red side this time. Of course, this allows them a lot of counter picks potential, especially for players like Kala, for example, the top lane, or especially Ice on the bot lane. If things like Kaiser are going to be banned out, Kaiser and Xayah, he will have the room to answer the enemies being on the red side.
Well, and we can expect the last pick being from over to Color, and I'm curious to see how Zero Tenacity will set up the draft, because I don't feel like they need to change anything that much in the draft. So it is gonna be wild. I feel like the game overall is gonna be wild. So I cannot wait. Like I said, both of the teams, they are in the spot right now that Orbit Anonymo are like, okay, we want to make it to 0, because if we make it to 0, it's basically impossible to lose the game from that spot. Because even if we lose the third game, we are always going to have the side selection for the rest of the series, which is very favoring like the losing side in this setup. But Zero Tenacity, like I said, if they lose this one, I feel like they might not come back from the series.
So they need to win. That's why they're on the red side, and that's why they're banning out already the Fiora from Prime, the Kaiser from Nermin. They're leaving themselves the room to still choose what Ice is going to play, maybe even Xayah, because she's still not banned out, and Aatrox is going to be the last ban from them, while Orbit Normal are getting rid of Maokai, Poppy, and Rel. So pretty much absolutely the same as what we saw in the first game, and they are going to insta-lock Xayah as the first pick for Nermin. Nermin is really good at Xayah. Xayah deals a lot of damage and gets accelerated super quickly just to items. So Orbit Normal are making the right choice here. What is the plan for Zero Tenacity to answer that Xayah with?
It's a very good question, Solari, but it looks like it's gonna be Rumble, not in the jungle, in the top lane this time. So Rumble and Sejuani, that's, I would say, a traditional setup. Like, you know, not that much surprises to me, and most likely, if there's gonna be a mid lane pick right now, there could be an Azir for Shiko on R3.
I would say it still should be Jace. Because right now they already have 2 AP champions and an AP jungler is one of them. So they have to keep an AD mid lane, and it is Zico. So Zico is probably still going to be playing Jace unless they have something else prepared for them. Because we have seen, for example, Sylas Sejuani combinations, but Sylas is AP, so I'm not seeing it exactly fitting here for Zero Tenacity. We have seen a lot of melee stuff on the mid lane actually works really well with Sejuani because they can proper passive. But Obit and Anonymo in the meantime are locking in Rakan for Chipsy and the Croc for Prime. So this is going to be the classic Croc versus the Rumble. However, Rumble usually has the upper hand here unless Croc manages to jump on him on the very first few levels.
But that suggests, if there is so much AD on Orbit Anonymo side, that we are gonna have the AP jungler. And the question is, who is gonna be the AP jungler in this situation? Like, we know Saviro, we know that he loves to play like the champs that are playing for the lanes. Or you're going for an AD jungler and then you go full AP on Royson, which could also be a good strat, as we know that Royson is like the huge scaling machine, like most of the time at least. So I'm curious to see how this all unfolds in the draft.
I think that this is going to be the second option that he gave us, full AP of Royston and still AD-ish jungler Severe, probably something still that is more for utility, and it looks like it's going to be Aphelios for Zero Tenacity. We see the return of Aphelios these days. I even saw one game of Aphelios Lulu, even though we haven't seen Lulu in a really long time as a support, but maybe, who knows, because the last pick for Zero Tenacity is going to be the support pick unless they're going to switch things around quite a lot.
Yeah, and so far, it looks like Orbit Anonymo... What? This is gonna be the AP jungler. Okay. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy, but I love it. I mean, I love it. We haven't seen it in a while, and let's go with Korotkiy. Come on, let's go with Korotkiy. I'm down for that. Yes,
no, I'm not.
You know that. You know
yes!
that. Oh,
that's so much better!
But is it though? Is it really?
It is! Listen, now with Blitzcrank it's a little bit different, but in general it is. First of all, she's less boring than Korotkiy, okay, let's give her that. Second of all, Seraphine is the queen of Poland, but third of all, which is most important, she has the front lane in this game. And that is everything that Seraphine needs. She's going to be able to keep them alive with the shields and the hail, and they are going to provide her the extension for the Encore and for her ability. So this is the perfect combination for Orbit Anonymo. We have already seen Rosen playing Seraphine. Even though it was like many patches ago, he is a good Seraphine player, so I trust the man.
Okay, but where's the damage then? That's my question. Like, you have Seraphine...
and Croc.
I mean, Renekton is not going to be doing a lot of damage. This Renekton is most likely going to be Renekton with Gore Drinker, Black Cleaver, and that's it. And I feel like, yes, Naramin is definitely going to be the main damage dealer that we look for, but apart from that, I don't see a lot of damage on the blue side composition. I feel like there's going to be an issue with that.
To be fair, Seraphine is going to go into full AP build. There is no other way for her. I don't see her going into utility unless, of course, they want to have a full utility team around Naramin, but that wouldn't make too much sense. So she's going to go full AP, so she is going to be dealing damage in the end. What is lovely as well is that she is going to be able to stand on the lane quite nicely, because Jace has a lot of poke and he has a lot of range, but she has a lot of range as well. She's unescapable, so if he jumps on her, it could be a game over, but as long as she maintains her distance, she is going to be able to stay safely and farm safely. But then I want to look back at the top lane, because this is the matchup of the Renekton versus Rumble. Whoever gets on top on the lane is going to be on top, and the other one is going to find it super hard to play from behind. But if we have Renekton who is ahead, somehow set up by his team, maybe it's a Momo, you know, dancing around the top lane, sitting there 24/7, and this Renekton gets ahead, he is going to have damage. Especially in the first half of the game, he absolutely is.
I feel like it's going to be very tough for them to utilize this damage on Renekton, especially seeing how Renekton is mainly played on LPL and so on. I feel like it could be very, very tough. But we will see about that. Hopefully this Renekton will make impact, because he is in for a wild ride. Like Renekton versus Rumble is not an easy lane. Make no mistake about it. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be very, very tough for Renekton to find some advantages for himself. But if he's gonna be able to find it, that could make it work. That could definitely make it work. But I need to see it to believe it. If I don't see it, then I'm not gonna believe it. Because like most of the times, especially in today's LPL final that we saw, the Renekton, it was the only loss that LNG had. Not LPL final. LPL game that we had. It was not final yet. It was the game to go into the final. The Renekton, it was the only loss that LNG had, and he had like 20 farm in 7 minutes 30 seconds, something like that. So it was definitely not looking good, and it was the same matchup as this one. So hopefully this Renekton is gonna play better, because if not, then it could be an issue.
But that's why my eyes are going to be on the top lane in this game, because every other lane, of course, is important, but their importance is going to be gained more and more as we go into the game further. Top lane is what is going to make or break the game for both of the teams, because if Rumble gets ahead, that is going to be a Herald secured for Zero Tenacity, there's going to be top part of the map secured for Zero Tenacity. There is a lot you can do with the Rumble prio, but if this is Renekton who is ahead for Orbit Anonymo, this is going to secure early game for them. This is going to mean that they want to be the ones provoking the fights with the enemy. This means that they want to be jumping on top of that. They want to be having team fights around objectives or on the mid lane or anywhere on the map. So the top lane is going to decide how the game is going to look like. Unless it's going to be somehow a boring top lane where nothing happens and it's an isolated island, then I will be greatly disappointed.
I don't think it's gonna happen, so don't worry about Solari. I feel like it's definitely gonna be happy. Something is gonna be happening on the top lane, especially with Amumu, right? You have Amumu Renekton, so the CC lock could be a thing, and we will see how the situation will be looking like. Because let's be honest, we haven't seen Amumu in a while. Like, what was the last time we saw Amumu? I'm trying to remember. There definitely was one game that we saw in the Polish Ultraliga, but apart from that, we were seeing it last season in the support position, not that much in the jungle.
Yeah, he was definitely much more seen as a support. I see him from time to time in the Brazilian league as the jungler right now, but then the point of taking Amumu to the jungle is that you want to be on the lanes. Especially if the lane has any sort of leash for you, because you have your bandaged toes, of course, but it is not the easiest one to hit onto the enemy. So if there is any leash available to him, he's going to be very happy. Why did we have a Xante picture there on the top lane? It's a mistake, right? Yeah, it's a mistake. It's Rumble. Oh my god, I thought I was going crazy for a second, because we're discussing the matchup of Renekton and Rumble for so long, and suddenly I see the picture of Xante for color, and I'm like, wait, what is that?
No, it's okay. Don't worry about that. But yeah, we will see how this game is gonna look like for Orbit Anonymo, because a lot of healing for them. We need to remember there's gonna be a shield from Rakan that is valuable, heal from Gorge Drinker for Prime, and heal from Renekton overall, and Royson, the main source of healing. That is gonna be just healing all of them.
And it's going to be a lot of healing coming from that Seraphine. She wants her teams to be around her, close to her, so she can pop her own beats, but also that she can heal them up and shoot them up in the team fights. Royson is starting with a tier, pretty much the same idea as we had in the previous game, with a little bit of a change here, but he's going to stack up the tier, and the mana costs for this champion are really tough in the early game, especially for the shield, the cooldown, and the costs there are crazy. But same goes for Zico. We have a lane here where both the mid laners would like to be poking each other, but then every time they want to press a button, they have to be like, hey, this is going to cost me a lot. Do I actually want to press it right now?
Exactly. And well, we know that Royson is the specialist of playing the scaling champion. What happened?
He just missed a minion. He just missed the first minion. He was looking at it for very lucky that he missed it in the end.
He needs to get warmed up. He haven't played Seraphine in a year, I believe. So give him some time.
Okay,
it's okay. It's not how you start; it's how you finish. So if he finishes up with a win, I believe he's gonna be very, very happy.
It's okay, guys. He scales in every
exactly. He scales, right?
Yeah.
It's all about scaling.
Yes, and that's the thing. Seraphine does scale, and she scales really nicely, and she also takes a lot of very nice damage from Zico, because it is still Jace. And even though Seraphine has a relatively safe lane, as long as nobody is jumping on her, like for example Prime is doing on the top lane right now, she is fine. She heals up. You okay?
Yeah, I am okay. My cat just literally jumped over the bottled water that I had, and unfortunately he threw it into the ground. But it's all okay.
Cats be like,
Like you know, he had the most funniest. Like I feel like the funniest thing about that. I'm gonna talk about it like literally for a second. Is that he's not usually on my desk. He's only on my desk when I'm casting Ultraliga for some reason. I don't know why, but apparently he just loves to troll me.
Or he just loves Ultraliga, and I cannot blame the cat, to be honest.
I can understand that.
Especially with the games we have today. Yeah, you totally can understand. You can see where he's coming from. But can we go back to the game for a second? Because there is one thing we haven't discussed, and I feel like we absolutely need to talk about it, because we're gonna see it on our screens right now, and this is Kabi. Kabi is playing Blitzcrank. We touched him super briefly in the draft, because he was the last pick, literally, but we have already seen Kabi play Blitzcrank, and he's deadly to the enemies. And he's going to be the death sentence to anybody on the side of Orbit Normal, because there are 3 champions that are going to be one shot immediately if he catches them, and 2 champions that could go down very quickly if he lands a hook on them too. I'm talking of course about Mumu and Renekton in that sense. But Kabi has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders right now. He is going to make or break the lane for his AD carry and the game for his team, and he is going to be the one that Orbit Normal will have to be on the lookout for constantly.
Yeah, just one hook could change the game up, and especially this deadly combination with the gravitum from ice. Like if you're able to shut someone down so quickly, it just creates so many opportunities for your team that, you know, let's say you stun someone, you root someone with your gravitum, then the hook comes in, then the knockups comes in, and suddenly you're in the 3-4 second CC lock where there's nothing you can do. There's literally nothing you can do. And
just like that.
Just like that, Nerami has to flash away. He is ignited, but he will be able to survive at least for now.
He doesn't have a cleanse or anything like that, which is understandable because there is not too much hot CC coming from the enemy that you can cleanse. But he's running with the heal, which helped a little bit with Ignite, but it's not the most effective weapon against Ignite because Ignite is going to cut your heal a little bit. But he had to use it. He used absolutely everything, and this is pre-level 6 Xayah with no summoners available. A very vulnerable position for Orbit Normal. They have to give a lot of prio away on the bot lane right now.
Yeah, and this Amumu is not yet creating the threat on the map. He's just waiting a little bit. He's waiting to see how the lanes go, and we can see right now he's clearing his Gromp. He will most likely be moving towards the bot side, and when he moves towards the bot side, most likely he will be trying to burn the flash from Kabi or Ice. And if he does that, that creates a huge advantage for them.
Especially because it's also good timing with the Drake up. It's a Hextech Drake, gets the first break of the game. Unfortunately, it's not the serve. Would have been much better. But it's still a very nice one to take and stays with you for the whole game. So whoever takes it is going to be in a good position. But who is going to take it? Because here Tenacity are still pushing it on the bot lane. They still possess a lot of kills right there. Top laner is still fighting, and that is how the top lane is going to look like, with Kali getting out of those fights with pretty much full health. And Ryozaki is already starting the Drake.
Yeah, he is definitely interested in it. So that shows us already what Tenacity want to do. If you are going for the Drake 6 minutes into the game, that most likely means that in 11 minutes, maybe not in 11 minutes, in 5 minutes, in 11th minute, you're gonna be looking for the second one. And you're gonna be looking for a fast soul. Especially with Hextech and Infernal being the first two, I feel like it's putting you already in a very good position to minimize the risk of getting the bad soul, because I feel like in this game, obviously the Camtech soul would not be that good, but let's say Ocean soul, I feel like it could definitely work well for Orbit Anonymo. With the comp that they have, it could work very well actually for them.
Whoever gets the Ocean Soul would be fine, but we don't have the Ocean Soul yet. We don't know what it's going to be. We just know that the two strongest souls are not available anymore. But taking the second Drake in this game is going to be big, because Infernal Drake scales so well into the game, and Royson is getting so much damage into his face still. That is just painful to watch. Every time we look at the mid lane, he is getting the damage.
Okay. Croc is there, and look at Prime. He's actually doing a lot of damage, but Sabro will be able to get the first blood. Prime, He will be the next one to fall with the flash from Shiko and the damage from Ryuzaki. Savaro is out of position. Royson is there, but the M-Core will hit too! And the damage is there from Royson as well! And apparently, it was just meant to be for him to get the first kill on the table. But still, it's just not enough. Not yet. This game... Well, it was a double kill overall to both of the sides, but I feel like it still favors their Tenacity.
Even though there was a first spot for Anonymo. I mean, Savera got it, of course, it wasn't for Prime, otherwise it would have been just way too good for Anonymo, but it was still, the first spot, it was still some money. Oh, 2 tower shots onto Chipsy, that's massive.
Kabi played it really well. We have to give it to him. He played it basically the best he could to maybe even get a kill or burn the flash, but this situation is the most important one. Like, Ryuzaki right here, able to get the kill. Shiko understands, well, Savaro, we should be able to get him, but he wasn't anticipating Royson so fast. If Royson doesn't come, this game is over in the matter of seconds.
But Royson does come, and Royson has much more mana than Shiko does. And Zico cannot answer him because of that, and there is in the end exchange of 2-2 because of Royson's rotation and because Zico was a little bit behind in terms of the tools available to him. But it still means that Zero Tenacity are keeping the prior on this side of the map, and they are extending it to the Herald. Can Anonymo do anything about it? Oh, not like that!
Oh, definitely not like that, but Chips...
They did finish him!
Oh my,
they did finish him!
I mean, Chips right now, he's probably laughing right now. He's like, guys, I'm lucky today. It's my lucky day today.
Yeah. I mean, the previous game was unlucky for him, but this game is the opposite. He's finally getting it back. He gets what he deserves, and he deserves not to die, apparently, unlike Kala.
Well, Color, he's lone cow, but the Croc is not doing the damage!
Control.
Unfortunately.
It's the control. It's the fact that Rumble is a melee champion. And because of that, Sejuani was controlling Prime so heavily. He wasn't allowed to move or to do anything. He was just there stunned in the glacial thing from Sejuani. Oh, that is very unfortunate for him. Without Sejuani, that would have been a kill for him, but now he's 0-2. And even though he has 2 assists, this is not where the Crocodile wants to be on his lane.
Oh, definitely not. This Renekton, like, he's not even gonna be the tank. He's not gonna be doing the damage. He's not gonna be the tank. It's, right now, he's just useless. And he is gonna be useless unless he picks up Gorge Drinker and goes for the flank. This is the moment where he usually should be able to do something. But unfortunately, this is how I anticipated the top lane to look like. Rumble is gonna dominate on the laning phase, and if you dominate on the laning phase, then the whole damage department is down to Nerami and Royson, basically. Which is never a good thing if you have Xayah and Seraphine on your team. If it was Korotkiy, then sure, yeah, right. But with Seraphine, I feel like you're gonna be lacking this damage, just a lot of it. And Kabi, very ambitious. Oh my, he's alone.
He is, but he is not. He has his brave heart with him and an AD carry who is very quick to rotate. But Royson is here too. That's a lot of people from Anonymo here because the Drake is coming up soon. So I assume Anonymo this time want to fight for it. They know that Zero Tenacity will try to make it priority. But Royson is standing here in the bush and he is giving Zico free time on the mid lane. They have to do something now.
And Ice, out of position, flash available, but he will not even use it. Kill goes the way of Chipsy, not the best target possible, but still, a kill is a kill.
A kill is a kill indeed, and Royson got the assist out of it, I believe, so it wasn't in the end too bad, even though Zico got a lot on the mid lane in the process. He got turret plays, he pushed in, but because of that, because of the play on the bot lane, Anonymo are the first ones at the break, but Ryuzaki has the Glacial Prison, look out for him!
Oh my, the Centaur is huge, and the damage, it looks like it's enough for Anonymo to at least get the first kill on Kabi. The Equalizer is very good to do some damage. Shiko goes forward, but the Feathers will do the work as well. Anonymo, they were not in the greatest spot at this team fight, but they came out ahead. The Herald will hit as well, and it looks like overall... Oh wow, ooh, it's getting scary. Getting a little bit scary, but Anonymo, they bought some time for Prime, and that's huge. Look at that. This proc, he was in the very bad spot, but now with 2 plates for himself, that's looking better, much better.
he made up 600 gold of the difference between him and Khaled, because there was 700 gold difference between them just a little bit earlier when we checked after Prime died. But now he's back in business, baby. Only 100 gold difference, it's nothing between the top laners. And, oh, Rosen? No, Rosen is fun. But about Rosen, actually, funny enough that if Kabi hooks anybody other than Rosen, it is good for Seraphine, because she suddenly gets an immediate encore extension if she can just hate the person who has been hooked.
Unless it's Neramin, then it's not that good for Orbital Anonymo,
Okay,
because obviously
yeah.
you get your AD carry. But apart from that, I agree.
Anybody
Basically,
else?
Every single person is good for them, but this game, so far, I would say it's looking good for Zero Tenacity.
Oh,
they found themselves... That's a nice
Tenacity!
combo. That's a very nice combo. I would love to see that on the first comp. Imagine that on the blue buff or on the red buff. You just steal it away, then you just smite and you're like, yeah, I just won.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
wow.
yeah,
This is
exactly.
the replay of the situation on the bottom lane.
The situation is exactly how to describe it. And here, Chipsy is destined to go down, sorry, but the encore and the control from Rosen is amazing in there. And Chipsy's, again, the one who gets the kill. So it is still not the perfect kill distribution for the team. He is 2-0-0 support, by the way, but it's better than not to have kills at all, I guess, because it's still some assists for the team. You can see already there is a Kraken Slide completed for Xayah. Rosen is sitting on the completed item as well. Everybody's sitting on the complete item except for Chipsy, except for the one who was taking the kills.
Chips, most likely he has his item on the base, but he will not be able to, at least now, get it. First to Drakes went the way of Zero Tenacity, and most likely the third one, if they keep the control of the enemy jungle the way they do right now, it should be easy peasy for them. Savero should be scared walking into his jungle, and Kabi! Full blind still hits it.
It's Kabi, baby. That's what they have to expect from this support, nothing less. But my question is, Yurtnas, they have so much control over the bot side of the jungle right now. Are they doing the right thing? Because there is a Herald spawning up in 30 seconds on the top side of the map, and there is Prime completely dominating on there. Unless Yurtnas have a good fight on the bot lane right now, it is no good, but they want to have a good fight.
Yeah, they definitely do want that, but the question is, will they be able to find it? Ice with the nice ultimate on Orbital Anonymo, and the damage is good for Zero Tenacity. They are able to find the jungler and the support pretty much instantly, but the trade from Orbital Anonymo also not that bad. It's a 2-for-2 in the end. Mid laner and the jungler for a jungler and the support. The trade that looks like is favoring Orbital Anonymo.
However, they had to rotate Prime from the top lane. If only there wasn't so many people from Zero Tenacity, or Orbital Anonymo had a better understanding of how many people there were, because they had no vision whatsoever onto the upcoming enemies, and they backed off, there would have been Prime still on the top lane. Now he lost control over it, and now look at what Kali is doing there. They got a turret on the bot lane, but Kali is threatening the top lane turret right now. He is regaining the control over it, and that means that the Herald is back into the hands of Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, and Zero Tenacity right now, they understand that they are in the lead. They want to extend the lead, they want to put Color in the comfortable position, getting closer to the second item as well, which obviously, maybe not obviously, but most likely is gonna be Night Harvester. Unless you want to smash the tanks like Renekton and Tamumu, then you would love to go for the Mask, which is also a possibility. Zero Tenacity will be able to get the second Herald, which should be able to open the third tower for them. Which obviously, I mean, it could even be the tier 2 tower. That's interesting.
Yeah, whatever they decide, they can still try to go on the bot lane and get the outer turret there, but ideally they should try to get it without the Herald, because it is not too much health that is available on it. They need to open something inner. And something on the mid lane, for example, would be perfect for them, especially with the timing that you see right now. 20 seconds before the Cloud Drake is going to spawn, and you were prophetic today, Kasper. It is indeed going to be the Cloud Soul. Very beneficial for whoever gets it, because they have very big ultimates. But, of course, for Orbital Anonymo, with the engage, with the control, that is going to be very nice soul to have.
Well, and Orbital Anonymo, they are on the verge of taking this game to the 2-0 spot. It's obviously easier said than done. But still, just one good ultimate or two good ultimates from Royson and Savero, and this game could be done. the third Drake available, like you said, is gonna be the Cloud Drake. And the poke from Chico, I feel like I'm having a deja vu from the first game. Just landing on Orbit Anonymo members one by one, and it feels like Orbit Anonymo, they want to play it they want to play it smart. Neramin went to clear the mid wave to get some advantage for them. Now he's coming back, but this equalizer is not that good. They basically just run into Chico. He's basically dead. And Orbit Anonymo, another win for them. Even though there are not casualties yet, but there could be some. Oh my. Kabi.
Severo? Oh
no! Ryuzaki. He's also gonna fall most likely, or maybe won't? Oh, he will, finally! And Kabi will be the next one? Not yet, and they are actually getting sandwiched themselves!
What?
It was looking very good. But Royson, oh my god, the healing actually makes it possible for them to try to run away. The flash from Royson will save his life, but he will sacrifice Prime. He has to, just to survive a little bit longer, but Color, he is just burning them up alive! Royson is running away. He will be able to get the kill on Color, but that's all he was able to get. Zero Tenacity will be able to ace the enemies all over
Kasper.
again, just like on the first map.
Kasper, I don't believe my eyes. I don't believe it, because Orbit Anonymo threw this with their own hands. They did it to themselves. They had an excellent approach to the Drake. They scare away Zero Tenacity. They almost kill Zico. Zero Tenacity are retreating. They are trying to recall. They don't want to fight anymore. But what do Orbit Anonymo do? Instead of going to the Drake and claiming the prize, they somehow decide to turn around. They have no vision here. They don't understand how exactly Zero Tenacity are going on to them, because they're going to outflank them quite heavily here with Ice and with Kala. And on top of that, Orbit Anonymo don't have enough damage to cut through anybody. They lose the fight. They lose every single person in this fight. And they lose the dragon, as you can see on the small screen, in the process. This is so bad from Orbit Anonymo. This is a major mistake from them.
But this game is still within their reach. They just need one good team fight. But Zero Tenacity, make no mistake, they are definitely in the driver's seat right now. And their mid laner, he is definitely a driver that you can trust. 2k ahead. This Jace is a real monster right now. Getting tier 2, Herald most likely will hit for the inhibitor tower as well. And even though Neramin just completed the Gale Force, it feels like it's not even enough.
I have to tell you a very quick story about Herald, a funny interaction that we discovered on Sibyl recently, because we had Ivern in the jungle, and he released Daisy on the mid lane when the enemy team released the Herald in there, and you know what Herald did? He completely abandoned his quest for the turret and turned full on onto Daisy. He just didn't pay attention to anything else. The minion, the turrets, nope, I'm going to be fighting with Daisy only. That was so interesting. He turned away from the mid lane. He went away from the mid lane to fight with Daisy instead of doing anything else. I've never seen anything like that before.
I mean, if you want to counter Herald, now you know what to do. Just pick up
exactly.
Ivern and just
Daisy.
go for Daisy. And and there's nothing that Herald will never hit the tower. He'll always fight with Daisy.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the strat. That's the shot, but unfortunately no Ivern in this game for Orbit Anonymo or for Zero Tenacity in this game. We have Amumu, which is surprise in itself. Savero not gonna get hit by the Sejuani ult, fortunately for him, but I feel like even if they did hit him, you really don't want to engage onto Amumu.
Which is why it's not good that the ultimate went out at all, because Ryuzaki doesn't have the ultimate right now, and it's a big one, especially because both of the teams are not just dancing around the mid lane, they're also dancing around the potential Baron. But nobody's going to go to the objective right now, so it is okay. Ryuzaki will have time to get his ultimate back, to get his cooldowns back. Right now, this is again about the vision control of the game, of the map, because it's something we saw in the previous games. Zero Tenacity were able to take quite many good fights and flank angles because they maintained really excellent vision on the map, especially if you compare it to Orbit Anonymo. Orbit Anonymo are trying to keep up with the wards, but they are not able to match the amount of vision available for Zero Tenacity. They have eyes everywhere. In previous game, you could see Ryuzaki was able to mirror Severo's movements in the jungle with his wards, and here it is looking like it's the same. They know where Orbit Anonymo are, but right now, do they know? Yes, they do know. The Baron has been started.
Yeah, but this Baron is going extremely fast. They need to react to it, because if they won't, that could be an issue. Nice ultimate from Ice, but it's still not enough. The equalizer might be able to find the work. Gypsy goes in, then Core will be able to hit the first target, and they will be able to get the first kill. And Orbit Anonymo, somehow they are making it work. Color is doing the damage, but we need to remember the healing from Royson is there, and this healing is changing this game. It's literally, absolutely changing towards Orbit Anonymo win. And they just got the Nash. They are going further. They don't want to stop on Nash. They want to go forward. Gypsy being able to be the first one to fall in this teamfight. Savero on the front line. Color, if he goes in, that could be the situation for Zero Tenacity, where they will be able to find themselves a win. Triple kill for Ice, and that could be it. Again, Orbit Anonymo, I feel like just one step just one step too much, and that's it.
Yeah, they're playing against a team who doesn't forgive mistakes of the enemy team. And Orbit Anonymo have been making too many mistakes on this map alone. With Gypsy jumping in so far, I struggle to find what exactly he would go there for, unless Orbit Anonymo really wanted to fully re-engage onto the enemy, but they didn't. In the end, Gypsy dies, and it gives... Kale is playing his affiliates like he's playing Jinx. He gets one kill, he gets excited, and he goes on to get a triple kill immediately. The man gets unstoppable, and you can see the damage graph of the previous fight on your screens just a little bit earlier. The damage for Ice was insane and absolutely unmatched there. He's 3 item affiliates right now. This is the affiliates that is absolutely unleashed, and it's going to be really hard to kill as well, especially right now. 20 seconds before the next Drake, and Zero Tenacity are damn ready to fight.
Oh, they definitely aren't. Kabi, he's looking for the first victim, but Zero Tenacity, I cannot believe that they are just gonna get the soul like that just for free. Oh my prime! Wow, fast fingers from him, but still, he is not in the greatest spot of his life. Orbit Anonymo, they need to pick up this Drake, because if they won't, they just give the soul up. And look at Ryuzaki. Look at Ryuzaki, he is ready. He understands he wants to engage, but so far, they just lost the ultimate on Ryuzaki and Core, and they haven't gained a thing. Zero Tenacity, oh, that's the one they've been waiting for, and this Core is not gonna change map. Nice ultimate, Core is gonna fall down, but still Ice, he's able to do the damage all over again. 4-1-6 is this Aphelios right now, but Orbit Anonymo, they got the first kill, they got the second kill as well, and looks like they will be able to get the third prize, which is gonna be this Drake.
We are getting to the point in the game where this is about the AD carries, and this is the game of AD carries. Who is going to deal more damage and who is going to stay untouched in a fight, because Nermin is behind in items, but he's still dealing damage. Ice is dealing a lot of damage, and nobody's able to get to him. And that's going to be about who can get to the animated carry first. It's hard to get to Nermin and kill him because of the healing from Royson. It is easy for Zero Tenacity to catch somebody off guard. If the Lana hook on Nermin, he's going to be dead. So, oh my god, Gypsy is going to be dead now though. No? You're okay? He's a very quick one. Fine, it's Rakan. It's hard to catch Rakan, yeah.
It is Rakan, and this game is basically dead even Solari. This game is basically exactly what you want to have. Coming in from both of these teams, and oh my, Saviro, oh no, not like that, man. Not like that. Fortunately for Orbit Anonymo, there are not objectives on the map, but still, those picks, if they continue to happen on Gypsy, on Saviro, if they give this one, let's say the pick, before the Drake, before the Soul, before Nash, this might be the end of the game. They need to be careful.
Oh, Ryuzaki very aggressively going in there. Oh, Prime!
Oh my, Prime. He's able to heal himself up, but that's just not enough. Nermin, he's burning himself to death, but he was able to survive for a little while longer. Color, he's gonna be the next one to fall, and it looks like Orbit Anonymo, they want to turn this around, but they won't be able to. Another one of those close situations. It looks like Zero Tenacity, they are in control, but somehow they are just losing control. Teamfight after teamfight, kill after kill. It looks like Orbit Anonymo are just regaining control of this game.
Zero Tenacity have to change their focus in the fights right now, because hooking Prime is not the best idea in general, because that is Renekton. He's fine to be among the enemies. He's like, yeah, fine, I'm going to heal up from you. I have a gold drinker, by the way, in case you've forgotten. It's very nice surprise to be with you right now. But if Zero Tenacity catch Royson, that is going to be a completely different story, because Royson is still building up. He just built up Relay, and that is going to be massive, because now every E that is throwing at the enemies is going to be an immediate root. This is a brilliant item for Seraphine, one of the most fun ones to build on her. But Royson is about the heals in this game as well, the control and the heals. He stays in the back lane, he heals everybody up, he keeps everybody alive, and then he controls the enemies on top of that and changes the tone of a fight around with every single encore that he throws in. Okay, maybe with a couple exceptions, but very rare ones. If Royson is out of the fight, I don't see how Orbit Norma would be able to continue, so I want to see if Zero Tenacity can catch Royson, if it's even possible for them at all.
Well, not also only this Relay, but look at Savaro. He's having his flash up, which means he can always turn from this Nash and just go for a team fight. And look at this Nash, it's again going so quickly. Neramin, he still haven't pulled his feathers yet, but the damage is there for Orbit Anonymo. They should be able to pick it up unless the steal happens! Just like that! Ryuzaki, this is what he's been waiting for. But Ice out of position, at least it looks like it. Prime will be the second one to fall, and suddenly it looks like we have an all-out brawl. In the Summoner's Rift, Ice out of position. Color is going forward. He's just burning them all alive. Double kill for Color. Rise to double kill as well. And it's a triple overall. Somehow, Orbit Anonymo were able to survive the storm.
I don't want to ever hear anything bad about Seraphine. In the right hands, she can do absolute wonders. And if anybody has the right hands for any mid laner ever created, this is going to be Royson. The man just saves the day. Still too many went down, but too many went down on the side of Zero Tenacity as well. They only have the Baron on their support right now. Everybody else died. And look at this beautiful ankle. Look at how much damage there is flying from both sides. Ice is dealing a lot. Again, 3 item affiliates fully ready to fight, but the thing is, he's not the only one dealing damage, and he is also getting the damage in the process. Here, all of a sudden, he's getting a little bit too much thrown at him. And how exactly did he go down? It was just a Q from Royson, just a single one, more than enough to kill him.
Actually, I feel like Orbit Anonymo could have played this fight better, and if they got the Nash, this could have been game over, basically. And still, this Encore, it hit the first target, but it was only the first target that was hit by it, and that's all it got. And if Royson is gonna be able to hit the Encore right now, it could turn this game, maybe, somehow. He's looking for the spot, this Encore, it won't even have the chance to appear on Summoner's Rift! Royson is dead immediately, and now this teamfight is under the question mark, because what is gonna happen? Neramin, he's trying to do the damage, but he will be the next one to fall. 4 kills for Zero Tenacity as they go for the mid lane just to end the game.
And it's the perfect mirror of what happened in the previous fight, because only support survived from the start of Orbit Norma, but this time it was Zero Tenacity approaching the fight from the right perspective and from the right angle, because what the Orbit Norma want, they want to engage on the enemy in a linear way. What did Zero Tenacity do? They completely denied it to them. They spread them up and then grouped the spread groups into very small chunks, and then they focused Royson, and focusing Royson was the key component in that. And now with another pretty long and very excruciating game, 16 to 23 in 31 minutes, but this time it is 1-1. It is Zero Tenacity getting the W in their books, which really makes you wonder, is this the beginning of kind of early for Zero Tenacity? Is this the end of endurance for Orbit Norma? Or was it a little hiccup for Orbit Norma and they are going to be able to bounce back?
Could be. Could be. That's a very good question to ask ourselves before we go into the third map, because it's gonna be 1-1. Those are some banger games, just as I wanted to. I'm happy to give up my predictions just to have this 1-1 right now. And honestly, going into the third map, I don't even know what to expect for this team. So I will be the one to take you on the break. Just have a quick break, 5 minutes, and we will come back right in like 4 minutes, and we will give you the third map instantly.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Only come over when I'm not sober. Yeah, I know high, but I'm trying to get by. Quit pulling me closer by pulling me under. Got me losing my mind.
Ready to bounce.
Welcome back to Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga, right into the playoffs where we are having Zero Tenacity versus Orbit Anonymo, and where we are having the red side supremacy because it is 1-1 between the teams right now. Apparently whoever gets the red side is winning the game so far. Let's see if this trend continues, but what is important, we are at 1-1. Each of the teams need 2 more wins to secure the victory today. Kasper, how are we looking at the chances for both of them?
Rough to say after the first 2 maps, because obviously from one side we had a very close game as the first game that went the way of Orbit Anonymo, but the second game was also very close, and I feel like even though I wasn't the fan of the draft from Zero Tenacity, from Orbit Anonymo, they proved to me that they can definitely utilize this type of draft, so I feel like they definitely can surprise Zero Tenacity, and I'm curious to see how they will play in the upcoming game, because I feel like because now they will choose the side, so most likely they will choose the red side right now. So if they choose the red side right now, they will have the last pick for Royson like usual, or last pick for Prime. So it puts them in the very comfortable spot, and I believe it could give them a lot of advantages in this game.
But let's look back at the previous game, because it was a close one. It was, again, a very back and forth game at some moment. But I have to say that Royson, I mean, this man holds the most MVPs throughout the regular season for a reason. The man is insane, and the man picked Seraphine that we haven't seen for so long in the game, and he put her in a good use here because he was turning around the fights every single time he was alive in them and able to use their abilities. But the moment Zero Tenacity realized what's going on and they focus heavily onto Royson, this is when the last fight just crumbles for Orbit Anonymo.
It definitely did, and Orbit Anonymo, they were looking for some impact with this Renekton, but this fight, especially when they were not able to find the kill on Ryuzaki, and I mean they finally did, but he survived for so long and bought so much time that it was just enough for Ice and Color to pick them apart and just kill them one by one. And this was one of the team fights that I feel like made this game way easier for Zero Tenacity. Just getting the damage done, getting the advantages all across the board for them.
Yeah, because for Orbit Anonymo, in their team composition, they had a lot of conditions to help the damage, especially later in the game. They needed to get the Croc accelerated, they needed to rely on damage on Royson, which is, again, when you're picking Seraphine, you can always rely on the damage, even though Royson definitely did deliver. So there were conditions for Orbit Anonymo to win and to deliver in the fights. For Zero Tenacity, it was much easier, it was a no-brain composition. If Hook from Habi hits, yes, kill confirmed, and we accelerate from there on. If Hook from Habi doesn't hit, yes, that might be an opening for the enemy team to go onto you, but then it can still be fine for you, especially late in the game, because you just go forward, no brain, no breaks, you go in and you kill everything that you see, because you're tanky and you have a lot of damage.
Exactly like you said, Solari, and I feel like this game specifically shows how uncoordinated Orbit Anonymo could be at times, especially this last team fight that basically cost them the game. It's 1-1 right now, and I feel like this third game is gonna probably pick the winner of the series overall. Whoever wins this third game is gonna probably take the whole series as well. And Orbit Anonymo, it looks like they want to go straight into action, picking red side for themselves.
And I wonder, again, if the red side dominance is going to continue, if Orbit Anonymo will be able to get the win in this game. But funny enough, if you look back historically in the previous split, when we had the games between Orbit Anonymo and Zero Tenacity, there was a 3-0 that Zero Tenacity won, and then in the grand finals there was a 3-1. Only one game that Orbit Anonymo snapped away from Zero Tenacity. It was like a third game already, because they lost 0-2, and they had promised to us that they would unleash a secret strategy should it come to that moment. It did come to that moment, and they did. Boy oh boy, did they unleash their Aurelian Soul and Royce on the mid lane. Hopefully this time we'll not see, or maybe hopefully we will see something as crazy from either of the sides going into the series, but so far things are really complicated for either of the teams. They still need more victories. Whoever gets the second victory right now in this game is going to be on a morale boost, because only one win is all that will take them, that will separate them from the victory in this series. And whoever wins today is going all the way to the finals. They're skipping the other games this week. They have almost 2 weeks to prepare for the finals. That is a lot of time. You can do whatever you want in this time, but if you lose, you still have to go and beat someone else in the process.
And I feel like this time Aurelion Soul won't be needed, or maybe even if it's needed, most likely you won't pick it because of the meta shifts since the last time it was picked. I feel like this time, maybe not Aurelion, but you know, there are some other champs that could work well. Victor was able to get himself a win. We also saw some other champs. I'm waiting for Swain if they pick an all-in comp, and the Swain could also show up from time to time. And I'm not giving up on it. I feel like Swain could be an interesting idea, and we will see if they will be able to pick it, because, like I said, they're on the red side, and Royson could pick it on R3, R5. I want to see Rel, I want to see Ivern, but unfortunately, either they are not picked or they are banned.
I want to see an Azure for Royson. That would be such an interesting change of pace, and Azure is so damn dominant these days on the mid lane. Surprisingly, this is one of those rare champions that Royson has not played throughout the regular season this time, so he could again increase his champion pool and bring a new champion into the game if it is to happen. But what is going to happen is, yes, exactly, finally the Rel picked by Zero Tenacity, either for Ryuzaki or for Kabi. I have a feeling that it's going to be for Kabi, because he played quite a lot of Rel and he feels really confident on this champion, but let's see what they decide to do in the end. But we have Tristana in the end for Royson, most probably, even though with the Xayah ban it could go into Norman's hands, but this Hover of Diana has me hoping for some things. It is moving something in my heart, you know, but disappointed again.
Most likely it's not gonna be picked for Nero. I mean, like you said, it's gonna be for Royson, but this Rel is very interesting, because even though Kai'Sa is banned, it still opens up a possibility that it could be played by Kabi or by Ryuzaki. And with Aatrox being picked so early on and so high up, we know that he's after huge buffs, so this Aatrox could be detrimental in Zero Tenacity when you already have, if this is gonna be obviously Rel jungle, double AD. It looks like Shiko will be the AP member of the team, most likely with Syndra or something else, and I'm curious to see how they will decide to play it out, because so far it looks super flexible from one side and another.
Yes, they can flex out a lot of things. We don't know where this Rumble is going. We don't know where the Nautilus is going. We don't know where Tristana is going. So this out of Orbit Anonymo, we have 3 flexes right now, which is always very nice to see. But honestly, I think that this Nautilus at least is going to go into Cheaps's hands, especially with the Braum ban right now from the side of OAE. It has to be the Nautilus support. But on Zero Tenacity's side, the guys are bringing out the big guns apparently. Aphelios for Ice. Ice feels really comfortable on this champion, as we have already seen. And Aatrox for Kala. That is such an interesting pick, such an interesting champion, absolutely devastating to play against in the current patch. But also, he is such a one-man army later in the game. And even before that, early in the game, there is going to be Rumble against him most probably. And Rumble is not... It's not Rumble top lane, I stand corrected. It's going to be for Prime.
But now the question shows up. Is it Rumble mid lane and Tristana bottom? Because
Rumble jungle.
Jax is gonna be... I mean, yeah, there's also this possibility. Jax is gonna be on the top lane, that's what we know for sure, but there's a possibility of Rumble on the mid lane and Nautilus on the in the jungle. I'm just saying, and Nico will be picked for Zero Tenacity.
Nico is the best choice, so they say, but this is Nico for Zico. That is a wonderful combination. We haven't seen Zico playing Nico just yet, but to be honest, we haven't seen much from Zico. The man just sticks to his Jakes, very, you know, very loyal to his love on the mid lane, but finally we're seeing something else from him, and I really wonder if he is going to unleash the potential of Nico. All the mind games with the enemies. Oh, that's going to be a very exciting game.
It is going to be a very exciting game, and Rumble in the jungle especially makes it already an exciting game. So for me, I feel like both of the teams have some win conditions, and especially Zero Tenacity, if they are able to find the first person, the first target, to make sure that there is a reset for Aatrox, a reset for Viego, then they run over the enemy comp. But the question is, will they be able to find it? Because there are some disengage tools from one team to another. You have Tristana ultimate, you have obviously the possibility to just run away and try to create advantages across the map with not only Tristana but Aphelios ulti as well. I feel like both of the teams have win cons, and it's good to see that. But again, this Jax, we saw it on map 1, even though he didn't win, he almost won with this split push.
Yeah.
So if it happens again, I believe he might be able to guarantee himself a win.
What you said about the resets actually can be applied to both of the teams, I think, because of this Jinx as the last pick from the side of Orbit and Anonymo. If Jinx gets excited in a team fight, she goes unstoppable. At the same time, if Jinx gets kills, she pretty much snowballs really well as well. Bot lane is going to be an important and also an interesting matchup, because Jinx these days is one of those AD carries that doesn't see a lot of love. But when Xayah and Kai'Sa are not available, and especially when there is Aphelios on the enemy team, quite many AD carries piled into this Jinx, just because she's one of those champions who can stand against him, who can apply some kill pressure on the lane, and who scales pretty much as well as he does. So that is a good pickup, but we have only seen Nermin playing Xayah so far throughout 2 games that we had, so I am excited for this little change on the bot lane.
Yeah, I'm excited as well, and I'm very excited to see how both of the teams do, because I feel like we've seen Orbit and Anonymo play well, but we also seen them a lot of the times play uncorrected. I would say they didn't match up the expectations that we have for them. Even though they are playing versus Zero Tenacity, which is obviously a huge task, we still expect a little bit more from them. And I still believe this game is very important for overall momentum in this league. Like, let's say Orbit Anonymo wins 3-1 versus Zero Tenacity, it basically flips the whole table for us. Like, all of a sudden, it's not Zero Tenacity who will be looked as huge favorites. They still will be favorites, but now they will have a real contender to maybe win the Ultraliga championship from them.
That would be spicy, because in the previous season, we pretty much knew how the results would look like in the end of everything. But right now, with Orbit and Anonymo having such a big fight back with Zero Tenacity, we cannot be sure about anything. And yes, Zero Tenacity still went through the regular season with much better result than Orbit and Anonymo. They got only 1 loss in the end, but the majority of losses for Orbit and Anonymo were in the first half of the split, in the very beginning of it, when they still just added Prime to their team, and they had to change the whole approach, both of Prime and of the rest of the team, to accommodate to this change on the top lane. After they figured things out, they started getting more and more victories in their pockets. So it is not a team that is weak. It is still a team on the 2nd place below Zero Tenacity, a team that wasn't able to climb up to them, but not necessarily because Orbit and Anonymo were bad. It was because Zero Tenacity were refusing to get any losses.
Well, they just lost one. It's funny to
That's
think
true.
that this is the first map that they lost since the regular season, basically. That's a bit crazy to think. Overall, the second map that we are just approaching right now is gonna be very important, and I'm especially looking at Royston. We don't look at Royston as AD carry, like AD carry. He's usually an AP carry. So seeing this Tristana makes me a little bit anxious. I don't know what to feel, how to feel about it. I'm not sure.
He had one Tristana game in the regular season. So at least, we have seen him already on her. Plus, he had played some other more AD-oriented champions in the past, even though, of course, he had much more AP champions, and he prefers those AP control mages on the mid lane for a very obvious reason. This is just his comfortable playstyle. But yeah, Tristana is definitely a different sort of tea here. And I hope that this is going to be Royston's cup of tea, because Orbit and Anonymo really need this victory. In the previous game, they had it tough. Even in the first game, which they won, they had it really rough on them. Zero Tenacity are not going to allow any more mistakes going further.
Well, will Orbit Anonymo allow them, because we see the trade on the bottom lane very fast trading, and Kabi was already ignited, but still the trade is not that good, I feel like, for Orbit Anonymo. It's all about who hits level 2 faster, and it most likely will be Orbit Anonymo.
Frankly speaking, yeah, most likely. Just looking at the difference in the minions. It is not crazy big, but you can see already level 2 for Nermin the moment he hits this 10th minion. Only 5 minions so far for Ice, so yeah. No surprise here, but I don't expect to see first blood happening anywhere just yet. Maybe on the top lane though, but these guys again, every time for the third game in a row already, when we look at the top lane, the guys there are just fighting and bashing with each other and having a good time, because those are probably the best top laners we have in Ultraliga right now, playing against each other. Prime, who is a scary thing for anybody to go against, versus Kala, who has grown on our eyes a lot throughout these 2 seasons. And it was enough growth to sustain this damage from Prime right there, but is it enough now? Oh my god, it's a first blood for Prime!
And it's definitely worth it for Jax. Not only because it's the first blood, yes, that's the first reason, but the fact that Color lost all of this, maybe not all, but majority of this wave, is definitely crucial. And Color will be back with, what, cloth armor and boots? While Prime is coming back with a Sheen. So that is gonna be a banger top lane. If there is anyone coming to help Color, or anyone coming to help Prime, that is gonna be good. Oh no, Ryuzaki.
Oh no. Why are they bashing? There's still a minute till the Drake.
Okay, Royston just jumps over his head, and that's a quick reset, but Ryuzaki is able to get this reset, and that's the most important part. Ice, his affiliates on the early levels, he's not doing that much damage, which means Orbit and Anonymo are very happy with how this is unfolding. And that's gonna be Orbit and Anonymo getting ahead in the early game. Double kill for Neramin, which is exactly what this Jinx wants.
2 things to add on top of your statement about Ice affiliates rather not having damage in the early game. First of all, there is Tristana, who was on the other side of this fight, and Tristana has a lot of early game damage. She is a very nasty champion right now because of her early, but then she doesn't really lose much going into lane. She only has a very short moment of time when she is not feeling too good in the game. Other than that, she is fine and she deals a lot. And then, as you mentioned, Neramin getting excited at some point. That is everything that Jinx wants. Give her 1 kill, 1 assist, and she is unstoppable after that. And 2-0-1 Jinx, who is recalling right now, if Kabi allows her, but probably, yeah, thanks to Chipsy, he will have to. Neramin stays, okay. Are you recalling? Are you not recalling? I don't understand you anymore.
Well, apparently he stays. But I'm very happy that we already got some action in the third map, because it shows up. It shows up that it's gonna be the fight that we want to see between both of these teams. Like, if you already have 6 kills in 5 minutes, you know that it's gonna be a banger.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. I feel like we have a change of pace compared to the first 2 games, because in the first 2 games everybody was very calm and collected, was calculating every approach to the game, but in this one, I think it's going to be a little bit more of a bloodbath because everybody is losing their patience. And everybody really needs this victory.
Well, especially looking from Orbit Anonymo sides. Like, they could be in the situation,
Neramin!
Just a second, Neramin is dead, and that's a shutdown for Ryuzaki. He is jinxed for a moment, but unfortunately for him, he will not be able to find anything else, as that jinx just trying to zone out Xavier for a moment. But we could have a 2v2 here. Oh,
Will we?
Chipsy.
Will we? No.
Not able
Oh
to
my
find the
god!
root. Flash forward, root onto Kabi, and the ultimate from Shiko! Triple Pop Blossom! That sets it up beautifully for Zero Tenacity. Also, another reason for Ryuzaki, he's very happy with how all of this is playing out. He's able to run away as well. He will be slowed, but he will not fall.
Exactly, and that is one thing to remember about Nautilus when there is a Viego in the enemy team, is that the enemy team will be very happy with taking Nautilus down as the first target in any team fight, because normally you want to get to someone else and leave the support alone, but here, Nautilus is an excellent reset for Viego. He gains so much control, and he gives this control to his team to continue going for further kills.
No flash.
Nautilus dying is not a good thing.
Oh my, Chips literally saved Neramin's life in this situation, and look at it, they can try to maybe turn it around, but it's level 6 for Ice, and it's only level 5 for Neramin with Chips. Oh, unfortunate. Another kill goes the way of Zero Tenacity, and that's already 2-0-0 Ice, who is very happy with this game state.
And Neramin had absolutely no money by the end of this exchange. He couldn't really deal any additional damage, even though he was dealing damage before that, but in the end he couldn't really throw in the big bombs into the enemies anymore. He couldn't use his big gun. So yes, a very unfortunate exchange for Orbit Anonymo, but maybe they're looking for ways to change it on the top lane, but Severe is going to be noticed there. For Kala still, this is not the easiest matchup because he has a kill, but you also have to remember that he died once and he gave away the first boss, so Prime is still leading in terms of items, even though they are equal in gold, but it's the fact that Aatrox has not been allowed to recall whatsoever to go back for the items, and knowing that he is not feeling well on the lane, his first item is going to be the plated steel caps because he needs to survive against Jax. Is he surviving now though? No, he's not!
And that's another kill for Ryuzaki, but I feel like Viego getting all these kills is not exactly the greatest possible thing for Zero Tenacity. You would love for Shiko to get some more kills, or even for Ice, but Viego, yes, he will be able to get to Triforce faster, he will be able to get to Black Cleaver faster, but still, I feel like those are just some items that will help him grow. He just needs a reset. And when he gets the resets, it's not about items, it's about how many resets can you get as Viego. And, well, fair enough, he is on his Triforce right now, so this Viego will be doing a whole lot.
Yeah, and honestly,
I think we lost
I'm
you
back.
for a second.
Yes,
Okay.
it happens, but yeah, Viego can become the hyper carry for the team. He is very quick in itemizing right now. He's going to Triforce, he's going to sacrifice a little bit of damage, but he's going to be on the front line quite a lot, and there is still a lot of damage that's going to be flying his way from the side of Orbit Anonymo, so the choice here is very understandable. But I want to go back to Prime for a second, because the man is relentless. He was winning this fight one-on-one, but even when there is the enemy jungler at it, he still gets a kill in the end. He still makes his death in exchange for something, but that's again Prime versus 2, Prime versus the world, and Prime is still standing strong.
Oh, Ice! He got caught by Neramin, but just had to use the Ghost. I mean, he had to. He didn't have to, but he used it anyway. And Ice right now, he understands
his way from Chipsy.
Yeah, Ice now understands that when he gets to the first item, most likely there is nothing Orbit Anonymo can do in terms of fighting with him right now. When it comes to raw power, he's just gonna be stronger. But Orbit Anonymo, the way they can try to, let's say, make the gap close or just disappear, is trying to fight with them where they have this situation where, let's say, okay, Ice is gonna have 9,500 gold, we are gonna have 9,000, but we are gonna have, let's say, the same items. But he's just not gonna use the 500 gold that he has. Obviously, again, easier said than done, but it's definitely one of the possibilities that you can have as Aphelios or as any other chance to try to make the gap closer.
I love the respect coming in from Prime. Norma also have to love the amount of prior that is coming from Prime on the top lane right now, because he's unleashing his Jax to the fullest. He's pushing in non-stop. Poor Kala is again not allowed to recall because he has to stay there and clear out the waves, and because there is so much prior on the top lane, Norma can now turn to the bot lane and even rotate. No, they cannot rotate Prime actually, he doesn't have a teleport. The only one who has teleport is Kala, so watch out for that if Z10 want to bring him for the additional power, for the additional +1 for the fight. She's a living ward there, look at that.
Yeah, now let's see if they decide to TP. Oh, okay, so Tenacity will TP, but towards the top side. In exchange, Neramin will get some plates, maybe even 2, if he's lucky enough. No. He won't be able to get it, at least not for now. But still, this game is very close for the beginning, and this is gonna be the game of the AD carries. Look at that, 2-0 to Tristana, 2-0-0 Aphelios, 2-1-1 Jinx. It's all gonna come down to who's gonna be able to carry in the teamfight, and that's basically gonna be it.
But Nico is going to be a very nice equalizer to these two AD carries on the Anonymo side, because sure, you have one more AD carry more than the enemy does, but one of your AD carries is non-escapable, the other one has an escape, but it's a slow one to prop. If Zico is very good with his ultimate, he is going to lock them both into place, and Nico, she's not about the damage. You don't pick Nico necessarily to deal damage, you pick Nico for the mind games and for the amount of control that she brings in the team fights with her Pop Blossom. If the Pop Blossom is correct, it could be a team fight won just by one ultimate for Z10.
Exactly, just one ultimate is all they need, but like you said, Solari, it just has to be a good team fight as well, so it's not gonna be that easy to do. So far, game looking good for Z10, but we need to remember Orbit Anonymo, they have a lot of scaling on their side as well. For Z10, they do not want to let them scale, they want to end this right here, right now, at least on the bottom lane. Flash forward from Ice, you will not be able to get him! Somehow Neramin survives, and now the rocket will do the damage. The TP from Prime is there, and that's the first kill. The second one is basically the icing on the cake. Prime will get the double kill, and that's the 4-2 Jax right now.
It is an absolute miracle how Neramin survived in this fight, because he doesn't have the cleanse, he only has the flash and the heal. Oh, Zico! That was a very defensive ultimate right there, but it saved your life, so it's fine. On the top lane, though, Severo is not on a nice point right now.
Yeah, and this dive may not be happening as they wanted to. Severo is basically just chilling on the top lane, not even having the first item, just doing the work the jungler is supposed to do, clearing the camps. He's very happy with his life right now.
Yeah, he's clearing the camps, he's dealing the damage, he has a lot of it, all is good for him. Royson should just jump around, it is really hard to get Tristana off guard, especially if she has somebody around. But there is a minute before the Herald is going to be up, and that's why we will see right now rotation towards the top side of the map. But let's look back for a second at this fight, because how did Neramin survive? He has an Ignite on him, he has the Shurikens flying his way from Ice, he had to jump away on the flash, he had to prop the heal too. But again, heal is not super effective against Ignite, but apparently it was enough for him to survive here. And then it's the Prime's teleport finally coming back from cooldown and him claiming 2 more kills. This Jax is going to be the biggest problem for Z10. Yeah, exactly.
That's changed everything, because Ice otherwise would have been able to get a kill, the TP would look different, and overall, good play for Orbit Anonymo, but a little bit lucky in the end. We have to give that one up. Like it was.
Oh yeah.
It was a little bit of a luck in their side, but overall, 1k lead for Orbit Anonymo right now. Slowly getting towards their power spike, at least on Tristana and Jinx. But still not yet on the second item, at least not for them.
But we're getting there, slowly but surely. Static Shiv is a nice addition here because Tristana in general is about applying the pressure on the lane and about getting away from the ganks just like that. 3 man on my lane, I don't care, says Tristana and jumps away. But yeah, you want to use Tristana to clear out the waves very quickly as she does and then immediately rotate her somewhere else on the map. Should that be a dragon, herald, or just anywhere you want for any reason to be fighting with the enemies. That is a very sneaky minion. Oh look, the mind games are finally in. Count your minions, Royson.
And Royson will be caught! And he is gonna survive? No, he's not gonna survive, and Ryuzaki will fall as well. It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but that's resources used by Zero Tenacity. It's a flash for flash in the end, but Ryuzaki, it was a shutdown. So it's a shutdown kill for a non-shutdown kill, which I would say is still favoring Orbit Anonymo in this situation. This scenario is definitely good for them.
Look at Nerman. He's taking a turret in the meantime. It is going to be the first turret of the game. So this is really beneficial for Orbit Anonymo. But that exchange is what I told you about how Nico is good into both of these AD carries. Because yes, Tristana can jump away, but her jump is very slow and it can be interrupted. And Nico's ultimate did exactly that. It interrupted her jump, and in the end, Royson had to flash away, and still he died in the process. So yeah, that is how it works for Nico in this game. That is why she will still be very useful. That is why I love this Hextech rocket build picked up for her, providing her with additional mobility. I just want Zico to use more mind games like that, because that medium play was excellent from his side.
Oh yeah, it was, but there is a way you can counter it. You can try to just literally click on the minions, and if you click on the minion and see Nico, that's how you know that there is the Nico, not the minion. So that's one way you can try to counter it. But yeah, that's only one of the ways. If you don't counter it this way, then it could definitely be an issue. But overall, a good try, I would say, from the blue team this time.
Oh yes, let's see if blue team has anything else in their pockets right now, because they're still behind. 3,000, something like that. Like, if you want to calculate it yourself, I am not good with numbers, but Kabi, that was a mistake! No!
Oh, it was. And Chico right now able to find the flank, able to get the kill on there, I mean, and that's looking better. Maybe Kabi did the mistake, but now, whoa, Color is actually falling too, my bad. Chico, last man standing on the top lane, and is he gonna be able to survive? Not this time. Ryuzaki also on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. It's not looking good.
Oh yes. In the end, yeah, it was Kabi down, it was Zico down, and so it was 3 down from the side of Zero Tenacity, exchange for 1 poor Nermin. The moment Prime is added to any equation right now, he is going to take it in his hands, though Chips. So you gotta get away somehow, man. Oh, no, you can't use the gates, says Ryuzaki. But Prime is around, they can fight.
And they will definitely try. Sabra flash forward, gets the kill as the first one. But they need to be careful, it's 19 minutes into the game. The Nash is not available. But giving the kills like that is also not a good idea. Orbit Anonymo, they want to go for something else. They want to go for Color's head. They will go for the tower first. Or maybe not. Maybe they will just go for Color and then they will go for the tower.
There is a slight issue on the mid lane in the meantime, because Ice is getting the turret scratched a little bit, just a tiny bit. That is everything he's going to be able to do right there. That is good movement on the map from Orbit Anonymo, because Kabi here dies for no reason. He has the wall, so he assumes that that is safe, but it is not safe whatsoever. A very good pop lossing from Zico, and in general, an exchange between him and Nuramin, securing the kill onto him. But after that, Prime is there, Prime is going unleashed. You cannot run away from Prime whatsoever, and everybody else from Orbit Anonymo is around, despite Royson teleporting to the mid lane to help out. The moment he clears out the wave, he jumps right back into the action as quickly as possible. And look at Orbit Anonymo, they have so much damage.
Well, look at Prime, he has so much damage, already 2 items completed, and with the Spear of Sojin, he's gonna be doing even more. Orbit Anonymo, it looked like the last game that they lost maybe angered them, and now they are just about to smash Zero Tenacity into the ground. And that would be a huge upset. That would definitely be a huge upset. I want to remind you, all of us, literally all of us, picked Zero Tenacity to win by like 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, it doesn't matter, we just picked them to win.
Yeah.
But overall, it looks like they may not.
The majority of the predictions were for Z10 to smash through Anonymo in this series. I was the only one who said, hey, yeah, it's going to be Z10, but at least it's going to be a 5-game brutal fight between the two. Nobody else believed it, but now it is a brutal fight for the 3rd game in a row already. That is 20th minute game already, and it's not going to stop anywhere soon. I'm afraid we're going to go into another 40 game long, and this is going to again raise a question that I asked after the first game. Is the endurance going to be there for both of the teams? Because this is the series of 5, and those are really long and really hard games when you're not allowed to make mistakes. How can you cope with it? How can you deal with it? How can you continue pushing further, and can you push further? Prime right now probably cannot though.
I mean, still, he was able to survive for a long time. Sapper shows up, gets a kill, does a revenge kill. The second one is basically instant, and now the only guy who is trying to do something is Ryuzaki. He's trying to get the damage, but he's not gonna be able to find it. Kabi, ultimate and ice, not the greatest weapons for the war, but he's trying to make it work. It's Chipset, Savero versus Ice, and who is gonna be able to win this one?
Royson!
It's gonna be Orbit Anonymo, because Royson, in the meanwhile, he's just doing the work on the bottom lane, just not wasting any time at all, getting closer to the 3rd item. He's very happy.
The sneaky little dragon trainer all this time was on the bot lane. While there was a fight on the top involving pretty much everybody, he was pushing through the bot lane, and now there is an open inhibitor for Orbit Anonymo's side, and using this newly acquired prior, they're going for the Drake. They're denying an objective bounty. That is an objective bounty for Z10. When was the last time you saw Z10 having objective bounties in the game in the regular season? Because it hasn't been like that for them for a long time. Again, Z10 are playing from behind in this game, and this time they cannot count on the crazy amount of bulk like in the first game, for example. They need to count on their control and on their ability to out-sustain the enemy in the team fights, which is going to be happening soon because they're starting the Baron, or at least they're luring the Orbit Anonymo in by doing so.
Well, they are trying, but there is a three-man counter-strike from Prime, and that basically killed their chances right there and then. It's just one kill, but it means everything to Orbit Anonymo, as they will take this Nash, no problem for them, and they will take themselves one step closer to getting this victory.
It is so refreshing to see when Orbit Anonymo are playing around Prime, or rather when they allow Prime to be the hyper carry for them, when they give him a champion that he can carry the team on, and then they allow him to do exactly that, because there were attempts from Z10 to shut him down every time Prime came out on top of them, and now he's 6-3-3. Now he's absolutely unstoppable. Of course, there's also Savero, who is on the 7-2 score right now. Of course, the two AD carries in the team are doing great, but you have to understand that right now Kabi's in, and he's down. Savero is down.
I mean, that's one way to come back into the game. If you're able to maybe get one more kill, but Chipsy, he went on to Ice, the damage is there for Ice, but he will not be able to get any kills. Color, 1v2, Chipsy, able to land a hook, and with this hook, he should be able to make Neramin excited. It's the 5th kill of this game, and it looks like Orbit Anonymo well in control, getting the tier 2 from the top lane, getting the tier 2 from the bot lane even previously. Prime is living his best life on side lanes, and they just got themselves 10k lead in 25 minutes versus Z10.
That was a good fight, and it wasn't only Neramin who got excited, it was us who got excited for him as well, because the beginning looks good for Z10. They jump in, they get a kill, but right after the Gypsy is going to miss a hook here. That's why he immediately goes in with the ultimate onto Ice, but Neramin has the damage. Royson, despite going down in the end, has the damage as well, and poor Kala is not able to do anything about them whatsoever, because the control from Gypsy plus the damage from Neramin are a deadly combination. Oh, Prime onto Zico! Or not really. Okay, okay.
Yeah, he's 1v3, but Color is also on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. This was not the greatest teleport that I've seen, and Color is dead.
He's deleted! He got deleted from the game! The damage from Prime! I understand that he's almost at 3 items. I understand he almost has Zonia's completed. But it looks impossible. It looks like the man is cheating or something, you know, because he just removed talent from the top lane. And now OAE are removing so many other things from the game. They just removed this inner turret on the mid lane, which is huge for them. They want to get a base turret as well because they have a little bit of the Baron buff still available on them. And they have 280 carries again. 280 carries are supreme in this meta.
I mean, that could be a double inhib if it continues this way. Zero Tenacity, they either lose the game or they give up to inhibs. That's basically the only chance they have, unless they find some miraculous team fight, but it just doesn't look this way. No TPs available for them to TP behind them. Even if they had, they would have been spotted pretty much instantly, and Orbit Anonymo, minute and 15 seconds from guaranteeing themselves a victory, because if they take this Hex Assault, there's nothing that is gonna stop them.
Oh yes, absolutely. And they have 2 inhibitors down, 1 is still open for them, and there is no really good wave clear on the side of Zero Tenacity. They have some, but it is not, you know, like Severus on their team, or I don't know, Tristana with the static sheep. Nothing of that sort, so it is harder for them. They have to spend more time next to their base clearing out the minion waves, which gives OAE all the time in the wall to prepare for this Drake, to prepare the ground for it. I want to see more vision from them, because there is still the world where Zero Tenacity bounce back. They have already proven it to us today that they can bounce back in the most unpredictable fights, but OAE are so clearly in control that it's going to be really a tough spot for Zero Tenacity to find any opening onto them.
They just put them back. Literally, they are literally just walking in their jungle, trying to make them feel uncomfortable, and that's exactly what they are doing. Look, they are just walking forward, making them uncomfortable, getting the advantage, getting the soul pretty much in a few seconds. 2 inhibs already down, the third one is open. If they get this soul, they can literally, they don't need to wait for Nash. They could wait for Nash, but they don't need to wait for Nash. They can just go for a third inhib pretty much instantly.
Just look at that. Ice is not able to join anybody on the bot side of the map. He has to stay in the top lane, removing the enemy minions from the lane. And right now for OAE, the bot lane is open and they are going for it. 5-man strong, and they will cut through this inhibitor unless Zico finds a magical way to stop them somehow, because these guys are also grouping up.
I mean, they can just wait until the minions comes from the mid lane and top lane, and they can just proc the soul into them, but Chico will be the first one to try to do something. The engage from Kabi is good, but it's not enough. Ryuzaki will get the reset, but it will be the only reset that he will get in this game. It's gonna be Orbit Anonymo. 28 minutes. They just obliterated Zero Tenacity, and they are on the verge of making the biggest upset in Ultraliga that we've seen in a while. 2-1 for them in the best of 5 series.
2-1 for OAE. Who could have imagined that going into this series today? Again, everybody predicted Zero Tenacity to pretty much smash through OAE, but now it's them struggling to find the wins in this game. All that OAE need right now is another victory. However, them winning in this game means that Zero Tenacity are going to choose side. Probably they're going to pick the red side, and again, red side is very supreme today for pretty obvious reasons, to be honest. It is just supreme, but who is going to be supreme in the end is the main question of today. We will need to wait and see. We will go into the game that might just be the last game of today, but before that, we will jump onto a very short break and be right back.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot, AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires. Somebody, come on in. We are the new generation. We are a brand new sensation. Get ready now, get ready now. 'Cause here we go, here we go. We are. Feel the vibrations, the new generation. Inside. Turn it up 'cause we're on fire. 1, 2, 3 and 4. You ain't seen nothing like this before. We are the new generation. We are a brand new sensation. Get ready now, get ready now. 'Cause here we go, here we go. We are. Feel the vibrations, the new generation. New generation. Feel the vibrations, the new generation. Feel the vibrations, the new generation.
lies are sweeter than the truth. Need a release, trying to make peace. I want it, but don't want it to. I'll be the kill switch, kill switch. Oh, I'm gonna end this one. Going to war, go to the core, fire inside, you're loving it. Oh, I'll be the kill switch, kill switch. I create this fantasy, you can call me your majesty. I will wear the crown. better than the truth. Need a release, trying to make peace. I want it, but don't want it to.
When I'm in the room, lights start flashing, bass go boom like when I'm in the room, I get money, I let it fly when I hit the spot, phone blowing up, I don't have time to respond to you. On a vibe that's too strong for you. One sip and you're gone. Do you know who I am? I'm a pretty girl with a plan. I can do more than your man ever could, and I make it look really, really hot cause I can. Yes, I'm the boss. If you don't work, get lost. I can put the money, yeah, bumped up the cost. Chest lit cold on frost. Yeah, you know my lipstick gloss. I got the secret sauce. Make it look easy. My life's too ripe, it feeds me. I'm feeling up, I'm queasy. No, they don't want me, they need me. Make it look effortless. Not many out here who can weather this. I know that I'm your preference. Gotta get in line here, it never ends. I know that I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why they tryna fight it? Yeah, I know what you want, I know you like it. I stay steady shining, can't hold me down, I'm flying. If I sell the buying, you got the keys, I'm driving. Prototypical, you can find me nowhere invisible. Make them miserable when they can't get a taste. They wanna replace me, but they can't find a grace that can save them, so they stay waiting. One of a kind, it's such a real statement. I got them craving money, they say to see me on stage. It's really amazing, yeah. How I keep them coming back. Give a little taste, just a snack. Only speak facts. I know what the world's been lacking. Give a little listen.
And welcome back to Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. The stakes have never been higher here because we still have Zero Tenacity and we still have Orbit Anonymo. But we have a 2-1 situation for Orbit Anonymo. If they take another victory, they are progressing further and going straight into the grand finals next week. And for Zero Tenacity, that is going to be a devastating blow. That's why for this game, they are bringing in the big guns, Kasper.
Yeah, I heard that there's slow queue coming in for Shiko, which is surprising because that could even tell us that maybe they will play with a 6-man roster for a longer time. We don't know. Maybe it's just a temporary thing. We don't know yet. So we will see how that thing is going to work out. But that's definitely very, very interesting.
Oh, yes. They are not kidding around. They really want this victory because they are realizing just how difficult it's going to be for them to bounce back in this game. And again, this is their last chance. If they don't win right now, they're off. If they win, however, we're getting the series dragged all the way into the 5 games. Somebody roll the silver scrapes in because we're going to be very, very happy. And I'm going to be the only one whose prediction of the amount of games is going to be true, by the way. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see how this game is going to look like. Or maybe before that, let's even look back at the game that we just had. Because that was another big one. Both in terms of what the hell the people were drafting and what they were doing on the map.
It was super crazy, especially when we look at what was happening basically from the start of the map. We got fights left, right, and center, and it looked like we don't quite know what could have happened if certain people got kills and maybe not. And overall, it worked, I would say, very good for Orbit Anonymo, especially this Jax pick, I would say, was crucial.
Yes.
Taking Atrox to the ground, just slamming him and destroying him, basically made Anonymo's work way easier, and they were able to find the kill. This is why I am so interested to see who is gonna be playing on which side on 4th map.
Yeah, the side selection is going to be a rather curious thing for me because both the teams benefit a lot from being on the red side. Both of the teams prefer to beat both of the teams whenever they lose, select the red side for themselves. But going back to Prime for a second, because I feel like he was a very big factor in this game, because everybody, of course, in this side of Anonymo played exceptionally well, but Prime was pretty much unmatched. The fact that he dominated the top lane so much, the fact that he was teleporting into the most crucial fights to support his teammates, and the fact that everybody was afraid for him, and rightfully so.
Yeah, the TP on the bottom side, it was a huge TP. I believe it's this one, or maybe...
It should be this one, I think.
Yeah, it should be this one. The fact that he TP'd and got a double kill here, he literally snowballed out of control after this one. Like, 450 right here, then he gets Kabi right afterwards. He basically almost got 1k along from this play, which made his job extremely easy, and just he was just able to snowball out of control, and no one was able to stop him. Like, what are you supposed to do in this sort of situations?
Because nobody was prepared to stop him. There is not a champion who would feel stronger than him, especially the longer the game was dragging. And there was just nobody ready to go against Prime. It wasn't just about Jax, it was about Prime being so damn good and so damn aggressive. He never slacked. He never gave a second of breathing room for Zero Tenacity whenever they were around his top lane. And even when they weren't, again, those teleports, his reaction to whatever was happening on the map was insane. But so we can say about everybody on the team, because Xavier was everywhere. Xavier was running around the map like a madman. Chipsy was around, and even though quite many hooks missed, he still was invaluable because he was acting quite many times just as a very effective mid-shield for his backline. Royson was doing the Royson things. We were curious about his Tristana pick because he doesn't usually play this type of champions in the middle, and he delivered back the results. And Nermin was completely unstoppable. He was running, like, the moment he got excited the first time was the moment he got excited for the rest of the game.
And it basically worked like it was supposed to. Well-oiled machine for Anonymo were in this team fight and in this game overall, and well-deserved win for them. We will see if they will be able to repeat that. If they do, like you said previously, that overall means that they will finish the series with a win, and that would be a huge upset, like we said previously. I would be super shocked if that happened.
Yeah, because then Zero Tenacity falls down. It hasn't happened for them for a long time. They would have to play against either Alior Bank or Maturalni Forsaken, whoever win their series tomorrow. And then if they win them, because now we have to start asking questions like if for Zero Tenacity, then only they will go back to meet Anonymo in the grand finals next week. But Zero Tenacity, of course, are choosing the red side. This is important to remember. Red side is absolutely supreme these days, and both of the teams really lean on towards it right now. And Zero Tenacity are going to be playing with Slowkey being back. We missed Slowkey. We're happy to have him back. We love Seeker, but apparently Zero Tenacity thought the change was necessary. So Slowkey is back, and we are in the draft. Let's roll it, Kasper.
Yeah, let's roll it. But the real question is, like, we need to ask this ourselves. What if they lose with Slowkey as well? That, like, I mean, I know they lose the series, but that begs a question, like, what is going on with Zero Tenacity if they lose with Slowkey as well? Because that could mean a lot of things, but let's not jump straight into some conclusions that may not happen. Let's focus on what is happening right now. Anonymo are gonna be on the blue side, so they will have the first pick. Tristana could be this first pick if they want to. We know what she can do.
And we know what Rosin can do as Tristana right now after the previous game. There is Rel available, so Zero Tenacity could opt into her right now. Kabi still was really good with his Rel in the previous game. His engages and his Magnet Storms were correct every single time. But what else are they going to pick? Rumble has been banned out. It's still going to be Rel for them. Alright. They could pick Aphelios as well, because both Xayah and Kai'Sa have been banned out, so it's pretty obvious Zero Tenacity will go into Aphelios for Ice. This is his third pick champion out of these three. If the other two are not available, he'll most probably go into this one. So Anonymo, what are you answering with?
But Rel and Sejuani already means there are gonna be huge amounts of CC on Zero Tenacity side. Like
engage.
Magnet Storm, the ultimate from Sejuani. It also destroys the flags, but yeah, with that much with that many tanky champions, you need to pick Trundle for yourself. This Trundle with Subjugate could be an S tier pick in this game if Xavier plays it correctly.
That reminds me of the beginning of the Winter Split, when there was the Sejuani Trundle handshake all the time in the jungle, just because Sejuani is very good as a jungler, but then picking Trundle, you are denying her a lot of possibilities, and you're much stronger than her in the early. And you can also pick in whatever mid laner you want. There is going to be Alistar picked for Chipsy, so they are already preparing for all the engage going their way from Zero Tenacity. I wonder if Zero Tenacity want to pair it up with some more engage, because they already have a lot, but now they have Aphelios. And Aphelios, well, he loves having the front lane, he's really short range, so if there is too much of the long range engage, he's not going to be able to keep up with everybody on this team. What are going to be the next picks for Zero Tenacity, especially for the top lane, especially for Kali, because it does feel like top lane is so crucial these days.
It could have been Renekton. I would suggest Renekton for color, but because obviously with Sejuani in the jungle, but Renekton is gonna be banned by Orbit Anonymo, and I would love to see like a melee pick being banned as the second one as well, because obviously if you have Sejuani in the jungle, you want to force someone to play the long range, like just so the passive is not being proc that easy. With Renekton being banned, Aatrox and Jax being banned, what does it leave the top open? That's a very good question. They might even play Ornn in this situation. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Color was just like, yeah, slam Ornn for me, it gives us a lot of scaling. On the other hand, you give another good target for Xavier. He's just gonna be living off these tanks. So yeah, K'Sante might be the best pick out of all of them, all of the possible picks.
Yeah, to be fair, it's either him or something like Nas, just something you can blind pick for the top lane as safely as possible, because we know that there is going to be something devastating coming from the Orbit Anonymous side. They already realized how much room they have when Prime is playing on a carry, and obviously neither Fiora nor Jax are available to him, but he still will go into something with the same idea on his mind. Now Jinx is locked in for Nermin, and that is going to be canon for Prime. Alright, I like it. I like the team fighting element that he's adding for Orbit Anonymo right now, but I'm not convinced yet until I see the last pick from Zero Tenacity.
It's gonna be a pick for slow Q, and it could be this Jace. Jace on mid lane, I would say, is a very standard one. So Shiko played it twice. Now they bring in slow Q and they pick Jace for him as well. So, well, not a lot of surprises here.
Yeah, I have to say, not really. They changed the mid laner, but the mid lane champion remains the same, other than that one ban of Jace. All the games today for Zero Tenacity were with Jace on the mid lane. Again, you cannot really blame them. Jace is really good on the mid lane right now. But I think we need to try to break down this draft, because there is a lot happening. For Zero Tenacity, there is quite literally a lot happening, because they have a lot of long range poke with the Jace. They have a lot of engage. They have 3 champions who want to be engaging, with Jace having the possibility to engage with them if he wants to. So it makes it 3.5. But then on the other side of the map, what are Orbit Anonymo going to be doing? Because they have disengage tools, but what else?
Well, Orbit Anonymo, I would say the most important thing is to play around Royson. Just play around Royson, make him comfortable. You saw what this Tristana was doing when she was ahead in the last game. So if he's again in the comfortable spot, if he's again able to get the static fast, then get to the second item as well, I would suggest just keep giving Royson the kills if you're able to find them. Make this game chaotic, like the last one. Last game was very chaotic. Like it was overall, I would say 10 kills in 7 minutes, something like that. So it's exactly what Orbit Anonymo wants. They want to try to play around these things, like to play around the chaotic things so they can get kills. Even if they lose 2 kills for the tank, let's say the tank gets 2 kills, let's say K'Sante gets 2 kills, they can try to get something ahead and so on and so on. So I would say definitely worth mentioning how they can try to play around the chaotic games. But the question is there going to be a chaotic game? Or maybe Zero Tenacity will try to make it slower. Maybe that's why they bring slow Q. We don't know.
Bringing in slow Q to make the game slower. I see what you have there. All right. I'm not sure though. Exactly. But the thing is, for all but Anonymo this time, the situation looks a little bit different because with Prime in the previous game, they could get him accelerated really early on, and then they could look for things to do on the map early on as well. Right now, can they do the same is something I want to be asking them, because they have Trundle, and Trundle always screams to you that you need to be playing around your early game potential, because he brings in a lot of that potential. You have Tristana, you have a lot of pressure on the mid lane, you need to rotate her around the map as well to utilize this pressure to the fullest. Is this going to be the case for them? Do they want to play around the mid lane early on, which is a very unusual state for Royson. Royson normally doesn't want to be playing like that, but again, he's playing a champion that calls for that. And if they go for it, is it going to benefit Zero Tenacity? Because Zero Tenacity would love them to slow down as well. Zero Tenacity are all about scaling in this team, in this game, sorry. They want to get to their items power spike. They want to get 3 items on Affiliates. They want to get as many items as possible on Jace. And after that, yes, they're ready to fight. Are all but Anonymo going into this game with an understanding of what's happening, and will they be able to accelerate the game to the point when Zero Tenacity cannot play it? Because again, Zero Tenacity, as we see, are struggling to play it from behind. This is going to be the biggest question for Orbit and Anonymo. If they answer them correctly, all those questions, if they go into this game and crush Zero Tenacity, they take the last victory that they need today and they go straight into the Grand Finals. But if they don't, if they lose to Zero Tenacity, if the change of Zico back to slow queue was the missing link for Z10, then we're going to go into 5 games in a row. I say, us as viewers, in both scenarios, we are in the winning position.
Yeah, it's a win-win scenario for us, so I'm not complaining, definitely not. But I have a feeling Zero Tenacity might be able to win this game. The reason I have this feeling is because, like you said, Solari, you said it yourself, there's a lot of scaling on Orbit Anonymo side. And even if they make the game chaotic, like they would love to probably do, it's still a Tristana, Jinx, and Kennen. They need to scale into the late game. They need to get like the comfortable scenario for themselves. And I feel like so far, if you fight with those kind of champs in the early game, there's a very easy scenario where you just lose very fast because of how weak those champs are.
Yeah. That's true, that's true. To be honest, for both of these teams, things can get accelerated very quickly into the oblivion, because I can see the scenarios where either teams could get snowballed. Because, for example, we have slow queue and Jace on the mid lane. If Jace rather, sorry, gets accelerated, the game could be over for Orbit and Anonymo very quickly, because the team fighting potential for Zero Tenacity with all the control they're bringing in is going to be massive. But Jace, apart from that, also provides a lot of poke. And Orbit and Anonymo, playing 2 AD carries in that team, plus having the top lane playing on a squishy champion instead of a tank, means they're going to be very unsustainable, sorry, to the poke coming from Slowq if he's ahead.
And Slowq, the real question is, how ready is he? You know, he hasn't been playing with a team for the past few weeks. So, is this something that they practiced recently? Just, I don't know, playing 2 maps with Shiko on Screams and then playing 1 with Slowq? Is just a desperation call to bring him in? We don't know, but we are just about to find out.
Maybe he's going to be the savior for the team, bring it in the back, or maybe no, maybe yes. Royson is rooted, but Royson doesn't lose hope. Royson is playing the Dragon Trainer Tristana skin, by the way, for the 2nd game in a row already. You are not allowed to die in this skin legally. That's like written down somewhere, I'm pretty sure, because of the death animation on that skin. But I digress. Royson survived the gank attempt from Ryuzaki and Slowq, so he is good.
So what? It's gonna be 5-0 Royson in this game?
It has to. He died a couple of times in the previous game, and I closed my eyes every single time because I cannot stand the animation. But now, he has no choice.
I didn't even know the animation, but when you said it, I'm just about to focus on it right now when he's gonna be dying. So,
you're gonna be heartbroken.
I mean, maybe not. Slowq so far is doing a really good job on the mid lane. Look at that. I mean, he could try to go for a solo bolo as he did, but Royson always available to just jump away, and that's exactly what he's gonna do.
Jump away, back into safety, recall, come back to the lane with a little bit more items, sustain a little little bit. He's still going really well in terms of the farm, so there is nothing for him to worry about apart from the teleport that he's going to use. But Slowq, most probably, yeah, he's going to teleport back into the lane as well. He is not allowed to walk in when he's playing against Tristana, so it's alright for Rosen. Despite Slowq being super aggressive onto him, he's still in a good spot on the lane.
Yeah, he definitely is, and Slowq right now, 27 minions killed, but it's full on scaling by Orbit Anonymo, and that's something we need to talk about. 3 cools purchased by them, which means it's basically additional 1300 gold that they will get when they stack them up. It's very smart. It's an old tactic that I was doing with one of my teams, and I can tell you it's usually working, but maybe we'll talk about it some other time, because Savio is getting the first blood on Color, and there's nothing Color can do. He will just get mauled down. First blood for Savio, and that's very important. Normally I would say, oh no, Trundle got a kill. What a waste of gold. Not in this camp. When you're playing against Rel, Sejuani, and Cassante, you want to get gold. You want to be this hidden carry of your team.
He is going to be everything. He has to be everything in this game. He's going to be the front lane, and he's going to be the damage dealer, and he's going to be so many other things as well. But right now, Rosen might be none of those things, because Ryuzaki is right around the corner, and Kabi as well. Oh my god!
Oh my, Royson somehow survived that. I don't know how, but it looks like they want to turn it around. But Prime, he's still not on level 6, which is definitely a shame. And look at Zero Tenacity. Oh my god, they want to catch them off guard! Several. And he is definitely caught off guard. He is dead, Zero Tenacity! They played it almost perfectly, even though he's going to fall right now. Oh no, Slowq! No, Slowq! Slowq! Is he gonna get the kill? He's gonna fall! And Kabi misses! Prime somehow still survives. But Chipsy, it's Chipsy versus Kabi. Who is gonna win this fight? I bet no one, because those are just supports. And overall, this game got very chaotic at the beginning.
This is madness! This is pure madness. Kills are flying back and forth, but in the end, Albert and Norma have a little bit more kills in their pockets. One of those is in Chips' hands though, so okay. But one of those is in Prime's hands. And we need to be talking about Prime in this game, because he is going to be big, not just when he gets level 6, but later on in the game. Because Cannon is not about winning the lane, even though he can apply a lot of pressure against melee champions. Cannon is about scaling up and getting in the AP damage for the team fights, because he's the only one who is going to be dealing AP damage in this team. Tenacity are going with a risky move by picking Trundle for the jungle, because they right now have AD on the mid lane and AD on the jungle, and on top of that they also have AD on the bot lane. Prime is the only one who is capable of dealing AP damage to the enemies, and if things don't go right for them, then itemizing for Zero Tenacity for their front lane is going to be very damaging, and they have a lot of front lane to itemize. Oh, Prime baby, no!
Oh, Prime. A lot of damage onto him, all out, and Prime, he won't be having enough damage to survive the storm. Not at all. It's gonna be a kill for Ryuzaki as they regain the gold lead again. Speaking obviously about Zero Tenacity, looking good for them. They are trying to make this into the 5th map, but it's not that easy. There's like, if they want to make this into the 5th map, they will need to fight for it, and they will need to fight for it hard.
They're doing exactly that though, you have to give it to them. They just lost the dragon there because Savero was there, and with Trundle you take the objectives, sorry I can't speak anymore, but you take them very quickly. But apart from that, they're fighting on the bot lane a little bit, or is it not a little bit?
Well, we already saw one of the situations where he's level 6 and the other AD carry is not, which means if they decide to fight him again, that could definitely be a mistake. They should know better, especially after the last time. Slowq needs to be careful himself. Savero shows up, no flash for Slowq, jump from Royson, not gonna be enough to take him down.
It's a little bit slower jump from Royson that maybe could have been better there, but Slowq dealt a lot of damage in the process to Savero, so this Jace is proving to us that Jace in the early game is a very prudent champion and very scary to go on to. And Zero Tenacity, using this chance, using the fact the Frozen is recalling right now, they are going towards the Herald and they are starting it, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any resistance from Anonymo with their jungler on the other side of the map, with the mid lane not inside and with Prime not feeling well on the lane whatsoever. And again, we need to talk about Prime, because what Zero Tenacity are doing effectively is trying to slow down and sit behind Prime as much as possible, and they're succeeding in it. And if they continue doing that, if Prime is not allowed to play this game, how good are Obit and Anonymo going to play and feel going further? Because Cannon is supposed to be a big brute force for them. If you have Cannon, you play with Cannon and you play around Cannon later in the game. But Cannon, who is really behind, is not a Cannon you want to have in your team, because he can do nothing and you have no AP damage as a result. Oh.
And that's a very good question.
Oh, okay, that's an answer.
It's, I would say, yeah. The Prime was like, yeah, you think so? I will show you what I can do. And
I love it so
well,
much.
he definitely showed. Overall, this cannon is gonna be a force to be reckoned with, and so far, like you said, he's the only AP source that they have, so he's a very important piece of the puzzle. So they need to focus on getting Cannon out of the teamfight, which is not gonna be like easy. You have Rel, you have Engage too, but you don't have Alistar. You cannot just kick him out of the teamfight, just make him disappear. It doesn't work like that. So it is gonna be very, very tough.
Correction, they have Xante. Theoretically, if everything is lined up correctly, Xante can throw him out of the fight. That is what Xante does quite often with an all-out. But it's not going to be a very straightforward like without Alistar for sure.
That's true, but usually Prime will just pop out his ultimate early, and if Xante uses his all-out, he's gonna get one-shot. So that's a risky one, that's for sure. And
that's true.
What Orbit Anonymo want to do right now is they want to wait for the next 3 minutes. The reason why they want to wait for the next 3 minutes is they have two options right now. They can either give up this Drake, which is one option, and just wait for the cool to be stacked up and fight for the next Drake, or they can fight for this Drake and give up the tower somewhere else, which, looking at the state of the map, would most likely be the top side. Prime is gonna have his TP up, so what I would do if I was Orbit Anonymo, I would probably TP Prime to the Drake fight, try to fight with him on the Drake, then Color would take the tower on the top side, and you lose the gold instantly, but you regain the gold from Cole, and you get the second Drake, which means you can even give up the next 3 Drakes, and you're still gonna be very good going into the late game, basically, because you will pick up the first 2 Drakes, which means you're buying yourself 10 minutes of time. So that's basically the strat that I would do.
Okay, yeah, that sounds interesting, especially with the gold from the Cool. Yeah, that definitely sounds interesting. I would say it will especially work out really well if they manage to give gold to Prime in the process as much as possible, because Guy really needs gold right now. Because this is Cannon, and Cannon is really relying on getting to his 2 items. He needs his most probably ESCA rocket build, of course, for additional mobility, but also he will need his Zonias, because he is still a very squishy little yodel. He's just a little yodel in the end. He might be, a ninja and everything, but he is a yodel, and it's really easy to kill him if done correctly, if there is control thrown on him, which definitely is in abundance for Zero Tenacity. So the moment there is Zonia unlocked for Prime is going to be the trigger to start fighting for Orbit Anonymo without even waiting for much more other items. Like Rosen is fine with 2 items, Jinx. Jinx is Jinx. She's fine.
Yeah, Jinx is Jinx, exactly.
Yeah.
And Prime right now, it looks like he will have to give up this tower either way, and Orbit Anonymo, at least by position of Savero, it looks like they would love to fight for this Drake, but they don't have that much vision close to River, which is not good for them, but Gypsy is moving there. Like I said, Prime has a TP, Color does not, which is the biggest difference here. I would definitely put Prime in the position where he can TP and fight for this Drake, give this Drake up as Zero Tenacity and just get the tower, but we will see if it's gonna happen. Gypsy, nice knock-up, Savero trying to run away, trying to heal himself up, but it looks like they are just losing left, right, and center. There's no way they can fight for this Drake. Savero, he's almost dying. The Moonlight Vigil will finish him off. And the TP from Prime will come. Or will it be stopped? Actually, Goron stopped it. And that's actually huge. Neramin, he's doing the damage. Prime will get Color, which is a win on the other side of the map. But Neramin, he uses his flash, he uses his heal, but he is not able to regain control on mid lane. He will be able to at least survive that, but that's... Well, what kind of life is that?
A pretty miserable one, to be fair. It really makes you wonder what would have happened if Prime only was allowed to teleport into the fight. He got the kill in the end, which is good, so Kyle had to pay really dearly for interrupting that teleport. He doesn't have his own yet, he will not have it now when he resurrects. But it's a dragon for zero tenacity, it's further kills for zero tenacity. However, Prime is 3-2. If you look at it from the other angle, and the dragon is not like too good, so it doesn't really matter too much who the Drake goes to in the end, because the soul is not too big to prioritize it over anything else. Oh, we have the replay of how exactly, because he was thinking he was in safety, but Kala decided to deny him the safety by just walking under the turret, getting a lot of shots in the process, and dying in the process. Was it worth it? What does his team say, I wonder? Because I have a feeling they might be saying yes, it was.
Well, on one hand it was definitely worth it, but looking at the current stage of the game, you gave a solo AP cannon a kill. And it's not just a kill, it's a solo kill. So it all depends on how Orbit Anonymo will play the next few minutes. Because if they are if Neramin fell here, I would say yeah, it was definitely worth it. But overall he was able to survive, and it worked out pretty well for them, I would say. Even though it wasn't looking insanely good, it worked out not that bad, and in the end, all that matters is how this cannon will be doing in the later stages of the game, because so far, he is doing quite alright.
Yeah. But Zero Tenacity are still leading. There is a very small lead, like 700, 800-ish something between the teams, but Zero Tenacity are in the lead by 15th minute, and we know what it means for Zero Tenacity, what it means for both of these teams. OAE Neramin! OAE Neramin!
Neramin is dead. That's the fact. Color is fighting with Saviro. Who's gonna be winning this one? That's a very interesting outfit. Well, that's an all-out from Color, but Saviro, he's very comfortable fighting, even though he's leveled down. So, the Herald stopped.
Herald!
And it looks like we are going for round 2, maybe.
Quite possibly, but not necessarily a full-on round 2, because look at the amount of people from Zero Tenacity around there. But now Ice is in danger! Oh, Prime!
On the killing spree. He's doing the work that is required from him, and that's working wonders right now for them. They have exactly what they wanted to have. That's another kill for this cannon. Even though they lose Herald, which obviously is not good news, they still were able to get him even more ahead, getting closer to the Shadow Flame, which will give him even more. It's looking, I would say it's looking really good for Orbit Anonymo, even though they are still behind in gold. If they get this first tower, they should cut the gold lead to what, 1,000? Somewhere along, like 1,000, maybe less even. So yeah, it's 800 gold. 800 gold in 17 minutes of the game, it's not that much.
It's nothing. It's literally nothing. It was bigger before, now it's much less, and if Orbit Anonymo continue pushing like that, we are going to make it work for them. The most important thing for them is to keep playing around Prime, is to keep giving Prime the room that he deserves. Because the man is 42 already. The man is itemizing very quickly. Yes, Shadow Flame, as you said, is definitely going to be the second item for him. After that, probably Zonia's. But the damage output from this cannon is going to be insane. And it's an AoE damage, but even the single target damage, you saw it in the case of Ice. He went down super quickly. He is not going to cut through the tanks, but when you have two AD carries and both of them are building Kraken Slayers, it's not really too big of a deal for you. It's not your job to worry about it. However, your job is to worry about this turret in the bot lane, because it's going to go down with a little nice pain from the Herald, but at least it's going to stop it from going into the base one.
6-6 when it comes to the kills, but 4 of them for Orbit Anonymo are gonna be on Prime. Definitely the main actor of this game. Is he gonna be able to get himself the win? That's a very good question.
I don't know. It is really unclear right now in the current state of the game to predict how it's going to look like, because Zero Tenacity are still scaling up. Only one item on Aphelios, 1.5 rather, sorry. Only 2 items on Jace. They have a lot of room to grow right now, and they're still sitting on a lot of control, and that is really hard control that is going to be super useful when fighting for the major objectives, like the Drake that is coming in half a minute right now. Again, not the biggest soul, not the best soul ever, but still really worth fighting for, especially if there is nothing else happening on the map. However, for Orbit Anonymo, will they manage to give Prime even more gold now? Will they play around Prime right now? Because they can. They absolutely can. And we'll see that very soon, I guess.
At this moment, honestly, it's not even about gold, it's about just finding a good team fight for him. And if he will find a good team fight, that would mean Neramin will find the resets. And if he finds the resets, then obviously the game is looking way, way better. But Neramin, he's been punked down to half of his health, courtesy of slow Q. Color, oh, flash available. Exactly, flash for flash, which is good for him right now. They are wasting time right now. Orbit Anonymo players, they need the engage. They need to find the engage, and will they find it? Prime, he's trying to go in. He maybe try to do it on the second tempo. He will, and he will find Ryuzaki, but he won't be able to kill him. At least not yet. Royson will do it for him, and that's the first kill that goes their way. Kabi, low on health. He will fall as the second one. So it's a 3-4-2 in the end, and the Drake will go the way of Zero Tenacity one more time.
Royson, oh, Chipsy is dead, but it's okay. He's buying time. Slowkey is chasing him, and it's an execution. It's not even a kill in the end, so it's fine, Chipsy. We appreciate your sacrifice right here, but look at that. The amount of control from Ryuzaki being thrown in immediately, and Chips is trying to dance around, but Prime goes in extremely late, and Prime cannot really jump onto anybody because everybody jumps in a different direction from him immediately, and he cannot do anything. He's not doing what Cannon is supposed to be doing in the fights, and in the end it's poor Voisin who has to clean everything up, and he got like, yeah, he got 2 kills in that fight, which is good for him and good for the team to put the kills onto him. But the fact that they were so disorganized going into this fight, they allowed Kala to just sit in their back lane. They didn't do anything about it. That was a very weird one from Orbit Anonymo.
And that is hurting them right now. Like, they are still only 2k behind. It's possible for them to come back, but Royson would have to pull some ace up his sleeve to save this team from going into the 5th map right now. Royson or Prime, I don't see anyone else. Like, Royson is on 2 items, Prime is on 2 items. Neramin is 0 to 1, 1k behind, almost 1.5k behind, so it's definitely on those two to make the ends meet. And looking at the Drakes, obviously Orbit Anonymo can try to scale as much as they can, but we need to remember, scaling is one thing. Obviously you can scale, but the other team is going to be scaling as well. It's not like they are going for free, and Gypsy, he needs to be careful. Pops out his ultimate. That's the valuable cooldown that was just right now achieved by Zero Tenacity.
And they know it. That's why they're in the Baron already. But look at that, there is a teleport coming in from Prime. Prime has the ultimate available. He doesn't have the flash, but he has ultimate and his item available. Will they jump into the pit? Will they do something about this Baron? Because it's going down rather quickly right now for Zero Tenacity.
Ryuzaki, he needs to smite this one, because if Xavier does, that could maybe not work like they wanted to, but they will get the reset on Neramin, and that changes everything! That's a double kill for him! Neramin is doing the work, Royson goes forward, Prime is doing the damage, and now it's 3-4 for Zero Tenacity. They're trying to make something happen, but Color, he's low on health, and Orbit Anonymo, they don't overextend, they don't make the same mistake like they did on map 1, map 2. They are playing it patiently, they understand. We just won this fight. It's all we needed. We don't need to do anything else.
And that is good from them. That is such a good approach to not overextend, because yes, I agree with you, we saw it from them in the previous maps and it never ended well for the team. So right now they just take what they wanted, they stop the Baron, they get the kills, they get the hell out of there, and they're very happy as the result of it. Yeah, we have the replay because the beginning of the fight looks really dire with a very nice ultimate coming in from Sejuani. It looks like the giant mistake from Orbit Anonymo was to group up, but then they turned this around because Prime is very happy when the enemies are grouped around, when they are all gathered together and they are doing exactly that. They're allowing him to go in, and then everybody's stealing damage. Neramin is excited. Royson is excited even though he's not playing Jinx, since he's jumping around, and also he's doing the god's work on this Tristana for the 2nd game in a row already.
Oh, this game just keeps on giving solely. I don't know where are we going with this. Neramin, he's been having a rough game, but he's only 400 gold behind Ice. It's not that much. It's basically one longsword, one Doran's, and that's it. So I feel like Neramin right now, if he finds the reset like he did in the in the last team fight, it could make Orbit Anonymo win the game.
Quite possibly. But right now they need to be very clear with their priorities because the Drake is coming up in less than a minute. This is going to be, of course, the sole point for Zero Tenacity, but Orbit and Anonymo don't need to be fighting for this one. And I would like to see them maybe not even fighting for it at all. Because right now they need more money, they need more items, and they need to keep their eyes very sharp on the Baron. If they lose the fight around the Dragon, if anything goes wrong in that fight, Zero Tenacity might even drop the Drake and rotate immediately towards the Baron. So for Orbit and Anonymo, keeping their eyes on Baron, keeping pressure around the Baron is going to be much more important than doing anything around the Dragon whatsoever.
And will they be able to do it? When it comes to the Drakes, it's 2-1 right now. So the Drake, looking at the pace of this game, this game is not even going to the Drake scenario. This game is just going straight into one team fight. Whoever wins this one may just win the game, and that's simple as that.
Kala.
So one team fight. That's basically what we are waiting for. Royson jumps onto Color. A lot of damage. Color is stopped. All out available. All out will be played. That means he will be dead instantly. All resist and armor dropped. It's a kill for Prime, 6-1 in this game, which means they will also be able to get the Drake, maybe even go for the Nash. Why not? Neramin, Gale versus the ultimate from Seju. I mean, they should try, why not?
Yes, they absolutely should. They have the Drake, now they need to go and fight with Zero Tenacity or just go straight to the Baron if Zero Tenacity are not there. Because this is their biggest chance right now. Prime is getting chunked there by slow Qs, but they're fine. They are on the Baron, can they take it? Or is there going to be another steal? Because Ryuzaki is alive, he doesn't have the ultimate, but he's still around and he's still a jungler with a smite.
And they need to do something, they need to fight for this. They need to, like, Zero Tenacity are right now, they need to find an opening that can create something for them. That could be it! But Prime jumps in! Prime jumps out as well, but the kill is not available for them. Ice picking up the first one. Prime is low. Neramin is slowed down. Zero Tenacity are turning this fight into their favor. Royson flashes, but he will be dead either way. Zero Tenacity back on the rift.
God damn it, I need to see the replay of what exactly happened there, because it looks like a very good setup for Orbit Anonymo. They lure Zero Tenacity in, they go in with the ultimate from Prime, and then everything crumbles for them. Was it just the amount of control that Zero Tenacity threw at them immediately? Because it feels like I missed something. Oh yes, we have the replay. So let's see, Ryuzaki is jumping forward, Chips is jumping in, and Prime is jumping in, and that's a lot of damage. Ice is dealing a lot of damage in the process. We kind of forgot about Ice, to be honest, but he was in the backlane. He was dealing the damage. Slowkey also dealt the damage, went invisible after that because he's running with a Drakthel. That is simply damage for Zero Tenacity that has finally kicked in, and it was more. It proved to be more than the damage from Orbit Anonymo.
Look at this poke from Slowkey. What a comeback from this player. He's been in the rough place probably for the past few weeks, getting benched on the team, not playing in the past few games, but right now he's basically single-handedly winning this game for Zero Tenacity, making this game and this series go to 5-map basically, and it's all on Prime and Neramin right now. I feel like Royson, he's not able to find his place in the team fights. He's not in the perfect spots where he's able to get this damage done as Tristana. So who is gonna do it if not him?
Nobody. Prime is trying to, but he is apparently not doing enough. And oh my god, Chipsu!
He could be dead, but Prime goes in and Prime goes out. This flank was not good enough. It's a double kill. Oh, sorry, it's a triple kill for Ice. He is doing the work. They could even go for a quadra kill if they want to. Neramin and Royson, they try to somehow survive that, but they are just not able to do it. Zero Tenacity, they know what they came for, and they came for the end.
Ice is so damn good. Nobody can get to him, and he is sitting on those 3 items. Look at those items. Look at them very closely, because those are the items that Aphelios wants and had. now, and he is very happy, dealing a lot of damage. No one jumps on top of him, even though Chipsy and Prime both tried, they died in the process. And it does feel like the lack of frontline, the reliable frontline for Orbit Anonymo might be just one of those things that is acting against them. Because they only have Trundle, but Trundle is not in a good space in the game right now. Even though he has 2 items, he's not a tank, and he is not supposed to be a tank. And nobody else can absorb the damage coming their way. Nobody's shielding, nobody's healing, nobody is doing any of those things to keep the team sustainable in the fights. And because that Orbit Anonymo in this 28th minute of the game, they're going down very quickly to all the damage from Zero Tenacity.
5k advantage for Zero Tenacity right now. 2 Drakes for them. They could be going for the 3rd one. And most likely they will just get it for free, because obviously the inhib on top lane taken basically guarantees that for them. 3 items for Prime, but it just seems like it's not enough. He was doing a lot of damage when they hadn't had any magic resist, but now Color, he just doesn't care about him. He is just able to, with this Mercury Tress, just stand with this damage. Ice, stopwatch available if he's in any trouble. Basically everyone is tanky right now. On the side of Zero Tenacity. We could be having our last team fight soon. Naramin is coming. Savero is getting lower and lower. They just need to find one reset to make it work on the side of Orbit Anonymo. Oh my goodness, Naramin. He's almost back. He's almost again on the gray screen for the next 15 seconds just from this one poke from slow Q. He could be the real hero, and Orbit Anonymo, they feel desperate. They feel like they need to go, but they just cannot fight the openings.
At least the fact that they took the previous dragon is playing for them right now, because this time they don't have to fight for Zero Tenacity. They go for the directive course and it's an objective balance, and it's not nice to not take the objective bounty, but you don't have to fight for it right now, and you cannot fight for it right now, frankly, as Orbit Anonymo. They need to regather their forces and their strength. They need to withstand the siege that is occupying their base right now, because look at their base. The turret, one of the turrets around the Nexus is nearly destroyed, and they're not in a good spot because of it, and because in a minute and a half there's going to be a Baron, and Orbit Anonymo will have to fight for it teeth and claws, because if Zero Tenacity take it, it's game over. It's GG, go next. We're going to 5th game. We play the Silver Scrapes. Everybody who's watching is happy. Orbit Anonymo are not happy. They really need to win this one to avoid going into 5th game, because the games are so damn long. And again, you have to remember, this is the same team, the same people, apart from Slowq, of course, who are playing these games in a row, and it takes a lot of toll, both mental and physical, on the players to play like that so long, so many, with such high stakes. Everybody would like to finish as soon as possible and go home and relax and have, of course, more than a week to prepare for the finals. But who is going to be the one to take some time off, quote-unquote, because it's not really time off, it's just more time for preparation. 47 seconds, before the Baron is going to be up. 3 items on Tristana, 3 items on Jinx, check, check. Prime 3 items, absolutely check. It is finally Zhonya's. Now we're talking, now the things can get more interesting for Orbit Anonymo.
And I just feel like it's still not enough. They lost 2 inhibs, and with Slowq being on such a strong form right now, just literally poking like Jason, like the Shy on Jason 2018, literally, versus G2, I remember this game specifically. It's the same Jace, like when he's able to find one EQ like that, but on Naramin, he's down 50% of his health. And what are they supposed to do? The Nash will be started. Chipsy, he's supposed to be the tank. And this took the toll on him. Chipsy, Prime, Savero close to the Nash pit, but it would require some beautiful steal, and I feel like they just don't have it right now in them. Savero out of position, but they need to fight right now. They need to look for the position. Prime with the flash! Flash available! Kabi is dead! Kabi is the first one dead, and maybe Orbit Anonymo! This is the moment where they can try to make something happen, but look at the million ways. They are all going into their base.
And look at the health bars, they're not ready to fight. Look at Ryazaki, who's on our screens right now as well. He's a tank, he's full health right now. He's not afraid to take some damage into him, and Chipsy might want to turn around right now, but yes, the minion waves are absolutely the biggest problem. And Chipsy has found the problem himself. He's probably dead.
If he dies, Okay, he won't. That's
He doesn't
something
die.
that's happening for a bit now, no?
He still lives,
Finally.
yes. Krabi is just resurrecting right now. Of course, there is still the Siege of the Minions, and there is on the Baron buff with the empowered minions, with the big minions. It is going to be really hard for Obek Nonomo to wave clear, not even talking about fighting with Zero Tenacity. Z10, are they going to use this as the final push and take this game?
They could try, but Orbit and Anonymo are back in it. Look at Prime. Flash available, ultimate available. But they need to kill Ice twice. Which is basically an impossible task. It seems like an impossible task. I don't know how are they supposed to do it, but... Oh my, slow Q. This guy is just doing it all. He's pushing, he's killing, he's basically doing everything you want from a mid laner. Zero Tenacity just brute forcing their way into the enemy base. It could be a triple inhib even.
Or some
Or
kills.
maybe just a final fight. Maybe just a final fight. Naramin already low on health. Trying to survive using a heal. Having a flash available, but Prime, he's using for a flank, but he's not able to find any flanks. He's just in his base trying to survive. Slow Q. Going further, Chipster will be the first one to fall. It's gonna be a 4v5. Zero Tenacity are in the good spot. Prime goes in and Prime is dead immediately. They will get the double kill from Royson, but Ice is still alive. Ice on the Guardian Angel will be able to finish it up. Orbit Anonymo made it close, but finally they fall. It's gonna be Silver Scrapes in Tuesday's afternoon in Summoner's Rift, or maybe even evening. Somehow, some way, Zero Tenacity, they just refuse to give up.
We have the Silver Scrapes, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into game number 5. And I can't wait to see, to be honest, because this game was a hard one. It was a hard one to watch. It was a hard one for sure for players to play because it was excruciating and so exhausting. Both teams were fighting with each other until the very end, but the end is not there yet. We are 2-2. We are going into game number 5, but we all need a break before that. So let's go take a short break and be right back for game number 5.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
We have the Silver Scrapes, ladies and gentlemen. We have map number 5. We have a 2-2 between the teams Orbit Anonymo against Zero Tenacity. We finally have a full-on 5-game series, and we couldn't be happier and more excited. My name is Solari. I'm joined here today by Kasper to cast this banger of a 5th game for you, because we have no idea who is going to take over.
I also want to say that hopefully right now, like every single time we are gonna have Silver Scrapes on our screen in Ultraliga, instead of real Silver Scrapes music, we are gonna have your cover on it. That would be awesome. Ultraliga, please make it happen. I would love for it to happen. Coming back into the game, yes, we are gonna have map number 5. The deciding map between those two teams, and you were the only one who predicted the correct amount of maps that we are gonna have. We will see if you will also be the only one who predicted the winner correctly, like the winner and the amount of maps.
No, not the only one.
If I...
Okay.
Yeah, you know, like the amount of maps and the winner at the same time. Also, if I remember correctly, you picked Zero Tenacity, right?
Yeah, everybody picked Zero Tenacity today.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I was like, yeah, it should have been Zero Tenacity, right? And yeah, it definitely was. So overall, in my opinion, just hopefully we're gonna have the 5th banger game, because it should have been banger. And Royson said that last season, but I still believe him. He said that they will always have something prepared. Well, it's the 5th map. You have to have something prepared right now. Just pick it. Come on.
Yes.
Just for the sake of, you know, surprising your opponent. Just pick it.
Secret strategy is what we need from Orbit Anonymo right now, because in the 4th game, whatever the strategy was, it did not work. I wonder at which point the idea of putting Prime onto cannon came into action during the draft, because they picked up so much AD, the cannon was pretty much the only option available to them with the Rumble being banned out, but it didn't work out. Prime couldn't really excel on this cannon in this game, even though in the regular season he had 2 cannon games and he won both of those. In this game he was just not even allowed to play. Apart from those solo kills, the moment he would join the team fights, Kabi would stun him immediately. Sejuani's ultimate and Sejuani's passive was on him 24/7. He was not allowed to play. And to be honest, nobody from Orbit Anonymo was really allowed to play in big team fights.
Yeah, they were not, and that was the main reason why they overall lost the game. It was very unfavorable terrain for them also, where even if you poke, even if you somehow survive the poke and you're able to heal yourself up, then obviously if they are just throwing you out with the abilities that they have, it's very tough to play the game, like versus such a poke comp that they have. It wasn't even maybe necessarily a poke comp, but I would say the poke from Slowkey was just doing the work. You can see that in the team fight. Like when the team fight is usually starting on our screen right now, someone is half health, and he's not half of health just by accident. he usually is because of those shock blasts like you just see on the screen. It's
Yeah.
slow queue all over again. And honestly, if he plays the same way on map number 5 and they win, just give him the MVP. Just give him the MVP.
Okay. I'm not the one to decide. I don't get any vote for the MVP, just for the record. I'm always the one who gets surprised in the end to see MVP, sometimes positively, sometimes just surprised. But, okay, I stand by a point, I think so. But I really want to see a different game from Anonymo. I want to see a different draft from them. I don't even care, to be honest, who wins in the last game. Should it be Anonymo? Should it be Zero Tenacity? Both of the teams have fought to the end today. With Anonymo maybe making a little bit more mistakes on the maps overall, but in the end, Zero Tenacity were also not having perfect games. They were being ridden upon by Anonymo a couple of times throughout these maps. So this is not okay. This is the games of the fair fight today. This is the series of the fair fights, and this is the series of apparently right side supremacy, because in this game again, 4th game in a row, the right side was the supreme one. Anonymo lost the previous game, so I assume yes, they are going to be on the right side, and something tells me they could just win the game and prove the point of the right side supremacy to us, or maybe not. Maybe Zero Tenacity will break it. We'll have to see.
I mean, that would have been super funny if just we went into the series and 5 teams that chose the red side all the time won. I mean, that would have been so unlucky for Zero Tenacity that they were not the ones to pick first.
Yeah, but, well, that's what happens to you sometimes, especially when you're the first team. You have to make sacrifices here and there. But who is going to be the first team in the end is still the question that remains open, that is still in the air. Because 2-2 situation, we had 4 excruciatingly long games today. They were tough ones, back and forth, emotional roller coaster, literally roller coaster on every single map that we've seen today. Some base races even. What else can possibly the 5th map bring to us that we haven't seen today? Or is it just going to be everything combined into one game?
Well, we will see, because right now it's all about the draft. It's all about the preparation, and we just received a confirmation that Zero Tenacity actually picked the blue side in the first game. It was Orbit Anonymo who were on the red side because of that. And well, I guess it worked out for them pretty fine.
Yeah, interesting enough. Okay, so they picked the blue side. They wanted to be on the blue side. Again, it makes sense. They had more games on the blue side throughout the regular season. They had more wins, obviously, because of that on the blue side. But, okay, let's focus on the game ahead of us, because this is going to be the final match. 2-2, Zero Tenacity, Orbit Anonymo. With Orbit Anonymo on the right side, they're starting with banning out Magvayer, of course. And look at that, Zero Tenacity are going very targeted with their bans. Fewer for Prime, not allowed. Zaya for Nermin, not allowed. What is going to be the last ban? And is there going to be a J spawn coming from Orbit Anonymo? Okay, Rumble from Zero Tenacity, sorry, not allowed.
I would ban Rel, most likely, just to get rid of this flex pick that can happen.
Or Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa.
Well, Kai'Sa, I'm not sure if I'm worried about Kai'Sa, because okay, they are just gonna first pick it, but then you get to pick Rel, which is also very good. So they trade Rel for Kai'Sa, which I would say is very favorable if they want to do it, because they may go Tristana and something else. I would love Tristana Rel, but we have no clue what they are gonna do.
Tristana Rel.
Yeah, that's the best
looks
option.
like. Can be flexed. Most probably this is going to be Tristana Royson, Rel Chipsy, but both can be flexed. It can be Severo Rel, and honestly I would love to see Severo Rel, because it is going to suit his playstyle. It is going to be a great accelerator, a very good team fighter. I would love for it to happen, but let's see what plan Orbit Anonymo have on their mind, because they have to have some plan, right?
Yeah, they should, and Nautilus should be the answer. Not on support, but in the jungle, it could definitely work out. If not Nautilus, you can just wait for the Trundle pick. But I guess if they picked Alistar so early on, most likely it looks like they won't be picking Nautilus. And by the way, picking Alistar so early on, and oh my god, they actually, that's so smart, by the way. That's so smart that they actually did it, because they're like, yeah, most likely if you pick Rel, you're also gonna have a tanky support, because Tristana is not good with like Lulu, Yumi, and stuff. So we are just gonna pick Trundle, just so we know that we are gonna be playing against Rel and one more tanky support. But I mean, Zero Tenacity guys, they really have some like confidence to play to just pick Alistar B2 with Sylas open. They're just like, yeah, Royce, you're not gonna pick Sylas, not at all. You're not gonna do it. If you do it, well, you're just out of your comfort zone. But if he actually does, if he picks Sylas with an Alistar ulti, the biggest, like the most broken ulti that you can possibly have on Sylas, that would have been a surprise, definitely.
I think Verison is still playing Tristana. I have a feeling that it is going to be the pick for him and that Tristana is not going to Nerman's hands, and that's going to look like that. I expected a Phileas ban right now, to be honest, from Norma, because I understand both of the bans, especially the Renekton ban, but Aphelios in Ice hands is feeling a little bit, just a tiny bit overpowered. So them allowing to leave it open. Do they want to pick it for Nerman because Nerman knows how to play Aphelios, or are they okay with leaving it to 0 to none? Ah, wait, there is Kai'Sa already. I am lagging. She could go into Slowkey's hands though still, but I don't think it's happening.
Well, it could. It could. There's always a possibility. That's why you first pick Kai'Sa, so you have this flex potential. That's the whole point. But I feel like Ice will be very happy receiving Kai'Sa, especially that he played her already. And well, Slowkey, he would love to pick up Jace, but it's banned, so he's not gonna have this opportunity. He can just go for an LeBlanc, Syndra, Ahri is also a good pick. So Syndra is banned, so I would say LeBlanc Ahri is like the best one. I would even go for Ahri in this specific scenario.
I think I would prefer Ahri too, maybe, but he is still thinking, and he's going into LeBlanc in the end. I mean, the idea in the end is going to be pretty much the same, with you going in very heavily, and what I love about LeBlanc here is the fact that she is having a massive jungler. A massive early game jungler, and LeBlanc really relies heavily upon having a good jungler in the early game.
Oh.
And that is going to be Seraphine. That is Seraphine LeBlanc mid lane match. Okay, I'm sorry, but I have to root for Anonymo in this game because they're again picking Seraphine for Royson. And in the end, this is Tristana for Nerman, surprisingly enough.
Okay, I like Seraphine much more in this setup, like than I did previously. You have
everybody's going to be ahead of her.
Yeah, you have huge amount of engage with Pharrell and her. You have fast reset potential with Viego and Aatrox. You have a lot of healing with this Tristana. I mean, you have everything you want. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
I
really think that
this is the draft that I would
rounds
love
the
to see.
composition up. Yeah, exactly. But can you say the same about Zero Tenacity's draft? Because they're going with interesting things there, especially the LeBlanc for Slowkey. I like it. I like it for Slowkey. I think it is a strong pick here, and she can be really good into the squishes on the side of the enemy, especially if he gets onto Royce and Seraphine and gets her out of the fight as quickly as possible. That could be a fight over for Anonymo.
It definitely could be an issue for Anonymo to try to play around this LeBlanc, but we also need to look at the other side. Most likely Naramin is gonna build static, like at least I suppose he's gonna build static. So it's gonna be static versus static. It's not gonna be a static versus non-static users, like for example you have in Azir versus Tristana matchup or Azir versus LeBlanc matchup. So in this case, even though they won't be playing against each other on lane, you will still have you still will most likely have a static user, which is an important factor, I would say. So overall, looking at both of these teams, I definitely favor, in my at least opinion, I favor Anonymo's draft. But Zero Tenacity, like I said 30 minutes ago or something, they just refuse to give up. They just won't give up. Like every single time we think that Anonymo are dominating in the game and this and that. Nah, they are just coming back, Zero Tenacity, never giving up. I respect that a lot.
To me, in this game, it's going to be about who gets ahead in the early game again. Because if Anonymo do get ahead, they have a pretty easy composition to execute in the team fight. It is straightforward. You just, again, no brain, no breaks. You go in full speed into the enemies, and somewhere in your back there is Royce throwing all the stuff on your backs, and all of you are very happy with the result. For Zero Tenacity, if they get ahead, their peak and burst potential is going to be incredible. With the LeBlanc and with the Kai'Sa, they can get to the enemy's backlane, they can remove them, they can one-shot them later in the game when they both are sitting on 3 items. this is going to be a really tough thing for Orbit and Anonymo to deal, even with all the shields and all the healing on their side. So whoever gets ahead, whoever gets first to the items, whoever gets the prior on the map, in my opinion, is going to win. Let's see, because we're not even 1 minute in. We will need to wait and see who gets this game. But ladies and gentlemen, Silver Scribes again to the full maximum volume, because this is game 5-0 Tenacity going against Orbit and Anonymo. Whoever wins this game is getting into the grand finals next week. Whoever loses this game still needs to go through one more opponent this week.
Well, and Orbit Anonymo, Zero Tenacity. Whoever loses this game, I wouldn't even say is in the bad spot because of playing one more game, but it's risking elimination because of that. And that's always risky. That's something that you never want to do. Like risking elimination because of that. Like, it's just, you want to have final guaranteed. Just have the peace of mind, get some rest, get ready, play some scrims, and see how the other teams do. Make them feel stressed. Don't feel stressed yourself. And unfortunately, one of these teams will have to lose.
Yeah, unfortunately, we would love both of them to win, but that is simply impossible. Prime? Huh? Okay, it's just friendly bash between the top laners. They're not even on the top lane.
But if Color hits Q3...
No, he doesn't.
Won't. Okay.
Yeah, that's the easy answer for us.
If he did... That could
damage
have
the
been...
knock-up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that could force Prime into a very uncomfortable position.
But it's okay. They're fine. They're top laners. But both of them and all of us have to remember again about the further stakes of this game. Because it's not just about winning and losing this time. It's not about going through the through one more opponent. It's not about going to the final. So whoever wins this game secures the EMEA Master spot.
Well, EMEA Masters, I believe we as a casters, we don't really see Zero Tenacity not making it to EMEA Masters. That would have been a shock.
Yeah, because they're preparing directly for EMEA Masters. They've told it to us on the interviews.
I mean, if they don't make it there, that would have been the biggest shock ever, I would say, because when we are talking about teams from Poland making it to EMEA Masters, teams from Ultraliga making it to EMEA Masters, we are like, yeah, I mean, obviously Zero Tenacity and there's always Zero Tenacity and. There's not like, yeah, Orbit Anonymo and. There's always like Zero Tenacity being the guaranteed there, but maybe we'll talk about it in a second, because Prime goes for the trade and does the trade that he could very quickly regret. Low on HP, trying to go for Color, but he will not be able to get him. That's the same situation that we had on map 4 with Trundle getting the first blood on top lane.
That is not good for Orbit and Anonymo on so many levels, because it's Trundle, as you said, getting the first blood, and Trundle is a menace in the early game, and is going to be a menace for quite some minutes going further into this game. It is not good because it's Prime who got caught, and it shows to us that Zero Tenacity again are going with the same idea. We need to shut down Prime. We need to not let Prime play this game. And it is a good strategy. It is a winning strategy, because Prime is the powerhouse of Orbit and Anonymo. He is a hyper carry. He wants to be the hyper carry, and if you don't let him play, it is really hard for him and for the whole team to bounce back. And it's Aatrox, in general, a champion who really dislikes playing from behind. Xante is fine no matter what's going on for him. Like, worst case, he builds full tank and goes to the front lane. For Aatrox, it is important that he plays from ahead, and if he's already 0-1, it's not a good place for him to be.
It definitely is not, and Prime, the only good thing that happened is the fact that he didn't burn the flash, so if Ryuzaki shows up again, there's always a possibility to just flash away, W fast, so you can run away from the danger. Apart from that, I mean, Orbit Anonymo right now, they need to be careful, because this is the draft that requires Aatrox to be ahead, that wants Nerami to be ahead as well. Those are two people that will take a lot from the Seraphine, and you need them to take a lot from the Seraphine. If Aatrox is going to be 0-2, Tristana is going to be 0-2, this comp just won't work. Not at all.
To be honest, ideally for Orbit and Anonymo, everybody on their team needs to be ahead, because Saviro Vieger is going to be a very big carry for the team if he is set ahead. Royson, we talked about potential lack of damage for the team that picks Seraphine in the mid lane. If he has the items, it is not a problem because he's ahead. And we have a pause or whatever technical issue happened on the other side of the production, but we'll wait it out. We'll talk about how important it is for Anonymo to be ahead, because I really think, and I agree with you, this is not the game that they can play from behind. They cannot afford to fall behind on any single lane whatsoever, especially if they all fall behind. That is going to be a game over for them.
I mean, Seraphine can be a little bit behind, just a little bit, because she's always going to be giving a lot in terms of healing, in terms of just playing for the team. But I agree, if you have Aatrox on the top lane, he cannot be behind. If you have Tristana, she wants to take place. So I feel like the way we will be judging them is just looking at how they play. If they play to take the plates and they get ahead even 100 gold, it's good. Like, it's already good because it gives them the small advantages that they can, and they can build them up on Herald, they can build them out on Drakes, and so on and so on. So I feel like Orbit Anonymo understands that the thing that happened on the top lane, yes, it's definitely slowing Aatrox a lot, but most likely it will not happen again, mainly because he still has a flash, and that's why he didn't burn it at the first place.
Mm-hmm. I have a feeling, though, he might need to burn it soon. I have a feeling that this Trundle that is 1-0 right now, he is not going to let go of the top lane. I mean, there is still the mid lane, to be fair, that needs attention, because LeBlanc needs attention. We could see constant exchanges between Slowq and Rosen, where both of them can go pretty low, but neither of them really have the kill potential onto the enemy. And it is true for LeBlanc, no matter who she stands against. She always needs her jungler to come to her during the laning phase to help her secure a kill, because otherwise, you don't play LeBlanc solo, separated from your jungler. This is not where LeBlanc wants to be, and she's pretty unplayable in that case. If this Trundle goes into mid lane, there would be a dead Rosen, and from there on, it would be most probably a Drake for Zero Tenacity. If they get a Drake, they have an open access to the bot lane as well, where it's going to be harder to get things going on the bot lane, because there is still Rel, and Tristana is still very jumpy. But if you have the damage, which you should if everything goes according to the plan for Zero Tenacity, it shouldn't be a problem.
It shouldn't be, but we need to remember that Orbit Anonymo with this Seraphine, like the long fights that are gonna happen, Seraphine is just gonna use her W and she's gonna be like, okay guys, let's play it long, let's just wait it out, play time with how long you can possibly play time, and then try to attack, try to get some resets. Obviously, we would love to see the scenario where they get instant resets with Viego and Aatrox, but if we look at this realistically, they need to show some patience in this game. The way they should win is trying to withstand the early storm that Zero Tenacity are probably going to show off, especially with the draft that they have with Cassante and stuff, and then attack back. Because I feel like if they engage, even though their comp is kind of built to engage because they have Encore from Seraphine and Magnet Storm from Rel, it's not going to work out because there are going to be targets on the enemy team that are just going to survive the engage. And then that's the issue. Obviously, when you hit form and stun, it's not going to matter. But I'm talking about, obviously, the realistic scenarios.
Yeah. To be fair, there are so many realistic scenarios. I find it a little bit hard to predict how exactly the fights are going to go. But that's why we need to keep a close eye on how the lanes look when we get back to the game after the pause, because we're still waiting to be thrown back into the game. Whatever happened there, I hope it's not going to last for too long, because I can't wait to see how this 5th map is going to look like. It can absolutely blow up. Everything on this map can blow up in a matter of seconds. Things can get decided super quickly in this game. But for now, we're jumping back into the game and we're not deciding anything super quickly just yet. We're still playing the patient, the slower game from both the sides. Still 1-0. Still gold is almost even. And the dragon is being taken by Orbit Anonymo. Let's see what's next.
And that's actually huge. Like, the fact that they can get the early Drake, that already puts them in the very comfortable spot. You get the first Drake, that's the Mountain Drake obviously, and you get it 5 minutes 48 seconds versus the Trundle. Obviously Savaro is not gonna be entirely happy because he's gonna lose a little bit of a tempo in the jungle, but he is still very much ahead right now. Look at that, 49 to 29. Ryuzaki is basically running around the map with no camps available, while Savaro has not been wasting any time.
Oh, Ryuzaki? How do you want to go there?
Yeah,
oh,
they
that's
won't.
it. Yeah, that's the neat answer. They won't, exactly. Royson is still alive, he still has the mana, he's still healing up. He has the Uncle if anything goes completely south for him, while Slowq doesn't have. He's... I know, it's LeBlanc. Forget it. I forgot for a second that it's LeBlanc. It doesn't matter too much for her compared to what it would for Seraphine. But yeah, things look pretty fine for Obit Anonymo. They're taking the slower approach this game. They're losing in terms of gold everywhere, but ever so slightly. Ryuzaki there wants to go aggressive.
Royson. Okay.
One thing is
didn't
to
even have to use Encore. That's good. But we need to remember, like you said, it's LeBlanc, so when she will have her static sheaf, she will just one-shot the wave, and that's gonna be a huge issue for Orbit Anonymo. Normally with Seraphine you would think, yeah, she will one-shot the wave either way. She will, but maybe not one-shot, it will take her a little bit longer. And this little bit longer is very important in terms of getting the priority. Speaking of priority, it looks like Orbit Anonymo are having a priority to kill Kabi right now. Kabi
or
getting...
somebody.
Yeah, I mean both of them are getting lower and lower, but Kabi, we need to remember, when he gets level 6, he's gonna be pretty much unkillable for the next few seconds. Chipsy, trying to play it smart, but he's ignited, he's thrown back to the team, and he most likely is dead. Just buying time, and who will get a kill? It should be Ice, obviously. And it will be Ice.
Took them some time. But okay, Ice gets the kill. It's the second kill for the team. It's the first kill for Kai'Sa. It's level 6 hit for Ice with his kill. Things are looking good for Zero Tenacity. They are winning these early games so far everywhere across the map. In the jungle, if you look closely, Severo is farming like a madman, which is interesting because with Viego you either want to find skirmishes all the time or you want to power farm because you unlock a lot of your power going into your level 6 and into your items. But on top of that, Orbit Anonymo are still getting the objectives, which is... Royson? Oh!
Which is exactly what you want, but Royson... Somehow he was able to survive on 80 health. 80 health, but he was able to somehow... He managed to survive, and Orbit Anonymo, they will get the Herald. They lose in kills, but they are trying to get some gold back, and it's not working that bad.
Well, to answer the question as to how exactly Royson survived, it was a very nicely timed flash together with Chipsy jumping in immediately to body block Royson should anything go wrong from the side of Slowq. But yeah, Royson still lives, and that is typical Royson, to be honest. He just survives throughout his lane, and he feels pretty fine if he does so. But he's not playing... Okay, he is playing a control mage, but it's a little bit different control mage. It's more of a control than mage. He's not going to be too much about dealing damage, even though when we saw his game previously on Seraphine, he was dealing quite a big chunk of damage in there. But still, it is not exactly the hyper carry for the team. It is not the biggest carry, so somebody else needs to step up on Orbit Anonymo's side. Is it going to be Prime? He's already 0-1.
Most likely not, because in this specific lane he is not even on the possible end of getting a kill. He's most likely the one getting killed when Color is gonna be using his all out. The issue is that Savaro is not interested in going for a topside action at all. But Savaro is like, yeah, I just want to farm a lot, and it's actually working very good for him. Look at the difference in farm in jungles. That's actually insane. Like 10 minutes, you have 40 farm difference. It's like... Wait, I need to... Yeah, it's 8 camps. It's more than 8 camps, actually. It's... Wait, yeah, it's actually... My math is actually terrible. It's 10 camps, actually, because it's 10 multiply 4. It's 4... Yeah, it's 10 camps. That's actually unbelievable. Like, imagine that. You're 10 minutes into the game, and you already have 10 camps more than your opponent.
Oh,
able to survive.
That was
Curious, but
yeah, again, barely survives. Slowq is putting a lot of pressure onto him. Slowq, that was risky.
Yeah, Slowq likes to take some risk, and Savaro, he may need to take some risk as well. Heartbreaker was able to survive this, but they may be able Well, I think they have to actually give up this Drake because of that. Savaro is low, Royson is low. Royson can TP, but he can TP to the mid lane tower, not to the river yet. So, yeah, they most likely will give up this Drake over.
Unfortunately for them, because it's a very good Drake, and with Zero Tenacity having so much scaling for their LeBlanc, for their Kai'Sa, they're very happy to pick up this Drake and to let it stay with them with all the scaling that is going to... with all the damage that's going to be scaling with time for them. And we have another Cloud Soul today, by the way. And again, it's going to be beneficial for everybody across the map. Yeah, it is very cloudy today, both in Warsaw and on the Summoner's Rift, apparently.
Yeah, unfortunately. But on Summoner's Rift is actually more benefiting than in real life, so... yeah, that's actually something. 1500 gold advantage for Zero Tenacity right now, which is obviously important, but good things happening for Anonymo as well. Slowly getting to the first item is Royson, and when he actually gets there, it's gonna be the point where he can feel that his champ actually does something. Because so far it's like, you know, yes, he is playing, but it's not that it's not that big of a difference.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's like everybody in this team pretty much needs to wait, except for Yazaki. Yazaki feels very useful no matter what state of the game it is. That's an interesting herald. Will Anonymo be able to get it all the way to the turret? Because there's 3 members of Zero Tenacity here to stop it and to stop Anonymo, but Gypsy is going on. He's relentless.
He is relentless, and this herald will hit Gypsy. He's trying to run away, but we need to remember Rel is very slow after she jumps down. Flash available, TP from Prime and from Coral. We are gonna have a true fight finally. Ryuzaki is the first one to get a kill, and Prime, oh my goodness, he's healing a lot, but it's just not enough, and Coral will miss Royson. What was that? And that looks like Zero Tenacity just extending the lead. Savaro goes for the fight, and Savaro goes out with the Heartbreaker. It's gonna be Zero Tenacity extending the lead to 2000.
Oof, 2000 already. Oh man, that's a lot. I mean, considering they have 3 more kills in Anonymo, you could expect that, but that's surprisingly more than I anticipated. There is a huge lead for Slowq, a very nice lead for Ice and Kala both, so yeah, that's looking really good for Zero Tenacity. You have to remember that at Anonymo, like, of course they are making mistakes, and they have been making mistakes throughout the day, but right now everybody's tired. It's been a long day for them, so that overstep from them and these abilities flying the wrong ways were very unfortunate and very wrong and cost them a lot in this fight, of course, but I guess I could see where they were coming from. Though this Encore could have been very big if only it hit. Royson's abilities are going to be massive in this game, and they're going to pretty much make or break the game for the team.
And like you said, everyone is tired. That's why this is the last moment where you can pretty much focus up, try to, you know, get this energy out of your body, create something. Even though you're tired, even though it's been a long day, they've been preparing, most likely, if we count the draft prep, if they did it today, for 6 hours more. If they meet at 3 and they did it, I feel like, you know, most likely it took them half an hour or something like that. I don't know, I'm just guessing. It's a long day, but you need to finish it up. It won't matter at all if you lose now. You need to do something. So yeah, like I said, you need to try to create something. You need to try to create the advantage. Because if you fall right now, it just won't matter.
Yeah. I mean, if Anonymo, for example, falls right now, whoever falls right now, they still go through 1 more game, and then there is a chance we will see again Zero Tenacity versus Anonymo finals. Quite possibly we will see Zero Tenacity versus Anonymo finals again, because previous season we had the same. Zero Tenacity knock out Anonymo, they go through 1 more game, but then in the end it's the same 2 teams in the finals. But again, it's 1 more game to go through. It is not the best. But speaking of creating opportunities and spaces and stuff, Anonymo just created Herald for themselves. Might create a Death Rosen, but no, not really. It's fine. And we still continue with the bash on the mid lane. And another fun fact for you. We are on the 5th game right now. I want you all to remember, everybody's tired, but this is the most important moment. Last time Ultraliga had 5-game map was back in Season 7, 3 seasons ago. And only now we're getting the Silver Scrapes game, and this is the biggest moment we could have wished for.
Yeah, we waited a long time, but I can already tell it was worth the waiting.
Oh yes. Absolutely.
4-1
Fully.
in kills, but Prime only on Eclipse right now. It's definitely an issue because Orbit Anonymo, they would love to build this death comp with just snowballing, just creating the ball with Royson and just making it work. But they can't. They just can't find to gain the upper hand. Their jungler is 1k ahead, but it's only Viego. It's not like you're playing Graves, carry Graves or something like that. It's only Viego, and that's gonna make a huge issue for Orbit Anonymo. They are gonna go for this Drake though. We will see if they're able to take it.
Good question, because Zero Tenacity are around, very limited vision for Orbit Anonymo around Pete. They don't know how many people of Zero Tenacity, where they are exactly. And Nerman is already getting caught!
Slow Q. Absolutely insane that he was able to find this flank. It changes everything. No Prime, who was just about to recall to base, he was 6 seconds into his recall. Just cancelled his recall because he's like, yeah, like there's nothing to recall for. I won't TP either way. Neramin is dead, so I cannot do anything. Slow Q. Another huge play from this guy.
And this is something we feared for the backline of Orbit Anonymo, for the carries of Orbit Anonymo, for Nermin and Royston specifically, that slow Q is going to be the death of them, because boy oh boy, this man knows how to play his assassins. He knows how to play many things, but his assassins are such a joy to watch. And look at his build. His second item is Libin's Tempest already. This is a one-shot burst LeBlanc, and she is bursting indeed.
Yeah, he's barely standing. Slow Q could just flash Distortion. Honestly, he could just flash Distortion if he wants to, but there's a possibility that Nerami will just flash as well. Oh! Oh, not like this, Slonky, not like this.
Well, Gypsy was expecting things.
Yeah, that didn't quite work out. That's so unlucky, by the way. I mean, if he did it a split second earlier, maybe it could have worked out, but not like that.
But it didn't work out, and that's the end result that we have right now. But Slowky still is a menace to Orbit Anonymo, and especially for, like, if you look at who is at Orbit Anonymo, there is Royson who has no escape whatsoever because it's poor Sorfin, and then there is Nermin who has his escape, but you could see already in this fight per Drake, Nermin cannot get away from Slow Q. Tristana cannot run away from LeBlanc, especially if LeBlanc has the ultimate available to duplicate her jump. Tristana is never getting away from her, and this is going to be a guaranteed kill for LeBlanc unless Tristana is heavily out-itemizing her, and this Tristana unfortunately is not. This Tristana is almost 2k behind Kaiser. This Tristana is only one item while there are 2 items on Slow Q.
And that's definitely making a difference. Slow Q, the final boss of this game. 2 items already on himself. 2 Drakes taken by Zero Tenacity. Color? Is he in trouble? No, he's not. 1v2 for Prime. Eclipse available, but that's the only thing available for himself. Another kill for Slow Q, but here Kabi could die, and there we go. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 top laner for the support. Still a good trade from Zero Tenacity's side.
Ice is going again to go with the same build that we saw from him today when he was playing Kaiser. Absolutely disgusting, very pokey build, because he's going to go with the Luden's Tempest. It's going to be 2 Luden's Tempest on the side of Zero Tenacity, and Slowky can still poke if he wants to. Even though he wants to be all-eating, of course, and getting the kills and getting out, he can still poke the enemies, and the combined poke from these 2 again is going to be really hard for Orbit Anonymo to deal with. Of course, this time they have Royson, so they can heal up. But is it going to be enough? Because Royson is constantly under pressure from the aforementioned Slow Q.
Yeah, it's not like Royson will be having W available every 2 seconds, so... yeah, that's most likely it won't be enough if they are able to hit the poke correctly. And unfortunately, like we said, Solari, if you want to get this comp going, you need to have Neramin and Aatrox ahead. Unfortunately for Orbit Anonymo, they are not having Aatrox ahead at all.
We talked about it in the draft, right? Whoever is going to be ahead at 15 is going to probably win the game, because for the other team it's going to be really hard to play from behind. If you look across the board, everybody here hates to play from behind. LeBlanc absolutely despises it. Kaisa finds it really hard and needs more time to get ahead, if she, to get online pretty much if she's playing from behind. Aatrox and Tristana, pretty much the same. They need much more time. Aatrox might never have the time. Viego same. Seraphine same. Everybody needs to be ahead, and Zero Tenacity have successfully done so. Everybody except their jungler is ahead of their adversary, and also support, but it's engaged support. It's a slightly different story. Orbit and Anonymo need to find a miracle again, and they have already found a miracle today. It was in the first map, with the Baron, with everything that happened around it. But is it going to happen again? Oh my god, Neriman's health is already going down. There is not even Luden's Tempest completed for Ice, but Poke, yeah, it's already very much there. Oh, yeah, Royson. Oh, I'm scared for Royson.
Yeah, it's the same like map 1. If some of you who are watching still remember map 1, it was basically looking like this. The Poke mid laner, Poke ADC, and just trying to survive till the later stages of the game. Royson so far, he's trying to survive till the second item, and that's not working so well for him. He's still only on Liandry's, which is not that good. He needs Arhanel stuff.
Yeah. He needs it very much right now, because you can see his money is going down. And look at what Zero Tenacity are doing. They can split across the map right now, because slow Q is LeBlanc, and LeBlanc with the static shape is such a good split pusher. He's pushing on the top side right now. This is telling Orbit Anonymo, hey, we can go and take the Drake, and they take the Drake, but look at what Zero Tenacity are doing in the process. They're taking the Baron. They're not taking it right now, but they're luring Orbit Anonymo in, because they realize, hey, something is wrong, we don't see the enemy, except for Kala, and we take Kala.
Yeah, but Color can just buy time and they can try to go back to Nash, but overall, it's Orbit Anonymo who are winning in this situation. They got the Drake, Nash was not started. I mean, it was started, but it was not finished. So, it's a win for them.
Second dragon? I mean, it's second for second, so it's not too bad. It means that both of the teams can relax going into the next dragon of the game in 4 minutes and 20 seconds. They can just leave it. If there is something bigger to do on the map, it's alright to give it away to the enemy. Or if you're behind, it's alright to give this one to the enemy. But the Baron right now is all it talks. The Baron is hot on the map. The Baron is in season. And both of the teams have to put vision around it, especially Orbit Anonymo, because they don't see anything around it. There is one little poor word in the enemy's jungle, and that's it. They have no vision, and when you're playing against LeBlanc and against Kaisa, but especially with LeBlanc, you are legally not allowed to have zero vision, because it means you're dead.
But because of this one word, they were able to say that they were doing the Nash, so I guess it still paid off to at least have this one word.
That's true.
But yeah, Orbit Anonymo, 5k behind. Yes, they do have Seraphine, which likely is like, even though you're behind, she's gonna be giving you some advantages, but you need more than advantages. You need to fight a good team fight, and it's gonna be close to impossible when you are playing against 3 items slow Q and 3 items ice. Jesus Christ, look at that. Like, it hurts from even looking. Imagine what happens when slow Q is gonna hit Distortion and ice is gonna hit his Voice Seeker. It's basically GG.
Yeah, exactly. It's somebody dead. It's a kill for Zero Tenacity. It's GG for Orbit Anonymo, except there you go next. It is just GG. This is one last chance for both the teams. Whoever wins this one takes it all and goes further to the finals. Whoever loses is probably going to have a chance to fight back, but it's going to be in a week and they still have to fight through the other team to get to this. So, come on. Both teams are at the edge right now. On the edge. This is the moment for them, and this is the moment for Chipsy to try to survive. And he does so. Good job, Chipsy.
Yeah, this time not getting caught at least. That's some good news happening, but apart from that, Zero Tenacity. Oh, I thought Neramin is gonna eat that to the face. He even went for a Hex Drinker just to get some more. Okay, just to get some more defensive stats. Ice had to use a flash, which is definitely important. And core still available for Royson, so they need to fight around this in core. This healing is doing a lot, but they need an core. Wait, what? Why did I see a TP? Now I see a TP again. What is going on? I I have no clue, but overall, I know one thing. Color is dead. Sourrow gets his body and he's going forward. Orbit Anonymo. They feel the blood, they want to go forward. Oh, maybe, but it's not gonna happen. They only get a top laner. They would love to try to go for a Nash, but Kabi is there as well.
There is no ENG on Seraphine anymore, so this is really dangerous. Of course, it's not short cooldown, but it's still not available right now. Slowky is a very low health, and they're fighting again right now.
They all go on Ryuzaki, but that's a 4-man knockup from Kabi. Kabi is playing this so smart, just buying time, making sure that they won't go instantly on the Nash, but this time he will be the next victim. 30 seconds without this Korean support, and Ice, with his Voice Seekers, will be finding more resets. Neramin hit again. Sourrow, most likely, will soon be hit again. He finally missed, and that's the window of opportunity that Orbit Anonymo has been waiting for. They got the Nash on 5 people, and they will be wearing purple for the next few minutes. And they need to make it count.
Alright, do we say this is the miracle that we talked about that was so very much needed for Orbit Anonymo? Because I cannot say for sure that it is, but definitely it was a good fight from them, some very good pickups, whatever the hell happened there with the teleport, because I believe we had like a general view from the observer's point of view when we saw the teleport, then we had the point of view from Orbit Anonymo for a second where we didn't see it, but then we saw it again, so I'm very confused as to what exactly happened there, but what matters is that they have the Baron, they got the kills, and they want to have even more.
Well, they just got Color once again, the second death. He finally started dying, but I guess those are the deaths that counts, and Royce on his healing so much. This W from Ice is not doing that much. Void Seekers are not doing it. They're just not cutting it. Look, it's Void Seeker after Void Seeker, but he's just Wing after Wing. It's so tough to play against Seraphine. She should be perma-banned, honestly.
Yeah, let's go back. Okay, no, let's not go back to the times when she was perma-banned, because I remember those times very well. And it was actually through those times that whenever Royson would get that Seraphine, he would be very happy with it, because yes, she is the Queen of Poland for a reason. Seraphine Królowa Polski, that's how it goes, and that's the dragon for Orbit Anonymo, that's how it goes as well. And inhibitor open for them, and look at this goal difference! Look at this goal difference! Zero Tenacity are still leading, but this lead is shrinking. The difference between the teams is shrinking massively because of what Orbit Anonymo have been doing for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, and Prime, I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing, but this is his health after one Void Seeker. Void Seeker. When he's not close to Royson, they won't be surviving for long. So Orbit
Nobody will
Anonymo
survive
right now,
without Royson.
Yeah, that's true. So, like you said, this gold lead is shrinking. So what they need to do right now is they need to find a way to basically make it disappear, and they're doing a good job of that. Look, Color's basically got off guard. They will be able to get the tier 2 as well. Color, oh, didn't they go too far? And Color will hit, but they wasted a lot just to kill Color, and they weren't able to do it. He's low on health, no TB available for him, but they will just force their way to take the second end. Oh,
no, they're fighting again! They can finish the game! Kasper, they can finish the game!
No,
they can take the win against
your
Tenacity!
I refuse to believe it. It's 40 seconds, 35 seconds right now.
Wait, Neramin is low.
Somehow Color is very low on health. He is just dead. It's a 5v3. Orbit Anonymo. 2 kills. 3 deaths.
They don't have the burn buff anymore.
Somehow, they are just doing it. It's all on Ice and Slowky. It's Ice and Slowky all the way. It's them. Or it's over. Slowky trying to do the damage, but Royson is just doing it more. They are going for it. Chips it. Lower health, but it doesn't matter. Ice is lower. The first kill goes their way. Neramin is low, but they will finish it. Orbit Anonymo just made the biggest upset happen in the history of Ultraliga that I've seen. No one wins versus Zero Tenacity just like that. The only bigger upset that I've seen is Devil's One winning the final in Season 3, I believe. Apart from that...
That was many seasons ago. Man, what did we just witness? This series was absolutely insane, but this is Orbit Anonymo that we have to, first of all, congratulate, because they are taking this after 5 longest games possible. After quite many times when it looked like everything was lost for them, somehow the miracle comes to them and they turn the game around. Being led by their queen, they go forward and take the games over and over 3 times. Almost in a row, but not really. But that means for them, they're going into the finals right now. We are not going to see them up until the grand final that is going to happen next week. But Zero Tenacity are in an unprecedented situation where they have to fight for their place in the finals. There is a very small, very slight, but there is a chance that Zero Tenacity will not be in the finals at all. And this is the team that is planning to go to EMEA Masters, that is preparing already for EMEA Masters, are right now fighting for their place in the finals. This is the team that is all about going into series, the team that is all about best of 3s, best of 5s, and they lost to Orbit Anonymo. And I think it doesn't necessarily say much about Zero Tenacity as much as it says a lot about Orbit Anonymo, about the level of preparation they've put into themselves, into this team going into this series, and boy oh boy did it pay off for them. Bless you.
And thank you. I mean, I cannot believe it. I'm so in shock. Like, if you told me today, before we started, Orbit Anonymo are gonna win, I would be like, yeah, we're gonna have 1-1 point. I told you before the series, I feel like we're gonna have a close series, but I was not anticipating this close. Like, when I thought about close, I was like, yeah, Orbit Anonymo are gonna fight, right? But most likely they're not gonna win, but they could make it even 3-2. But they did it. They actually did it. Prime this game, like the fact that they were so far behind in this game and they came back. It's absolutely insane. Honestly, it's absolutely insane. It's one of the best Ultraliga games I've seen in a while.
Yes. This is probably the best Ultraliga series that I can remember up to date, to be honest. Because this shows you a lot about these teams. This shows you a lot about how well Orbit Anonymo can play from behind. And I think if we were to compare these two teams and say what Orbit Anonymo can do better than Zero Tenacity, because again, Orbit Anonymo are far from perfect. They make a lot of mistakes. And Zero Tenacity have been punishing them greatly for making these mistakes. But if there is one thing that Orbit Anonymo can do really good and maybe even better than Zero Tenacity, it is playing from behind. Because they were behind in so many games today. Even in the games where they claimed victory, they were behind. And in this game, they were heavily behind. The difference between the teams was massive. We were hardly even discussing the possibility for Orbit Anonymo to come back other than literally a miracle. And this was literally what happened. But the fact that they found these miracles and it wasn't a one-off situation, this was a continuous effort from them throughout the games, tells you a lot about how strong this team is. And honestly, Poland couldn't be prouder having this team as their representatives for EMEA Masters.
Yeah, I feel like this is a team that can make a difference, definitely. And even last split that they've been playing, they were the ones that took Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition into 50-minute war. And we need to remember, Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition, they were the team that was basically in the final. They were in the final, they were winning 2-0 in the final. They lost, but they were in the final of EMEA Masters. Orbit Anonymo, they could be the next big story from Ultraliga. They could definitely be. I do believe in them, especially after such a win.
And they could just be a reason that Zero Tenacity would not have 3 crowns in a row, because Zero Tenacity have already made a history by taking the 2nd crown in a row in the previous season, and it was the first time ever in the history of Ultraliga when a team won 2 times in a row. But Orbit Anonymo might just be the team that is going to deliver them pretty much, as you said, the biggest upset possible in this season. And this is going to be a beautiful story for Orbit Anonymo. This will be an interesting story for Zero Tenacity as well, because they're still a really strong and a really scary team to go against. But it looks like they can be defeated thanks to the man who played absolutely favorite mid laner ever. Good period.
I heard robot for a second, but I guess it's maybe just my internet. I have no clue. Overall, Royson getting the MVP. Well deserved, I would say. He had some issues on the 5th map, but he was able to get it, which is the most important. He was able to carry his team basically into these games, and well, those 3 wins that they got were basically by him making the game look perfect.
Yeah. Like, come on. The man had 100% kill participation in this last game. 100% kill participation. He was in every single kill that his team delivered. So again, huge congratulations to the man for yet another MVP status in his pocket. Huge congratulations to Obit Anonymo. And how about we talk to the team itself? How about we talk to the mirrors? Because Saviro is going to join us for the interview. The jungler of Obit Anonymo is going to be with us. Hello, congratulations with the victory, because I'm pretty sure it was a big one for you. But tell me please, how are you and your team feeling after taking this one?
Hello. Thank you for the congratulations. Obviously, we are really happy. We basically went, I think, all in with the preparation, and looks like it paid off. And I think we played pretty good series, but I think Z10 also played one of their worst series.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense for you to say that. Overall, if you were to sum up the season, obviously it's not over yet, but if the season ended tonight, how would you sum it up so far? Are you happy with the results that you got? Because you just now managed to qualify to the EMEA Masters, so I guess we would definitely call it a success. But do you aim for EMEA Masters and the Ultraliga trophy, or is it just one of those two?
I mean, I think for sure both will be really good for us. But I mean, if it doesn't happen, worst case, I think we will be fine with it. Our main goal is to hit EU Masters. But I think the way we are playing right now, it's very possible for us to win the finals as well.
I would like to take you back to the games that we had today. I know it was a lot of them and they were very long, but let's look back for a second, because 3 games of those you won, 2 games of those you lost. What was the biggest difference between the games that you won and those you lost? What was the difference, you think? What was the reason why you won some and lost some?
I think, to be honest, red side is just too OP, because 5 games that were played were 100% red side. But otherwise, I think on red side, it's just much easier to draft. And we were very surprised that Zero Tenacity picked blue side for the first game. But yeah, I mean, I think it was just a very interesting series. And yeah, I mean, I think red side is just really OP.
Yeah,
I mean,
looks like that.
You played a great series, and if you were to give MVP for today's series, who would you give the MVP to?
I mean, I think probably I would give it to Ryzen as well, because he's been keeping the morale in the team. He's been basically shot calling everything and keeping the team together. And I think that's the most important thing in a team to happen. And he was also playing really good. But I think in this series everyone played really good. Like in last game as well, Prime got really hard camped, but he didn't really lose it, and he was still playing pretty well, and he was winning the 1v1. So I think all of us played pretty good series.
Yeah, you definitely all did. Yeah, you did all play very good series. But Cyber, again, huge congratulations from our side for taking this one. We will, of course, see you next week for the grand finals. But before we do that, right now, if you have any greeting or shout out as the tradition goes, you can give them right now.
Yeah, I would like to thank our sponsors, thank my teammates and my staff. And I would like to also thank my parents, because they're watching and cheering for me. And that's it.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. And again, we will see you next week, and we can't wait to see you clashing in the finals. Now take rest and be right back.
Okay. See you.
See you.
See you. What a day.
Yeah, exactly. Captain, it's Tuesday, but what a day it is indeed.
What
That
a
was
day.
such a good series. Oh my god, I feel pretty tired because it was a long day and the games were long and very tough ones, but at the same time I feel so happy and fulfilled because these games were just so amazing to watch, and it was like a breath of fresh air because it was such a calculated game from both these teams, and also because we saw Orbit Anonymo take their victory, especially after what was happening to them in the previous season. When you remember, they were crushed by Zero Tenacity once and they got crushed by them again. They got crushed by them when they were playing in the regular season, but now in this best of 5 they finally managed to prove to Zero Tenacity that they are stronger.
And maybe it could be, you know, something that can happen again in the finals. We should... Oh my goodness, I mean...
I still won, okay? I still won because I'm the only one who had the audacity to vote for 3-2.
It speaks for itself. We don't need to add anything up. We are called experts, but well, we definitely didn't show it today. I'm still last, so nothing changes for me. Maybe I'll be able to somehow get it back, but I guess most likely not. The bracket shows some promise for Zero Tenacity because they will be playing against the winner of Maturalni Forsaken versus Alior Bank team, which is gonna be played tomorrow at 5. Make sure you won't miss it. It's a banger game as well. Like, it's very tough for me at least to pick the favorite for tomorrow game. I don't know. Alior Bank team should be the favorite on paper, but Maturalni Forsaken, they literally ran over Illuminar Gaming. So I still believe that looking at these games, we are gonna have some banger games. So definitely keep watching Ultraliga, Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga on the English stream, on the Polish stream as well. Watch it everywhere. Just make sure that you are keeping yourself updated with the games, because if you miss one, trust me, it's hard to come back after missing one.
Yes,
because, like, especially today's one. Imagine that someone, I don't know, went to the city or something and he came back like in 5 minutes or something, and he sees that Orbit Anonymo won 3-2 versus Zero Tenacity, and he's like, no way that happened. He's like, there's no chance in the world.
How?
That I went out, that this one time I went out, they won the game just like that. And history has been made today. History has been made. Orbit Anonymo are the first team to make it to the EMEA Masters in summer 2023.
And I'm very happy for them. I can't wait to see them going into the finals. Whoever is going to be playing against them, I can't wait to see this series, and I can't wait to see them performing in the EMEA Masters, because this team is showing a lot of promise, and I love the growth that they've been showing to us throughout this season, especially if you consider how much they had to go through in the previous season when they started as Gold Skiller, then they were the Shadi Bobara, which is forever going to have a place in my heart, and now they are Orbit Anonymo, and not just Orbit Anonymo, they are the Orbit Anonymo who are taking the victories against Zero Tenacity and maybe against everybody in Ultraliga and maybe somewhere else in EMEA Masters. But I am again running ahead of myself. We'll wait to see until it actually happens. But for now, it's going to be it. We delivered you the banger series today, and who did it? It was Solari and Kasper, and of course our amazing production behind the scenes. And we are very happy to be through these 5 amazing games with you. But make sure you come back tomorrow because we have another series ahead of us. But for now, that's going to be it. We'll see you.
You either can get down and lay down in Southtown wherever we go. We rock and re-roll. The people that way down the playground, we poppin', just look at our glow. Baby, we all in the game. Lately we all on the chain. Crazy, we soft on the plane. But they still calling our name. Straight from the bottom, we started with. Now we're becoming the parliament. We came in, we saw it, we conquered it. Now we welcome you to our conglomerate.
Wow.
Wait, is Is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot. AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.